normally.
Ah,
Hey,
yeah, there we are.
there we go. All right, everybody. We are live, I hope, supposedly. So, welcome to Mystery Gang episode 1. And here's the gang, everybody. We've got Jedi Brooks down there, the bigger cat man. We've got
He's
Vex with
power
the
bottom.
brown girl magic. Nadia is here, of course, giving us her, horror stuff. And then, of
Very hoary.
course,
I gotta,
Stupenzo
I gotta
chilling.
teach you how to do intros, bro.
Oh, dude.
Let the man let him flow.
He's doing good. He's doing good. Keep going. Keep
Listen,
going.
listen. We've got Stupenzo out here chilling, of course, coming to give us his horror expertise as well. Diabolical Souls presents. Some of you know him as Jay. He's out here too, and of course, we've got a wild dark hour that's just been spotted randomly because hey, he has
Doesn't know
access to
shit about horror
StreamYard.
movies, and he's here anyway. So
Yep.
saw one movie this year that could be considered a horror movie.
And so yeah, so this is Mystery Gang episode 1. We're gonna do a bit of horror talk today, and I guess we're gonna look at 2023 best and worst of what the year had to offer on in terms of horror, which not that much compared to 2022. I was talking about this with Vex. I think it was yesterday because 2022 was that big horror dump after COVID. Everyone was saving up their movies, and man, we got some fucking bangers back then. But hey, we're in 2023, so let's see how it goes. And of course, to start off, I'm gonna ask you guys your best and worst horror movie that you've seen this year. So take, I'll ask Dark Hour first because he hasn't seen which leaves.
So I saw one horror movie, and it was Insidious: The Red Door, and it was therefore it was both my best and worst. So that makes it
Ooh.
nice and easy. Do you want
Okay.
reasons why it was my best and worst, or you just want me to say the actual?
Why do you think it was your best? Because
I actually
have you
do-
seen
What?
any of the Insidious movies?
Yeah, that's actually one of the few like horror series that I've kind of followed over the past few years. That's why I watched it. And I just felt it wasn't a really solid. Like I don't remember how many years it's been since because technically the second movie that came out was the last one chronologically, so it's been a number of years since that came out. And it just didn't feel like a really good continuation. It didn't feel like it ended like solidly. The fact that they didn't have Lynn Shay in it like at all when she is key to the series bothered me. I'm contributing more than I realized I would to this stream. And it felt like more of the same, whereas I felt like they could have had some fun things that they did. And I remember sitting there at the end, I was like, honestly, I felt better with having this kind of unknown that was there. What they ended up doing just didn't really satisfy me at all.
Did they explain the Darth Maul creature? That stupid red guy that kept
Not
popping up?
really. So it's
guy.
just kind of, from what I gather, he's just a demon that exists in the further.
He's been popping up for 5 movies. Explain him.
Yeah. So I don't think you really need to explain a character like that. I think it's okay for a character like that to just be an existing entity. That's fine. The problem is he's not particularly scary. The longer he's on screen, the less scary he is. And he's on screen quite a bit in this movie, and he's already lost an amount of scariness. I remember when I first saw the original one back 10 plus years ago at this point, I think.
Yeah.
And when you just saw him like in quick glimpses and, shadowy figure kind of stuff, it was terrifying. And then you saw him and it was like this balding dude. And it was like, you look like a combination of Nightcrawler and, like you said, Darth Maul with a receding hairline. And I should know about that sort of thing. So it just kind of, I wish that if anything, they would have went a different route and maybe had a different character, a different villain, but
I agree with
So
you.
you see, Dark Hour does know horror movies, ladies.
I know one horror movie from this year, so and now I can leave.
Patrick Wilson's first directed this one, Insidious Red Door.
Yeah, and I love Patrick Wilson. I think he's a very he's a very underrated actor. I think he often ends up being the best actor in movies that just aren't particularly well done. Or sometimes he's just, and sometimes he's often in movies that are very like low budget, like indie films that no one even hears about for like years. And so the fact that this was like his directorial debut, and it just felt weird. Like it's almost like he didn't know how to balance himself in the movie too.
Dude, Patrick Wilson is basically James Wan's muse at this point. He's in everything that James Wan does.
Yeah, I mean, he's in the Conjuring stuff. It's like he's basically a Blumhouse staple at this point.
I wonder if he'll play H.P. Lovecraft in the new H.P. Lovecraft that James
Oh.
Wan
Yeah,
is.
the
'Cause it
Cthulhu
would
movie,
it would
right?
kind of fit. It would.
I would
fit.
not
Are we
be
gonna
shocked.
Are we gonna see Patrick
Yeah.
Wilson as H.P. Lovecraft interacting with his cat and
Probably.
saying his cat's name?
Without his shirt on as well, just
A
Yeah,
rat
me
picture.
Me and
Here
Vex
we
have been crushing on Patrick Wilson.
This movie was a horrible ending because I had watched all of Insidious as a recap leading up to it because my friend hadn't seen it. And the
Mm.
first one, I loved it so much because it went back to practical effects with the makeup. There was it's the CGI doesn't hold up that much, but there wasn't so much
It was
of
like
it.
10 years ago.
Yeah,
so
it's
Yeah.
kind of like Lake Mungo, where there's just one perfectly timed jump scare with the dude's
Yes.
face appearing
Yes.
at the
That
back.
jump scare is one
shit.
of the best jump scares I've ever seen in any media like type. And I mean, I played like the Resident Evil games and stuff years ago, which were known for their jump scares. And that one still gets me from time to time if I haven't watched it in a while.
Are
So
you talking about the first one when we first see Darth Maul's face?
yeah, when it just pops
Behind
up for like
Patrick
a
Wilson?
second. Yeah.
I like your
See that?
tone.
I have such a different take on it. I hate almost all the Insidious jump
Same.
scares.
Same.
All
That's the one good one.
The overuse of like screeching noises and whatnot, where so many of the
The
jump scares
screams.
would have worked better had they just like taken it easy and like utilized the basic silence. Sometimes just leaving it silent could be way more effective. And I think the biggest string to the Conjuring or the Insidious movies is the concepts that they played with dreaming. Like in terms of like just the little different things that they played with and the rules that they tried to incorporate and the continuity they kept with that. And then they just pissed it away with all this other stuff, introducing new demons every other movie. Where like I think they could have made it a decent trilogy had they just had a creative vision, but they went nuts.
Yeah, I
true,
just think
true.
that the Conjuring movies, the Nuns, the Annabelles,
the Conjuring universe, James
Insidiouses-
Wan's universe, basically.
Yeah,
Well,
they
Insidious
all
isn't
just-
technically in that universe.
Yeah,
but,
still they
you know.
all just
Yeah.
they're all kind of fast food horror movies. They're
Yes.
very overly reliant on jump
100%.
scares.
They're
I like
uninspired.
that analogy. Yeah, you're right. Fast
Yeah.
food.
That's me.
That's probably the best phrase you could use. Just fast food horror movies for
I
people
like-
who just want to
I
get
like
that
fast
quick jump scare. And that's great for casuals, but like there's no rewatch value in almost any of those.
I think if they would have just left
Mhm.
it at the one jump scare that we were talking about, because it was a daytime jump scare, which is not as common. I think if they would have just left it at that one, it would have been effective and they like never do it again. But people, what's that old phrase that like if you scare someone or you kill someone early in a movie, people are expecting it for the rest of the movie. And if you don't do it, it kind of builds a tension. I think if they would have did that when they did it and just never did it again, it would have had that effect.
Yeah, the only good Insidious movie was the first one. I didn't even the second one. It lost
Yeah.
the
I like
plot.
the
It just-
second one, man.
You know, you're a cat man. You're a
Yeah.
big
And they
cat.
teared off too. The second one kind of continued. The third, it just went off.
The second one
rails
was
after.
literally picked up right where
Yeah.
the first one left
Third
off.
one just went
I
completely off the
consider
rails for it.
Insidious the same as Hellraiser. First, the movie was great, and then it just goes off the rails. I would
Mhm.
put them.
That's a lot of
side
horror
by side.
movies.
They're
But
first. Yeah.
I
A lot of
think
horror
The
franchises.
Conjuring does a better job of a continuous universe story with all the Conjuring movies, even including Annabelle, than Insidious does.
But they're
I would-
connected by pocket lit. Like they just have like
I-
from
you
one
know, but I
scene
think
at
they
the
do it
end.
better.
Like, hey, remember that guy from this movie? They're
It's like
connected.
yeah, the MCU.
I think
of
the
horror
Conjuring
movies.
has better scares in the first one than
there's that-
the Insidious scares. like
There's
the
that
jump
one.
scares
It's like
are-
the Curse of La Llorona, which isn't even
Oh, I don't
technically
even
part.
count that.
It's
Yeah,
not
I saw
even
that
part
one.
of the universe.
No,
It
no,
just
no.
happened to have a guy in it that was in the other movie, and he like played the same.
They're
character.
also very good party movies. So if you want to kind of like throw a horror movie on in the
That's
background when
true.
you have folks over, they're fun little party movies.
Yeah, it's better to throw that on than Hereditary, where everyone's probably
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
fall asleep like an hour into it,
Oh, how
especially if
dare
it's a
you.
party setting.
Also,
It's a
yeah,
party
but
setting.
Hereditary
No
is
one
like
falling
you know,
asleep after that kid gets fucked up. Like,
Hereditary is like one of
true.
those movies that's like cursed. You know.
But I
Um,
agree with Stupenzil's original comment where like even though they're good party movies, it's because they're popular. If you dig
Mhm.
deep, you can probably find better horror movies that are better suited for party movies that just
Oh,
aren't
yeah.
as popular at all. So
Most people
true.
don't like horror movies, and you know you kind of got to twist their arm to go. And especially if it's gonna be like something really like effed up, you know, most people are like, I'm not interested in that. Normal people, you know, we're
I-
freaks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I absolutely love horror. I mean, I worked in the industry for such a long time doing special effects for horror movies. I love the weird horror movies, but my husband is not like he wouldn't go see Evil Dead Rises with me. Even that to me is more
Boo.
mainstream than the stuff that I've liked this year. And he's like, nah, I'm past. Like the gore
what?
is too much. I'm like,
Nah,
oh,
horror
it's
is fucking
fun.
great.
It's silly. It's stupid. Like it's fun
Um,
just to go.
My best is just, I don't want to extend intros forever, but just one more thing. With horror, I'd put it this way: throughout like your week, you can almost like if you treat all the genres like an experience, you can experience almost all of them throughout the week. Action, you can see something action-packed, comedy, romance, like drama, all these things you can experience in your week. You can go years without experiencing anything that truly horrifies you. So that's why horror, when it's well done, can be so satisfying, because it's a feeling that's like it's really hard to get. You're not going to get through any other. You're not going to get the sensation through any other thing. So,
I want the movie.
It's like the Rebel Moon fan club stream.
Yeah.
Hi,
Hey,
Lance.
Lance.
What's going on, Lance?
Merry Christmas.
Merry
Post-credits.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, we were just listening to. I mean, this was basically Dark Hour's extended intro that turned us into
Yeah,
yeah.
Conjuring franchise.
I mean, that's all I'm going to contribute the entire time. So I might
we
as well
covered
get it out early.
Insidious for the entire stream. So
yeah. So there it is. So yeah, Jay, Diabolical Souls presents. What's your best and worst horror movie of the year? I mean, I think I've given you enough time to try and find out.
Yeah, everyone should.
I watched Thanksgiving. I enjoyed that one.
Nice.
It's a throwback to the 80s, early 80s slasher films. As cheesy as it is, I really enjoyed that. I enjoyed Evil Dead Rise. I thought that was an okay film, and there's some flaws in there, but I mean, every horror movie has flaws in it. It's not known for its plots. And the worst, I'm not going to say.
Don't say
me. I'm not going to say it. That's not the worst. The worst, I would say, is Pet Cemetery and Rebel Moon. I had to sneak
Counting that as horror?
Is there horror?
Yeah, it is a horror movie.
Is it, okay, it's horrible. I know that, but like,
Yeah, it's so bad that it's scary.
that's
kind
what I
of.
Yes.
It transcends genres. That's how bad it is.
Yeah.
I'm watching it tonight. I'm gonna check
There's
it
a
out
new
tonight.
the new
Shockingly-
Pet
Oh,
Cemetery.
good luck.
The new Pet Cemetery is a prequel, right? And what's it called? Like
Pet
Pet
Cemetery
Cemetery
Bloodline.
Bloodline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's,
I thought it was
Yeah.
a reboot. Is
And
it a prequel?
it's Herman Munster's character, right?
It's Jed, the
Yeah,
old
right.
neighbor from the
All
original.
going on
Now
that
he's
road.
young and jacked and shirtless all the time.
Yep.
It's Bloodline.
Vex is very thirsty today. I just want to point that out. She's
Oh,
talking.
I didn't like it. Hold on.
No, but
Your
you
Honor,
keep talking
I
about
did
shirtless dudes.
Listen,
There you go.
I-
That's the reason why. It's because we started the stream. We started before the stream with that.
exactly. Yes.
Wait, what was on that quilt that Nadia just held up?
It's the man,
a-
the myth, the
Oh,
legend.
yeah. Let me.
Oh
let
my
me
God.
show the layout. There he
It was
is.
a Christmas
Henry Cavill.
gift
Wow.
from my sister. I did
That,
not buy
uh,
this myself. Okay. I want to make
the
it
Cavill
clear.
quilts.
Fire.
That's a
I am
stay
going to
500
buy
yards away from
Yeah.
Mr. Cavill at all times. Offense right there.
I'm going to buy one for myself though now because I always,
Maybe you should
I-
wait till you move to the US. Maybe it might be a home gift.
She's
My
never getting out of
husband thinks
Canada
that
at
I
this
have
point.
that Henry Cavill shirt already, so I don't know how much he'll like me just on the couch and just like, why is there another man on you?
There's a more
Why is there a bunch of the same man on you?
there's a more riskier one. I'll send it to you.
Oh
Ooh,
my god!
Okay. All
That's
right.
all we want to know about that.
It's a
Wow.
penis blanket. Is that what?
Anyway,
look,
those
Andrew,
are my
we
takes
have
for
a-
2023. So-
Sorry.
Dude, your takes are good. It's good that you didn't put "talk to me" in there. So it's.
Yeah, I don't
No,
want to.
it-
I don't want to.
Okay, before we get into this, I'm not going to be a Lofty. I'm not going to be a Leon. I'm going to give my take on it. That's it. I'm not going to get into a debate about it.
Let's argue
So-
about what
Jay,
makes a
listen.
horror movie. What is a horror
Listen,
movie for an
Jay
hour?
actually his reasoning for not liking it was pretty solid because we hashed this out last week when I was on his channel. It's
Yeah.
not that he thinks the movie is terrible; he just doesn't think it lives up to the hype that everyone.
I actually, Jay, I agree with you. I saw it. It was okay, but it didn't
No.
live up to the hype that everybody talked about this
Well,
movie.
when
Yeah.
did you guys
Wait
watch the
to
movie?
talk
Like,
about that one, but we'll see.
yeah,
Well,
like
Joe Rogan came out and just pumped the tires on this
No,
one.
I
Like,
didn't.
he just said it's the best movie that's ever been made, the horror movie ever made, and
Okay, that's
everyone
a bit
started
much.
raving about-
Hold on.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a bit-
I
yeah,
said
yeah.
no such thing. Damn it.
Yes.
I'm gonna save my thoughts on that one because I have plenty to say about that movie. I watched it just.
Oh
last
yeah.
night.
All right. So all right.
So do
So I guess we'll go to Vex. Vex, best and worst.
Okay, I couldn't pick just one.
Yeah.
So I'll be very brief with each one. Okay,
Mm.
best when evil lurks. I think it brings something fresh to the
It's
whole
cuando
possession.
acecha la maldad.
That is mine, Bex. You stole it.
Sorry. It brings something fresh to kind of the possession, the religious horror kind of genre. So I quite enjoyed that. Pacing was perfect. I
Mhm.
did actually jump a little bit too. Evil Dead Rise. I watched this last night. It knows what it wants to be. It lives up to the name Evil Dead. It was gory as fuck. It was just a good time. No One Will Save You. Didn't expect to like this. It had some Twilight vibes, like Twilight Zone vibes, which I really appreciated. Even though I didn't like the end, I read what the director was trying to go for, but I don't agree with it. But
Same.
everything leading up to it, I think was pretty good. And Influencer, loved it
Hmm.
from start to finish.
Really?
I really enjoyed Influencer. I don't know, it's because horror's moving into this area of trying to be, I guess, up to date with technology and stuff, and get to the Gen Z or X or whatever number we're on now. And I think Influencer did a good job of bridging that gap while also kind of going, I guess, a little bit more of a cinematic route with horror, which you don't see as often anymore.
Mm.
My worst, Pet Cemetery Bloodlines was also already said. Knock at the Cabin, thought it was absolute drivel.
Oh,
It was
don't
just
get me
too
started
messy.
on that one.
Bex.
Last Voyage of the Demeter, I didn't downright hate it, but it's had promise, and it just becomes a pretty standard horror movie, which is quite disappointing because there was
Mm.
potential there. And
Dracula
then
on a boat.
Leave the World Behind, I also did not like, for the same reasons I didn't like Knock at the Cabin. Way too much messaging in there. It just could have been a pretty standard tense horror thriller, but instead they had to throw in all of this identity politics and shit, which
So
I
we
think
count that as a horror movie, right?
I
Oh,
do count that as a horror movie.
Yes,
Yeah.
I just watched that too. Fuck that movie. Like,
Yeah.
like shave like a full 30, 40 minutes off of that to actually maintain the tension. They stretched it all out for a
Yeah.
bunch of bullshit, added a bunch of fucking commentary over nothing, and it did not. It was yeah, a nightmare sitting through that.
Yeah.
So
Well-
I read the book that
and
it's
none of the characters were
based off of.
likable.
The
Mhm.
book is it's similar. I think it's a good adaptation of the book, but
Yo,
there's
yo.
still a message in the book as well with identity politics as well.
Gotcha.
I would gamble without even reading the book that they had a better blend in the book than they did in the movie. The movie just felt like
It's
anything that-
straightforward, to be honest. It's pretty parallel, the movie to the book, from what I remember reading the
Wow.
book.
I felt
Yeah.
like the
Mm.
pacing completely screwed up the tension. And
It's-
anything that they could have been possibly building up, like the suspense with the deers, we wouldn't go back to that for another half an hour because we're wasting our time and also sorts of other things. Like,
in,
I
the,
had
in the
so many
book,
issues
the
with it, I
mother's
can't even remember.
alive. It's not. It's the mother and the father. The daughter isn't in the book.
Mhm.
No, the daughter is.
Mhm.
It's
but
two
the-
it's two men. It's
But the mother's
again,
but the mother's alive. She's at the house in the book.
nope.
That whole
They
storyline with her dying on the plane and everything. That
Oh yeah, she's not in. No, it's them. Maybe we're talking about two different books because it's Paul Tremblay's. It's not called A Knock. It's called what is it called? Sorry, give me 1 second. Continue while I look this up.
I want to
Yes.
go back to No One Will Save You. I
Mhm.
agree with Vex. That one, the
Surprising.
first two acts were great, and then it just leaves you with blue balls at the end because it just
Yeah. It goes for
just
the happy
goes
ending, which
flat.
I didn't appreciate
Yeah.
at all.
It goes
What the-
very
what-
flat.
That wasn't a fucking happy ending. That was like a
No,
weird
Well,
ending.
no.
well, no, it
That
was
was
happy because-
edging.
Yeah, because like for example, you know what? We'll save it when we get to the movie because there's a lot
Yeah.
of conversation to be had once we get to the actual tier list. So I'll
Yeah,
save
yeah,
it.
true,
for
true, true. Because all right. So Vex, thank you for your input, and of course, brown girl magic. And of course, Nadia, what about you? What is your best and worst of 2023 horror movies?
My best is When Evil Lurks because it's the one that stuck with me this entire year, and I left that very depressed and upset. I haven't had a horror movie affect me in that way. I did like Evil Dead Rises. I saw it in theaters. I thought it was fun, gory. I agree with Vex. It knows what it was. It's not a sequel. It's not a requel. It's just a story in the Evil Dead universe.
Yeah.
To me, I liked Thanksgiving. Same thing with Jay said. It's a throwback to slashers because Scream is one of my favorite slasher
Fuck
line,
yeah.
but I grew up with the older stuff, obviously with Halloween and Jason and all that stuff. So I like those. My worst, probably Exorcist Believer. That is by far. I left that movie. I went to see it in theaters. I paid to see this fucking movie.
Wow.
And I left so angry about this movie because the story was not coherent. It didn't pace very well. The scary parts, there wasn't really any scary parts. It was a bullshit climax ending to it. It did the original no justice. There was no definitely the Pineapple Express guy made this movie, and I was very upset with this movie. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it at all.
I was so like my husband and I go to Universal Studios Halloween Horror Nights every year for our anniversary. So this year they had an Exorcist house, and I was walking because I didn't realize that there was an Exorcist movie coming out, and I was like, "Why the fuck are there dead black girls everywhere?" And I thought they were trying to be inclusive this year at Universal, but yeah, it turns out there's a black possessed girl in Exorcist Believer. So I just and the clips that were circulating, it seems to be pretty true to form as well, which is disappointing, but that's a movie I didn't watch in full, so I can't completely comment on.
The original Exorcist had such an impact on me as a kid. My dad noticed that I was into horror movies, and he's like, "Oh, you like horror movies?" And mind you, he was an immigrant when he was in the Middle East. This was one of the big movies that came around when he was younger. So he's like, "Let me put you on The Exorcist. Let me have you watch."
Traumatize you.
I was like maybe 8, 9, 10 years old. He made me watch it by myself in my room.
Called it.
On the tiny TV with the little VHS that connects. I'm aging myself. And that movie stuck with me. That is one of my fondest memories. I was terrified, but it's one of my fondest memories I have about horror in the growing up with it. And this movie was like, I would rather go back and watch all the sequels, the really bad sequels.
No, that's what I call character development.
You guys know the movie Wishmaster? Like the horror movie?
Oh,
yeah. I can't remember between the two, but my earliest memory of like seeing a horror like icon on the screen was either the Djinn from Wishmaster or Pinhead from Hellraiser, because my mom would watch like the goriest horror movies right in front of me, like no fucks given whatsoever. So and my sister was worse, where she would show things specifically that were way older than me to try to like either traumatize me or just like mess with me, and I would always be super interested, so it'd backfire, right? I saw
the first Wishmaster in theaters. I was 12. It was awesome.
Jesus, wow! How the fuck they let you in?
I saw From Dusk Till Dawn in the theaters when I was 10.
He had that beard when he was 12, so he just walked right in.
Back then, they did a assigned seating. You could buy a PG or a G-rated movie ticket and then just go into the horror movie you wanted.
No, what happened was, I always watched.
Technically, still do that.
We always watched Hey Drink Wrestle, because I was about to say Tales from the Crypt. We always watched Tales from the Crypt growing up, and all these other horror movies. And I watched them at home. And my mother lied to me and said, "Well, you can't go see rated R movies in the theater." And then one day, I was out of town with my aunt and my cousin, and when we went to go see Wolf, the Jack Nicholson movie, in the theaters, and I was like, "Wait, we can't go in, Aunt Gina, because it's rated R." And she's like, "You silly boy, you could go to a rated R movie with a parent or guardian." And I was like, and then after the movie was over, I remember calling my mom, and I was like, "Guess what, Mother? Guess what Gina told me? We're going to be going to see so many horror movies now."
Have you ever seen Demon Knight, the Tales of the Crypt movie? Oh, that's one of my favorite movies of all time. It's so bad, but I love it so much.
It's not bad. It's literally
Billy
awesome.
Zane. Oh.
Yeah,
I snuck into the theater to see Friday the 13th Part 3 and 3D.
I
loved it.
Growing up, I wish I grew up in the 80s. I really wish I did.
It was the best. It was
growing up in the 90s was pretty dope too. I mean,
growing up in the 2000s was
meh.
Not when you had a Catholic parent.
You people.
You guys grew up. I still haven't grown up. I'm just a 35-year-old kid.
We used to like buy because you had to look in the newspaper for the movie theater times way back when. So what we would do is we would pick a movie that lined up with like a rated R movie we wanted to go see, and then just hop theaters like that. That's how I saw the first Saw film, actually.
Vex, you might as well have just said I had to use my rotary phone to call the operator to find out the times at the cinema. You might as well have just said that, because that's basically what it sounded like.
My friends we used to buy one ticket for a movie, and then we would movie hop to like 3 movies for that day. So that's what we would spend Saturdays doing, and that's how I saw Pirates of the Caribbean.
And
We
like
went
the damn
originally
attendants,
for-
like they don't notice the same gaggle of children in the theater for like 7
This was
hours.
before
No,
they
you
had
had to
those
sneak.
attendants.
You had to
Yeah.
sneak around. I remember
Yeah.
we went to go see League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, and
Extraordinary
then we saw
Yeah,
Pirates
LXG.
too. Yeah.
Yeah.
That
One of
movie.
Lance's best friends is in that movie.
Oh,
If Lance
all
was
right.
here, and he could have
Well,
corroborated
Lance
that
is in the kitchen.
information.
He's probably cooking something. So
Oh
literally
yeah,
this
his friend
time.
Jason Fleming is in League of Extraordinary
Yep.
Gentlemen.
He's
That
a Dr.
movie-
Jekyll in that movie.
Yep.
I wanted to
Ooh.
really love that movie. I love the comic, but
Yeah,
I love
that's
the-
such
the
a missed
concept.
potential movie. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
Van
Wow.
Helsing did it justice, and it came out
I-
not too far apart.
I would advocate for a reboot of that
Yeah.
over all the sequels.
Oh,
we're getting
it's
next
coming.
year.
Don't worry. It's
You
Yeah.
talking about LXG?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
LSD.
yeah. Make Quartermain. I want Quartermain addicted to heroin or whatever, like he's supposed
Yeah.
to be in the books. You know?
Let them do the same thing they did with the boys. They'll just let them.
Oh,
yeah,
God,
just bring
here
it.
it is.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, there
God.
you go. Yeah.
They're always
you go.
there, like magically.
All right, dude.
It's
So
like, damn it, damn
Stupenzo.
it.
What
Yeah, he
about you,
does have a
man?
dad bod.
I'm the king.
Jay.
I'm the king of the dad bods, dude. I'm built like a gorilla.
Dude, you know, trust me, when that gut is like crushing your arm, it's not fun.
Oh God. Stupenzo, what about you, man? Best and
Um,
worst of the year.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like repeating myself on these things or other people. You know, I mean, obviously, I like Talk to Me. I liked
When Evil
what did we
Lurks.
just talked about When Evil Lurks. Thanksgiving was great. I also hated Exorcist. Horror movie that I liked, but I guess it doesn't really count. But I thought it was a good little horror comedy. Was Beau is Afraid. Another one I really liked was Infinity Pool. That was dope.
I can't
Um,
make up my mind on Infinity Pool. I don't know if I love it or hate it.
It's
I don't like
interesting.
Cronenberg, so
I love
Yeah.
it. I love Cronenberg. I
It's-
love
it's
Cronenberg.
Like it's been
Oh, I
8
hate
months since I saw
Cronenberg.
that movie
both
now. And I
both
still
the
can't make up my mind.
Cronenbergs. This weird little.
I can't do
bastard.
either of them. Nope.
Yeah.
Pass.
Yeah.
I also
They hate
really
Shield
liked
Wall.
not really a horror, but more like a thriller, action thriller was The Passenger.
Oh yeah, I
That
know
was-
that
That
one.
was very good.
That's pretty dope.
I did just watch Suitable Flesh with
it
Heather
good?
Graham. That was pretty dope actually for a little it was like the same guy who made Reanimator, and it definitely had
Oh.
Reanimator vibes, and Heather Graham still got it. Yeah, cool
Heather Graham's still
possession
getting
movie.
work, man.
Oh yeah, she looks great too, and it was a cool sexual kind of movie. I like sex in movies. You know, we need more of that. It's like, you know, a movie can be, you know, mature, but still, you know, sex can be part of the plot. It's about, you know, this demon's never been a woman before, so she's like, ooh, you know, rubbing herself down and
Mm.
stuff. All that stuff's great.
So you like the late night Playboy
Sure.
cinema?
I used to watch what's it like Skinamax, you know, back in the day. And
Oh,
like as
yeah.
a young boy, you watch it because it's like, ooh yeah, silicone boobies. But as you get older, like yeah, it just became like Mystery Science Theater for me because like they're so bad. They're like Hallmark movie quality, but with titties, you know. But yeah, I mean, another
That
good one.
sums it up.
But yeah, it's funny because I watched that, and then another possession movie I watched that sucked was Nefarious with
Oh,
Sean Patrick Flannery, Powder.
Dude, I heard a
um,
lot of good things about it.
So yeah, the whole movie's
No.
kind of like a play. It takes place in a prison interrogation room, basically, and
yeah.
it's just Sean Patrick Flannery hamming it up really badly, not badly, but just kind of over the top, cringy. And then on top of that, it just pivots into like hardcore, like conservative, like kind of propaganda, which is like, you know, I don't really dig like intense messaging either way.
Mm.
It was a little forced and silly.
It was supposed to be similar to that Denzel Washington movie where the demonic possession kind of jumps from body to body. What's
Yeah.
the name of that movie?
Fallen.
Yeah, Fallen.
with Denzel Washington. That one rules.
Yeah, Nefarious is kind of like that.
It's funny because like yeah, so Suitable Flesh was also kind of like that, and it's like two sides of the same coin. And I guess another good one I liked was Skinamarink, but the short film Heck was actually I would rather count that because that was actually good. Skinamarink was okay. Heck was actually freaky as hell because it's 20 minutes long, 30 minutes long, or something like that, and it's one boy. And the mother is basically like asleep in the bed the whole time. And the movie's measured by sleeps or the short film. So like it'll say like 1 sleep, 10 sleeps, 100 sleeps, 7,000 sleeps, 65,000 sleeps.
That's how my father used to keep track of like when the next holiday was for me. So
Yeah.
that's especially creepy that they did that way.
Jesus.
But like, see, the last line of Skinamarink is kind of weird, and there's obviously like some kind of demon guy there or something. It's silly, and there's 2 kids and a dad. In this one, it's a little boy and the mother who never gets out of bed, and there's no doors or windows
The windows
to the
and shit,
house.
yeah.
And it literally ends with like the kid going upstairs in like a weird, like kind of slow motion voice that he says, like, "Mommy, I think we're in hell." And then it just ends,
Oh,
dude.
I
It's
did
way
see
freakier, dude. It's way freakier.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I still haven't watched Skin and Marine. That's on my watch. I've heard so many mixed
Watch.
reviews though. It never lived up
Skinamarink
to hype.
sucked ass,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
I'm
It's
telling
a
you.
slow
gotta-
burn.
It's
a slow
horrible.
burn.
I
No,
like
no,
it.
no. Wait. Well, we'll talk about it when we get to the Variety article because
Well,
Skinamarink
so-
is on there at a
I mean,
questionable.
if I had to say
place.
best and worst, it would have to be Infinity Pool, probably best. Worst, Renfield. I hated Renfield. It annoyed the shit out of
Jama.
me.
Oh,
Stupid.
yeah, that was
Somebody
shit.
told me
Dude.
today they liked it, and I was like, really? So
I
much
like
potential
Nicolas
lost.
Cage in that movie.
I was
Is
about to
that-
say it's nice to see him having fun, but that's
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah, that
That's
was
every
the only
movie he's in
part.
nowadays, though.
Exactly,
He's
yeah.
completely embraced the absurdity of his actual
When-
career.
When did we have a really good vampire movie? Other
Afflicted.
in a Afflicted?
Ooh,
Afflicted
yeah.
and let the right one in.
Yeah.
Those are two if
So
you haven't
I
seen
was
it.
gonna
Let the right one
say
win. That book is
Hey, movie
Renfield,
cynics here.
like
Yeah.
Renfield is like a silly
Twilight
horror
was good.
comedy with like a crime, organized crime subplot, and it's like, dude, Innocent Blood did almost all this stuff like 30 years prior. And again, there's sex in that one. That's cool. That's also cool. But
That's
Robert
always a
Loggia,
plus.
Robert Loggia as the head mobster vampire in that one he's so awesome. He's so great.
Enzo, so you must have loved Boxing Helena.
I did thought that. I thought that was a
Yeah.
weird ass movie. And
Yeah.
yes, Homegirl is fine. Yeah, I want to rewatch it now that you
I'm
bring it
not
up.
going to be the only degenerate on this stream now today.
Listen, we're
Thank
all
you so much,
degenerates. That's what
Enzo.
Shieldwall said. So there we go.
I'm nicknamed Gooch. How bad can I get?
Oh, you're
Uh,
Gooch.
I'm
yeah.
Gooch. Yeah.
Yeah. He's not
All
Gooch, he's
coming
the
together.
Gooch
It's all
master.
coming together. It's-
All right. So,
Um,
yo,
but
Cynic,
yeah.
you there, man? You chilling?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear
No.
you.
We hear you.
Cynic.
Movie
You
Cynic.
sound like you're like 7 feet away from the mic, but yeah, we hear
Under
you.
the desk.
Well, I know.
Little
I'm
phone.
actually going to be home in a couple of weeks, so it'll actually be clear. It won't sound like this, but
Yeah, don't worry, man. We got you. We're all, DIY YouTubers, anyways, so it's
Yeah.
all cool.
But
all right.
yeah, I guess wrapping it up, I did like Infinity Pool because it was very was it
Surreal.
tourism, these damn tourists thinking they own the place, that kind of metaphor. I loved it.
Mm,
just
all
can't
right,
do
so,
Cronenberg, I don't know why.
Brooks, what about you, man? What's your best and worst horror 2023?
Well, as much as I love horror, I didn't actually see that much horror this year, and I tried to catch up on some since you mentioned you're having this stream. But the ones that I
Yeah.
did see, at least I'll be able to talk about them pretty extensively. Because the best, I have to cheat and use a show. It would be The Fall of the House of Usher. 100%
Wow.
The Fall of the House of Usher.
I still need to check
Um,
that out. I've heard good
yeah.
things.
Mike Flanagan, I
It's
think he was the
horrible.
king.
No.
I heard
You
bad
think it was
things.
horrible?
No.
I'm with
Uh,
you. I'm with you, Brooks.
Completely- Go ahead.
I'm a Mike Flanagan simp. I am with you on that.
I'll get back to you, Vex. Don't worry.
No.
I think it was fantastic. And unless, if you're an Edgar Allan Poe fan, maybe there's going to be some issues you're going to have there in terms of adaptation. I don't know a fucking thing about Edgar Allan Poe. He's got a cool name. That's all I know about him. But I think the performances and the overall story and the way they incorporated the entire family into the plot, similar to Hill House, where you get invested in everybody. And I would compare it to because I don't want to spoil too much for anyone. Hot Fuzz would be my reference for probably the best movie for setup and payoff. But in terms of horror movies or horror shows, this is on that level of setting up every minute detail and explaining it by the finale in a satisfactory way, and really, really satisfying payoffs. I think, yeah, Flanagan is definitely the king right now. Vex, you're up.
Vex
Vex is gonna burst.
Brooks, have you ever seen From, the TV show From?
No,
No,
I
dude,
think
from
you-
season 2 was peak this
I think you would
year,
like it.
man.
I'll check that out.
Season 2
Yeah,
was
yeah, it's a
From is
horror
great.
one.
I agree with you, with Nadia. That is a
I'll
great
check that
series.
out.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. It's the series that nobody's talking about that everybody should be talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually because season 2 dropped to very, very little fanfare this year. I binged that shit when it came out,
Oh,
but
I had a whole board of Norse mythology that I thought it was so based off, and season 2 just totally threw that out of the window. And I was like, all right, back
It's
to square one.
well, it's almost indigenous, like a lot of indigenous stuff in there with
Mhm.
from
Mhm.
too. If you guys are looking for reviews, Jeremy Ice and Fire, he does a review of From, and he actually gets these episodes beforehand. The MGM sends him the episode. Like, yeah, he does a really, really, really good job on
I'll have
that.
to check it out.
Yeah,
So you thought it was horrible, Vex?
Vex.
Yeah.
Oh,
Me.
Fall of the House of Usher. She
Fall of
thought.
the House of Usher is probably one of the worst things I watched in 2023. All like just overall.
Why?
Damn.
Okay, Mike Flanagan did one good thing, and that one good thing was The Haunting of Hill House. I think for the most part, he
You've
nailed-
lost me right there.
See, I'm kind of on the same board with Vex, but I think the one good thing my
I
Flanagan
think
did was Oculus.
I think Blind Manor is Oculus is fantastic too. I think Blind Manor is one of the most misunderstood shows possibly ever, and one of the best ghost stories I've ever seen. It's definitely better on rewatch, and I think as someone who likes Hill House more, Blind Manor is better written, and Fall of the House of Usher is probably one of the ones that I appreciate. Just
I
on
like
account
his-
of that.
I like his
Blind Manor is
adaptation
the
of
best
Doctor
written one
Sleep.
of his.
Yeah.
100%.
It was
Yeah.
Doctor Sleep was as you know.
Listen,
just
for
good.
me, Doctor Sleep
Oh.
is Mike Flanagan's best work, except for
I
the
haven't
film
seen that
that-
yet, so I need to
Doctor
watch
Sleep,
that.
Doctor Sleep suffers because it tries to be a sequel of the book and the movie at the same time. And
Well,
that's why
for
it's
me,
kinda
it only
weird. And
suffers in
feels
the
like an
third
X-Men
act.
movie.
That's the thing. It does. God.
My worst though, let me just to finish up real quick.
Yeah.
Since I haven't seen too much, it might have to be Talk to Me, because even though I enjoyed the movie, and a couple of the performances here and there, it's one of those things with horror movies where even when they develop a good concept and like decent premise, it requires the people to be stupid in order for it to be utilized. Because from the very beginning, it's broken. Those two guys knew the consequences of this stupid fucking hand, yet they went along with it anyway, and like had this one little string holding people back instead of taking the actual precautions that they would need. It makes no sense.
It's
And
similar to
it's
drug
simple
use.
as,
You know, people know
Yeah.
the dangers of doing heroin and stuff. They
That's
don't care.
the thing. It's
yeah,
an
but the people who
allegory
know
for
that,
drug use.
even with that, you'll see the precautions and like people doing the best things they can possibly do to not have their buddy get killed in front of them. There's
That's
like
true.
4 scenes of them just standing there and letting the person like hurt themselves instead of pulling the thing off of it. It's just it loses your
No, I get
well,
yeah,
I think that
Revenge
goes
for disbelief.
to. I think that goes to peer pressure, like because they're young or like they're teens still. And I think that just plays into it, like the pressure environment. I think that's why they all jumped into it, like especially the social media aspect of it too, that played into it.
when you have a specific 90-second rule and you don't have someone right there ready to pull it off on the clock when you have the rules there, and we have to watch them break their own rules in order for the plot to continue, that's when I just get frustrated.
Yeah, but like that's a horror movie plot though. Like the
Yeah.
whole point is that it's going to be broken. Like that's
Yeah.
part of the charm.
It's like
And
The Fly.
I
No,
never
no,
once,
no.
never once watching that movie did I actually think I'm like, did I need to suspend my disbelief? It was already suspended because they're teenagers. Like, no offense to my nephew, but like honestly, I could see my nephew doing that dumb shit.
I could, if you've established a 90-second rule, you're gonna have to give me a better reason for why they didn't pull it out in the first place. When this guy's pulling his eye out of his head, they had 3 different scenes where they didn't actually take the time to break it up. You can't just say they're teenagers. You were a teenager once. We wouldn't have done that. Like it's like I know what you're trying to refer to.
Hell yeah, I would.
That applies to this scenario where my specific issue is like you have a rule in mind, you know how it works, but you're making everyone in the room just stand there and watch them kill themselves instead of actually doing something about it. It just I just think they could have wrote those scenes a little bit better to maintain their premise, which was a cool premise.
I agree with what Shield Wall of Dragons we just had popped up there. One of the
the
problem with the one you just had when and it doesn't just apply to horror movies, it applies to any movie, but horror movies tend to fall into this trope a little bit more, it seems, where if the actual plot is progressed by someone not following rules and being stupid about it, that is an automatic way that I will be like, pulled out of the moment.
Exactly. And I don't like the idea that it's a horror movie. It's supposed to go that way. It's like, no, we should judge them based on which ones can actually write a scene that's believable. Instead, I'm watching a bunch of friends watching their little brother get rip his eye out, and no one is pulling a thing out of his head. I don't believe
I don't know,
They
like
all
the
would've got
way
up.
when I saw that
Wait,
scene, I was just
wasn't
more
the
thinking,
point of that like it wasn't even in his hand anymore, right? Because it was
No,
beyond the
no,
90
that
seconds?
was one of like
I'd have to
4
go back and
scenes.
watch it, but-
There's seven. I watched it last night. That's why I'm so like
Gotcha,
sharp on
yeah.
this one.
Is
I
it-
have to go back and
There's
watch that.
several scenes where if you watch, okay, there's so much time here for them to pull it out of their hand or wrap up their hands because they know that they may potentially be reaching for something. It's kind of just like they left the room open for all the crazy scenes that we had, but no one would have let that happen. And I just feel like had they constructed them in a more realistic way, it would have maintained their premise much more.
Right.
So-
but-
Listen, I'm the oldest of 8. I would let my sisters hold on to that longer than scheduled. Okay. So,
I was gonna say, like,
or at least develop the personalities so we could believe, okay, that person would do that. But there wasn't
Yeah.
enough character in the room for us to have, a distinction of who would do what.
So the
Uh,
way I interpreted that entire scene was like, first of all, they were all drinking and they were smoking, so they were, they were intoxicated when it happened. But also, like, it's pretty common for teenagers to just like, if they see something gross or stupid or gnarly happening, to just sit back and watch it and not completely freak out. Like, even when I was in high school, I
Yeah.
remember seeing a lot of that. So I didn't feel like it was necessarily dumbing everyone down or having to force certain things to happen for the plot to progress. It was pretty reflective of how actual teenagers
Yeah,
react
because
in
I
those
agree with
ways.
everything.
like kids know
Yeah.
the rules of the road and shit, but they still get in car accidents.
Speed.
you know,
Right.
like
I
Yeah,
agree with everything you said up to like the 95% point where we're using the fact that it's just like, oh my God, we're drunk, we're having some fun. Everyone knows those moments. But when it gets to the point of extreme where he's literally gouging his eye out and still nobody reacts, like I can understand them pointing and laughing at the dog thing. That's funny. Everybody wants to see those moments. That's like your buddy drunk, like just puking his guts out. Sometimes you're going to laugh, sometimes you're going to help. But when your little brother is ripping his eye out and still nobody helps, that's when I just lose. Like, okay,
Well,
There
I
are
think they were more in
sobering
shock. I think they were more
Yeah.
in shock at that moment, and they didn't know how to
That's
react.
so much.
And
yeah,
also,
and there
people
was
saying
one
help
person
him.
that did come in to save the day, which is
Yeah.
usually how
Sister,
it goes,
right?
wouldn't it be? Like,
But
Yeah.
also, kind of back
Nobody
to what
did anything until the sister came back into the room. It was like shocking that no one would get up and like at least hold him down or something.
Right,
That's
but
all they need,
talking
like a little fix
talking
to
more
make
in like
the
broader
premise.
terms with like what Dark Hour said, like just stupid people doing stupid things. I mean, best horror movies are these cautionary morality tales, like Tales from the Crypt and Friday the
I gotta drink again.
13th. The idea is like, these teenagers aren't just getting killed for no reason. They did something naughty or bad or something they're not supposed to do, and they're suffering the consequences for that. And the idea is like a little kid would see a movie and think like, oh man, I probably shouldn't do what that guy did, But some of these other horror movies are like random dude at the wrong place at the wrong time, and that's not as scary.
I think I can meet you guys halfway where I think they had the built-in premise with the kids and the party to justify those things, but I think they fucked it up at the very last end of each scene.
yeah, but you should, to get an idea of maybe why it was written that way, you guys should listen to the Joe Rogan episode where the directors were on the show, because you would understand these guys are fucking crazy people, so they probably thought this is totally normal.
Alien, right?
one of them got into a very severe car accident.
Right? Yeah,
that-
like for a
that-
gag.
Yeah,
But-
yeah.
But what I was just gonna say, like one of my all-time favorite horror movies is The Descent, and all 4 of those or all 5 of those girls, they're believable. They don't do anything stupid. They
That's
do everything, and it makes you so
Yeah,
much
that
more
was great.
invested in it. And I just, for me, as a diehard horror fan, when you have a good premise like this and you have some characters I'm interested in, and you fuck it up with the execution at the very end, I'm gonna hold them. I'm gonna point my finger harder than most for sure. So I can meet you guys halfway, but for me, I was like, "Fuck, what the hell?" You just ruined
This was a
story.
line that I saw in the
Right.
chat that I
Yes,
agree with.
Predator again.
Predator works because they're all doing smart
Yeah.
things that aren't working.
Yeah,
Like,
but
well,
they're
at the
also
top
like
of your
fucking
script,
trained
don't make your
professionals.
characters,
Imagine if
no?
their job description is, they're like SEALs or whatever, and then they suck at it and they're goofballs. Like, yeah, that would suck. But these are
Also, imagine
teenagers;
if
they're not trained in
Predator-
anything.
Also,
See
imagine
a
if Predator
shield
was
wall.
chasing dumb teenagers. How
Yeah.
good
Right,
that
Well,
would
it
be.
reminds me
I
of
was
the-
over shit and doing nothing. Instead, they
What the
actually
fuck is
took the
that
plan
thing,
and like
dude?
took it seriously.
Well, yeah, I mean, they basically did have that movie. It was called Alien versus Predator, where they had a bunch of dumbass
God,
people
that-
running around.
Fucking movie.
I like that we're still in intros and we haven't even touched.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is kind of like
covering a lot of
the
ground.
People keep showing up.
segment.
Well,
I know.
All right.
this.
So, I mean, Go ahead, Nadia. Go ahead.
I was gonna say it reminded me of It Follows. It Follows execution was better with the teenager premise than this. To me.
Boom! I like this chick. That's a good example.
That's
It Follows is a way better example of this movie. A cool premise with teenagers acting like teenagers, but not being stupid to progress the plot.
Yeah.
These guys were retarded because we needed the scene to continue. That's from saying.
All right, so thank you, Jedi, and of course, well, Movie Cynic. Since you're here, what do you?
Dude,
think
it's my
about the,
turn next, and I've been waiting. Fucking
Okay, good.
Lance,
We thought you were still in the kitchen.
It's because
No, I wasn't. I wrote in the chat. I'm here.
Lance, it's because we're on Talk to Me, so I want to
44
bring up
minutes for this
just
poor man.
something. Cynic, what do you think about the vexed accusations of saying that you look like this man from Talk to Me?
Oh my
Yo,
God.
what? Get the fuck
Yo,
out of
can we
here.
Photoshop blue hair onto him? Let me see.
Oh, Bex sent that to me.
Oh my
She
God.
sent that to me.
Oh my God!
I
that's
was
so
like, I
funny.
was watching this movie. I was like, does Cynic have a little brother in Australia? Like,
Yeah, maybe I do.
Go to the one that says
Yeah.
Joe Bird at the like.
at least you're
They're all
cut,
Joe
yeah.
Bird. Sorry, go to the one that says Adelaide Artist Man. It's like right dead center. Click that one.
We're Adelaide.
That
this
one. Yeah. There we go.
Cynic.
Why the
That's it.
fuck?
Yo, we break out the Photoshop, man. Someone should have.
listen,
you
if
own-
I,
do
if
you
I
own that
put you guys
shirt?
next to each other,
Oh God!
If you
I
own
don't
that shirt,
appreciate
could you
that.
put it on for us?
Oh, that is funny.
That seems
Cynic,
more like a
we-
shirt
we
I would
love
wear.
you, man.
That is hilarious.
Cynic, since you're gonna leave soon, what's your best and worst horror of
We're
2023?
just gonna skip Lance, but he's been waiting.
No,
No,
Lance
yeah,
will be-
no, let
Lance-
Cynic go because he's got to
Lance
go
can-
soon. I'll go
Yeah,
and
Cynic's
put my
gotta dip
spaghetti
soon.
on.
Get it in.
I loved Talk to Me. It was my favorite horror movie of 2023.
Hey,
My
you can say
worst.
several. You can say several that you liked.
Well, I really didn't get to watch a lot. I've been catching up mostly on like a back catalog.
Megan was this year too.
Yeah, you were pumping
Yeah, I
Megan
really
for the
liked-
longest time.
I liked Mithrigan, and Infinity Pool was last year, wasn't it?
no, is this year?
It counts this year, yeah, January.
Oh, I
think.
hated
Yeah.
that movie.
Oh.
So that was my least favorite horror movie of 2023. Was Infinity Pool.
Ooh, nice. You seen the Kinema?
Oh yeah, I watched like the first 30 minutes of that and wanted to just murder myself, so I turned it off. That was the most pretentious.
Watch the
Yeah, I
short
wanted
film
to talk
instead.
to me to myself. Did anyone finish that? That was the most pretentious piece of shit.
Yeah.
It was trash.
I was talking about how the short film Heck was actually very effective, but yeah, 90 minutes of that is a little too much. 3 times too
Oh my
much.
goodness! Yeah, it's just.
Did you watch The
No,
Fall
man.
of the House of Usher?
I did not yet. No.
Okay.
That I have to
Um,
check out.
Yeah, that I
I
absolutely have
like
to.
Mike Flanagan.
I'm
despite
finding
what
him to
Zach
get a bit
says.
pretentious, even though he's definitely doing the long form storytelling better than Zack Snyder's doing.
That's not hard to pull off.
Dude,
That's a
literally,
low
yeah.
bar to
Yeah.
jump
Yeah.
over.
You hurt my
But
brain with them. Like
for
Snyder? How do
me-
we go? Like
I like
What?
Oculus, but the last what was it? The Vampire Show and
I did
Midnight
not like.
Mass.
Oh,
the
Midnight
ending of
Mass.
they're
Midnight
all
Mass
like
was
all of his
ass,
shows are
man.
good, but then the
I
last
love
episode
Midnight
comes
Mass.
along.
Yeah,
and
I
shits
agree
the
with you
bed.
on Midnight Mass.
Let me
Midnight Mass.
just throw this in. Flanagan's biggest weakness is his endings, and part of the
Yeah.
reason I really appreciate House of Usher is it's one of his best endings, in my opinion.
Okay.
In my opinion, and it ties in pretty much everything that you see throughout the season, down to things that you didn't even think they would explain.
Well,
Um,
he's a
so-
Stephen King fanboy. Stephen King can't do a proper ending. He can't do a proper ending. I mean,
Oh, he just did one. That's what I'm saying. Usher.
I mean,
Usher
I
did
know,
one,
but
yeah.
I agree with you, and I like all his stuff except for Midnight Society. I thought that was just
That's the one I
Oh, I
skipped
forgot about that
completely
one.
based on like
Yeah.
word of mouth. Where I'm like, I don't want to.
But Midnight Mass made me re-examine my own like religion and thought of being Catholic and stuff like that. So
Mm.
I
Yeah,
love Midnight
The
Mass.
dialogue and the concepts of debating religion was really
Mhm.
really well done in Midnight Mass. But
Yeah, I mean, like
And then
Midnight
it just yielded to like a zombie apocalypse at the end. So it was just like
That was-
I could
Well,
see
a
the
little
ending
bit of
wasn't
Salem's
particularly
Lot,
great.
a little
I
bit
have
of
never-
influences and stuff. Yeah.
I've never been more disappointed. I love vampires, but it's one of the only times I've been like super disappointed
Yeah.
to see a vampire. Like,
Mhm.
what are you doing? This was
I
fine.
will-
We didn't need a vampire. Go away.
I will say if he is doing the Dark Tower series for Amazon, I think it's in good hands. Finally.
Yeah.
And just to touch on Cynic's pick, I did like the movie Talk to Me me, but the premise is like when I see a broken premise, I'm like, yeah, there goes my rewatchability. But
no,
I
I totally respect that.
Yeah.
No, I understand.
But
it was actually my like film of the year before Godzilla -1.
Boom!
I love that movie. Yeah.
Should we?
Wow.
I mean, so
Godzilla
do we
-1.
count G-1 as?
I mean, it's a monster flick.
It is a
Not
monster
horror,
movie.
no.
Well,
Yeah.
if we're going, if
more of a
that's,
drama
we have to
than a
start the
monster
whole
movie
thing
even.
over if you count that, because that's going to be everybody's favorite.
Yeah.
Well, can I just say something about Talk to Me? Like it's like me and Vex had this little debate, and Cynic
No,
series
you
that
can't.
leads in.
Jay. There you go.
You had your time, Jay.
Well, I didn't like the ending. The first two acts were good, and then the ending was
Rushed.
just drops off. And I thought,
Yeah.
like I said to Vex, I thought it would have been played out better if it had a one demon or one creature in the purgatory or hell, wherever they were in. That would have played out better, and you could have had sequels with that.
Mhm.
But I just felt like that they kind of lost it at the end there.
I think
they-
you're-
You wanted a Freddy Krueger basically in the
No,
movie.
Yeah.
I think they could have played it that way. I think it would have landed better.
I think you're
in my
100%
opinion.
right. Had they cleaned up the last like half an hour instead of like kind of like rushing it, they could have like tightened up the premise, and we'd have a better understanding of the demon, what strings he was pulling, what he wasn't doing, and maybe even continue on to like sequels. Like there was an opportunity there. I look at that movie as like really big missed opportunity. It could have been so much better for what there was in it.
That
I agree.
I
with
would
you.
have liked more.
I did like the ending though. Her getting because I hated her by the end. Like she's got to die. Like just be in the hand.
I would have liked
Yeah,
a little bit
right.
more lore to the hand, like knowing
Yeah.
a little bit more of the history of it, just a tiny bit. I don't need to know everything because I know keeping things a mystery sometimes lands a little bit better. But I would have liked a little bit more on the lore.
I
part.
think Talk to Me is going to be kind of like the next Final Destination. Like we're going to see a lot of sequels and possibly prequels.
I don't think so.
I don't
I
think
don't
you
know.
could.
Uh,
What they were saying, they had
I
the
hope not.
potential. They had the
They
potential,
won't- they
but
won't
they kind
land.
of fucked it up at the ending.
Yeah,
Where
maybe.
it's
Yeah.
not a premise like Final Destination is such
Producers don't care, dude. Godzilla
I think,
comes
I
back.
think Smile
Fraser-
is going to be
Jason
the
always
We're
comes
getting-
back.
Final Destination thing. Smile will
Oh
probably be that.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Smile
Yeah.
2 next year. Yeah. Smile
Exactly.
2.
Yep.
We get an It Follows
good, I
2
haven't
next
seen it.
year too, as well.
I think if you do a sequel to
They
Talk to
follow.
Me, you're going to have the same thing that happened with Blair Witch. It's going to just die out really
Yeah,
bad.
it's
I
gonna be
agree.
trash.
I
They're
don't
gonna
think
Yeah.
it needs a sequel at all.
Yeah.
All
back
right,
in
guys.
back in the 80s and 90s, those are the straight to VHS movies,
Mhm.
not the yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So Cynic's got to drop off, and I'm gonna let you have your say. Do you want to plug anything?
I don't even know what the next video is going to be about yet, so I don't want to plug anything.
All right.
I think we're doing Beast Up tomorrow, and it's
Nice.
going to be a best
Nice.
and worst of, and I think we're going to dual stream it, so you can catch it on Little Platoon's channel or mine. And yeah, I just wanted to pop in and say hi to everyone because
Hey.
I have to be somewhere in a minute. But
No worries,
thanks for
man.
letting me argue. I appreciate it.
Oh, dude, it's my pleasure to have you on. Do you want to give a horror movie recommendation to the chat? Anyone. It doesn't have to be 2023. Just one of your favorite personal horror movies recommendation.
If you're in the chat, you've probably heard me recommend this before. Somebody go watch Pearl if you haven't.
I knew you were
Pearl
gonna
is
say
so
that. I knew it.
good.
Yeah,
Great.
you know, you know.
I know you. I got you. Yes.
Dude,
Pearl's
Pearl-
I
great.
knew you was going to say.
Fantastic.
I was like, it's either going to be X or Pearl. It's going to be one of those two.
Right. Yeah.
Maxine's coming out
Yeah.
soon.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
All right, dude. Well, thank you for coming on, dude. And if we're still on and you want to come back, no worries, dude. Just hop in, hop
Oh,
out.
don't worry. This stream's
whatever.
going to be going for like 7 more hours.
Dude,
Oh.
we've only got like
cool.
2
All right.
sections left, so it's chill. Don't worry,
Oh,
don't
Skip
worry.
the article and go to
Alright,
the
yeah.
tier list then. How about that?
All right, see you,
All right,
Cynic,
that sounds
man.
good.
Bye,
Talk to you later,
Cynic.
Cynic.
All right, bye, guys.
Hey.
Bye. All right. So,
that
Lance,
guy's
are
gone.
you here or are you cooking?
Let Lance cook. Let Lance cook.
Lance.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, we're letting Lance cook. All right. So, I mean, the Variety article, we can do this shit like real quick because it's kind of just the best.
Yeah,
horror
we'll
movies of
get Lance's
2023 rank,
best
boy.
and worst after, like in the middle of this.
Oh yeah. So man, ladies and gentlemen, so they're citing, Saw X, Megan, Sick, The Wrath of Becky. Wrath of Becky was pretty good, but I don't think I'd consider it as horror. Don't know if you guys
I
saw
mean,
that
that's
one.
just a great name for a movie. It's just
It's a
It
sequel
was a
even.
sequel, yeah.
Yeah. So I think Birth Rebirth, has anyone seen that one?
This is still on my to watch list, but I
Yeah.
haven't heard very good things about it.
I've heard mixed.
Kind- Yeah, it kind of butchers the whole motherhood element a lot, like how Husera the Bone Woman did.
Oh, yep.
So it starts off, it has some strong premise, but doesn't really follow through very well. That's what I've heard, but I'm still gonna watch it at some point.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Frankenstein's movie, Frankenstein's monster.
Yeah.
A modern take on it. So, Knock at the Cabin at number 15, ladies and gents. Listen,
Garbage.
oh
I
come
liked it.
on,
It's exactly
liked it.
how the book is written. I'm telling you, it's parallel. So if you enjoy the book, you'll enjoy the movie.
it's
That's my
mid,
friend
but
Nicky
enjoyable.
Amuka Bird on the right in that film.
Wait, really?
But-
Lance
Yeah.
has returned. We could do his.
Yeah,
his
Lance,
best
you can
review.
finally do your worst and best. We got rid of Cynic.
After
No, I
54
know.
minutes.
I'm committed to arranging some spaghetti. So as soon as I've got it in front of me, I'll do that.
Arranging
All right.
spaghetti.
Yeah.
So-
Got it. Okay.
Just chip in.
But I wouldn't consider this movie a horror or a thriller. Even I
I
would
would
just
just call it shit. That's an easy way.
Thank you, Lance.
Nikki on the right was originally supposed to play Cytherea in my film The Journey.
Oh,
But,
no.
I lost her when she did that sci-fi movie with the brothers. I forget the name of it now.
Oh, all right. So,
Yeah.
Knock at the Cabin. I don't know. I think it's mid. I think that it could have been way,
right back.
way better.
yeah.
But yeah, Influencer, ladies and gents. So, you guys
I
like it?
adore this movie. It's you know what it really is like we've gotten like this just like this plethora of like shit female led movies or female directed movies, and this is finally a movie where it puts a female, like both the protagonist and antagonist are female, but they're well put together and they're well crafted, like they work for what they're trying to do. So I think that's why Influencer really fucking stuck with me, because it finally does justice to all this like female garbage that we see coming out of, I guess, mainstream
What's-
Hollywood for the most.
What's up with that
Mm.
chick's face?
Yeah.
Oh,
is
it's
that
a,
birthmark?
Yeah,
like a
she's
birthmark.
birthmark.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
Okay,
born-
I wasn't sure if it was a birthmark or she got like plastered in the face with a baseball bat or something. What's going on there?
It's a birthmark. So
yeah,
the
she was in a
blackening.
Wonderful
Yeah.
Knife as
All right.
well. and
So
she has
I
that.
saw this. I
I
liked
saw
it.
it too. I liked it too.
Yeah.
I legitimately laughed my ass off at the All Lives Matter line. Like,
Yes,
was
I did
like, Oh my
too.
god.
This is campy horror to me. It's fun.
Okay.
It's you don't take it serious. I mean, I know they're probably trying to sell a message, but it was fun from start to finish.
Yeah.
It was just fun.
All right.
It's
all
not
right.
it's not scary. I wouldn't call it scary, honestly. It reminds me a lot of a mix of the scary movies back in the 90s,
Yep.
or early 2000s, spoofy
So,
kind of fun.
Like, yeah, so like what's
Yeah.
it called? The Wayans family genre.
Yeah, but a little bit
basically.
more intelligent on it.
It was
I
when
like-
it was when
yeah.
parody films were still done decent.
Yes.
Is this
Yeah.
similar to they cloned Tyrone? Is that like what you would compare it to?
No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. It's like it's a slasher. It's just a fun slasher.
Oh, it is a
movie.
slasher.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So I'm
Then we got
assuming you.
Yeah, go ahead,
Speaking of
Jedi.
slashers,
I'm assuming you guys separate horror comedies than like traditional horror movies, then, right?
No.
You don't?
I
do,
I
or
look at it horror
is
as an
Shaun- is Shaun of
umbrella,
the-
and it covers a vast majority of
Yeah.
subcategories.
Do you
Look.
consider like Shaun of the Dead horror or comedy?
Yeah,
Yes,
Yeah.
I
I mean,
consider
if
that
we're
horror.
discussing
Both.
horror movies.
it's
Yeah.
2023. These movies can identify with whatever they want to be at this point.
So
Yeah, like if-
anything
See-
that has a horror element, would you consider horror? Then doesn't
I
necessarily.
think
have
So
to be-
prime example with Shaun of the Dead, I think it's funny. My husband
Yeah.
thinks it's terrifying because zombies are not he's terrified of them. So
Mhm.
I think it's subjective to who's watching it.
You know,
of
it
what
should-
you would-
just based on that, it should qualify. I guess you're right. It's good.
I-
Yeah, like
consider-
comedy,
so
yeah,
I look at
comedy or
just-
not. If you're seeing like people's brains fly out of their head, or whatever, anything like that, like you should count it in the horror section. You know?
I
You
use
know,
I use
violence.
the Pokemon typing system of like if it has two types, it's both types. That's the way I look at
I
it.
like that.
So if it's an action comedy, it's an action movie and a comedy. If it's a horror comedy, it's a horror and a
There's
comedy.
also
It's
like action horror, like Green Room and stuff
Yeah.
like
Yes.
that, where it's like, okay, there's like bad guys and they're gonna kill us, but it's like told in a scary way.
What
you
what was
know?
the one where the blind guy also too? That's
Don't
like
Breathe.
Don't breathe.
Yeah, where that's I would
there you
call
go.
that almost like an action horror
There's a-
movie. Until
there's
the
a
weird
term
ending.
for that too. There's a term for that now too. I can't remember.
Survival horror.
No,
or
something.
Survivor horror.
There's Don't Breathe, and there's the other one where the girl's deaf. Is the Flanagan one again?
Hush?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that Touch. Yeah. That was a good one.
Sensory deprivation horror or something like that.
Mm.
What the
There we
fuck?
go.
I
That makes
just call that
sense.
like
That makes sense,
intruder
yeah.
horror, isn't it?
Well, just,
how do you-
this concept
the one
of
with-
like, you know, the cutting off one of your senses and like utilizing.
But how do you
it
do a
on
movie about a
before.
blind person and accurately depict that? That's
see,
like,
we
was it
just
just a blank screen the whole time, just like
no.
ah,
What's
yeah.
we just talked about it. Don't breathe.
Well, so there's two types of, like I was saying earlier, like you have a movie like Hush, where it's just like an innocent woman who's deaf, and she's like being the victim of some crazy murderer.
Yeah,
and then you
she's
got
being
that
stalked,
episode,
basically.
you got that like Santa Claus episode of Tales of the Crypt, where like there's a killer Santa Claus like after her, but she just got done killing her husband, so we know that she's like,
Oh yeah,
a
I know that
evil,
one.
evil bitch. So she kind of deserves to get killed by an
3
axe
shots
murderer.
of
So it's
tequila,
like,
Enzo. 3 shots.
I would
know.
put Hush with almost the Strangers, where there's not really a premise of why they're attacking this couple, but I think that alludes to why it's scary.
Yeah.
Because you could be home
Mm.
alone and just a crazy person decides that they want to be in your house, attack you, or
Yeah.
do something
You'll
to
never
you.
find out why.
Yeah,
I think that's
yeah,
why the
I don't-
Strangers
that's why it
works.
fucked up.
That's,
mean,
I
it's
don't know
like-
if that's necessarily true. Actually.
No, because
that
I
there's
think
pure
horror
films.
encompasses so many different genres. Because horror is a huge umbrella with
Yeah.
like a fucking billion subgenres.
I just
in
think
it, you know?
horror is the bacon of genres. It just goes with anything. Bacon wrapped
Yes. It
shrimp,
does.
bacon cheesburger. Like I just think you
Exactly.
could throw it into
That's
anything.
what I'm saying.
But-
yeah,
Yeah.
look, horror
Yeah,
can't.
yeah.
Whenever you watch a horror movie, like even just think back to say the classics, for example. If you look at The Exorcist, it's not just a horror movie; it's also a drama.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Right?
you can. You're incorporating that in. It's really
Well,
hard.
what would you call
to
what
have
would
a
you call
story that doesn't
Halloween?
have
then? I
dramatic
think
elements,
Halloween
though.
is pretty much just straight up horror.
Halloween is
horror.
horror, but it's a slasher,
More like a
horror.
slasher
subgenre.
thriller.
I think. Well, I
Subgenre.
personally think slasher is a subgenre of horror. That's
Of
me.
horror, yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
That's
so
me
like
too.
then,
But, like-
then if it's a slasher horror movie, you're just saying it's a horror sub
I mean,
horror movie.
you could make the argument that Halloween is also an action movie because of how much
Yeah.
slashing like
I was,
happens.
I was gonna say it's a really complicated conversation because I think one of the
Yeah.
most underrated aspects of Lord of the Rings is the horror elements, the
Same.
Nazgul, the
Dude,
Uruk-hai.
all the
There you go.
Spielberg movies,
But
work
nobody would
because of, like,
call that a horror movie, right?
Yeah, Jurassic Park has like great horror sequences and Jaws and stuff. You know,
That's true.
So it's just I just noticed like no matter what kind of horror movie I'm watching, the horror aspect is always dependent on another genre in order to make it work.
if
Yeah.
this
Any
movie
great
might
film- any
traumatize
great
someone,
film,
it could be
any-
a horror movie.
Yeah. Any great film is going to have aspects of multiple genres.
Oh no,
you-
you're confusing what I'm saying. It's not a matter of like a film having like different genres in it. I'm saying when you look at horror as
Horror
a whole,
pulls.
if there's a movie that's labeled as horror, it's not always just horror because it
Okay,
always
I think I
depends
get what
on
you're
another-
saying. That there's so
Yeah.
many
Mm.
subgenres of horror that you need to almost like. Is that what you're saying? Like it's
Well, no, it's just horror always goes
yeah.
hand in hand with another genre. That's all.
So,
it
for
is.
example, some of the best horror movies ever in history are drama movies that are encompassed in horror. So
There you
that's
go.
Silence of
the
the
best thing
Lambs.
about horror. It's like Silence of the Lambs,
Shining.
The Exorcist, The Shining,
like,
all of that.
yeah,
Like
I
you can
can-
make a pure drama with that incorporates horror elements. but you can't just make a pure horror movie because you're still
There you
gonna
I
have
don't
to
know if
incorporate
that's
some
necessary.
type of
I'm not. I'm
That's
also
what I
not
was just
as
gonna
versed
say.
as You guys.
Yeah, I'm sure
I
you
was just
can.
gonna say American Horror Story, the
Mhm.
series is like a drama with horror in it, like or horror
Yeah,
with a
and
drama
that
in it.
that falls under the Flanagan problem of never knowing how to end it itself either. Like every
They
time
should
that
have
show
ended it
comes to an
after
end,
season 3. That should have been.
well, I
it,
meant
done.
every individual
Yeah.
season.
Yeah.
It's like the penultimate episode is always like the best episode, and then the final episode of that season sucks.
They
Every
always
single
rope
season.
me in every year. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna fucking watch this show ever again. And they rope me in every year with the premise.
I
and then
stopped.
they
I stopped with
disappoint.
that show. I stopped after. I think it was the Apocalypse season. I was like, this. No,
Oh,
no, I
right.
did
This is
1984
where it
or
lost.
whatever.
You're
1984
not
was the
missing
last
much.
season I did.
You're not missing
All
much.
right.
I tried watching the first season and decided it was crap. Because here's
There's
the
a
thing:
couple of seasons that are pretty damn good, and then like
Women-
the rest of them all kind of just nah.
I
I
was
think
so
the thing
just-
is you're trying to speak to it's like a female centric kind of horror series for
Yeah.
the ladies, but that's the thing is women don't really like scary shit for the most part, and that's why American Horror
What the
Story isn't
fuck
really
you
scary.
talking about?
Yeah,
Women love horror, scary shit.
Not
Are you-
actually
that's
scary. It's just like twisted and fucked up and weird, and that's like not really the same. I don't know.
Just yeah.
It's just
Max,
Well, yeah, but the
we're,
thing
we're
ab-
the
the
wrong
thing about
type
Amer-
of women to be on this
Yeah.
panel. because
Yeah,
you guys
women
have
love-
really
the thing
fucked
about
up
American
stuff.
Horror
Just
Stories.
You're
If
watching
our
Talking about
private
the
DMs
normies.
could be
now.
released, it would
So
not
there's
be
two
so-
problems with American Horror Story. Number one, like was the first one I said, where it just seems like the writers can never figure out when to end it. Number two is that it is hamstrung by the fact that it's a television show on FX.
Well,
And
also
it,
Ryan
it
Murphy
does
puts
have
too much of himself
limitations
in
of
it.
what it can get away with.
Ryan Murphy puts too much of himself in it.
That is true as well.
It's too try hard. I really was disappointed with Freak
what's
Show.
their
Try
face?
hard. Try hard.
Freak Show was the one that I was so disappointed with because that's my dream haunted house to build is that era Freak Show, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be so cool. It's total disappointment.
What's her face? Sarah Paulson is also just it's insane how obsessed it's like, dude, she's a lesbian. She's not gonna sleep with you. Stop making her the main character in every single thing you do.
This is pressing me, ladies and gentlemen. So you know what, Lance? It's up to you, Lance.
I was just waiting for you lot to shut the fuck up so I could actually,
damn
my
British people.
crucially important opinions on.
Might I add, we have 4 countries represented on this stream.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, now I'm scared Jedi Brooks. Oh, he's back. Okay, cool. Because he's the only guy.
Jedi Brooks represents Coruscant, so we have 5 countries.
No, he represents Bruce Willis because he's got a cool vest on.
True. All right, so Lance, what's your best and worst horror of 2023?
Well, I'll show you my best right now. Didn't come out this year though, but I did watch it because my friend's son. This is the first horror film he got to see.
Oh, there's Lance.
The fog.
Yeah, this is the
Lance
vinyl
has the
soundtrack
coolest
right
memorabilia,
here.
by the way. Like, you really do. Like, he's always like I do the comic thing, but Lance just has like albums and like pieces of like
so
the set.
pretty.
Well, I'm actually I'm about to ship my They Live poster up to Scotland. It's actually up behind me above the Lego pirate ship, if you can see it.
Oh yeah,
Nice.
Yeah.
And
I have
that's
to break
actually
down that fight
signed
scene.
by it's signed by what's his name, the wrestler who died.
Rowdy Piper.
Yeah, he signed that. He also signed my vinyl They Live album.
That was my dad's drinking buddy. They actually, whenever Rowdy Piper was in Jersey, he used to like go out drinking with my dad.
What the fuck?
Well, that's true.
It's a random thought. It's a random thing about my life.
Well,
So
Lance, that doesn't qualify.
Anyway.
It's not a 2023 movie.
No, but it was the one that I watched in 2023.
Lance
But in
Lance
terms of
gets
just to remind me that good horror films were made once, In terms of the ones off your list, which I've got right here,
Too soon.
I have seen quite a few of them, and I'll just tell you about the ones I really liked. But the most horrific moment for me in what is now a horror film for me was when I watched Return of the Jedi on Christmas Day, and I realized they'd added an extra with Darth Vader when he throws the Emperor down the shaft. They've added that in, and I saw the extended or whatever re-releases at the cinema, and that was not in the film then. So that's another change that they've destroyed my childhood with. That makes that moment so crap now. That was literally a horror moment for me, hearing that scream added to Vader, just to try and justify the crap choices in the prequels, man. What a load of rubbish.
I will accept these. I will accept these offerings from Lance, even though they have no way, shape, or form in 2023. These were both
Give me some 2023, Lance.
Okay, so I saw Megan. Thought that was okay. Kind of a sort of soft Child's Play reboot. I enjoyed it. Definitely not like my best movie or anything, but I thought definitely one of the biggest disappointments was Knock at the Cabin. Over pretentious wank is how I would politely describe it. And Nikki is a good friend of mine, and I'm a big fan of hers, so I was kind of disappointed for her that the film wasn't better. She's done 2 films with that guy now. So the other one on the beach was the one on the beach where everyone's growing old. Old, right?
Old, yeah.
Yeah, she's in that as well. Probably the surprise for me was Influencer. I really liked that film. I kind of it was one of those films I sort of put on while I was working, and I actually had to stop writing the script I was working on because I got engrossed in the movie, which is always a good sign. I agreed with Vex's comments about Influencer. That was a really good sort of modern take on the genre. It's number 14. Yep. But it was a really good horror film for the younger generation. I could see exactly what they were going for there. Vex mentioned earlier, it was kind of, they were trying to bridge that gap and also present a believable horror situation for a modern audience that are very dependent on social media. And I've met people like those people in the film. So the whole thing felt very real and believable for me, anchored by some really good performances from some largely unknown actors, which was
that's actually true.
nice. I thought The Blackening, which is the next one down, I thought that was great fun as well. Really enjoyed that. That was great. I haven't seen the Scream sequel. All the other sequels were enough for me. Fuck that. I've got, life's too short,
I think this is where we left off on the article too.
Yeah, so
I liked actually this as a bookend for the series because of all the issues happening with 7 right now. This is perfect. It's perfect to end it and maybe take a couple years off and then continue.
I like the first movie, and I'm just happy to leave it there. Bit like Halloween.
Yeah, me too.
I like Scream 1. I love Scream 2. It's my favorite, one of my favorite sequels. Scream 3, enjoyable, but I understand that the script was changed because of recent events at the time. Of course, Scream 4 is a good return to form. Scream 5 is utter dog shit that shouldn't have been made. Scream 6 is kind of a return to form with one of the dumbest reveals at the end that just makes no sense in context of the entire movie. And I'm glad that Scream 7 is dead completely.
Okay, well, I've got nothing else to say about Scream. The big surprise for me, and the one I really liked, even though the movie is a proper headfuck, is No One Will Save You.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like watching an episode of The Twilight Zone, the best kind of episode.
That's exactly what I said. Yeah.
Yeah, and I thought the first, the first 45 minutes to an hour of it are really good, really gripping. Then it kind of, you kind of hit that moment where you're like, what's going on? I'm really confused. What's happening? And it's a bit like when I watched that David Lynch movie, the one, Mulholland Drive. I went to see that at the cinema with a friend of mine, and we about halfway through the movie, we both looked at each other and were like, what's going on? I'm completely confused. And I got to the same sort of moment with it at the end, and I guess it's kind of the message I took away from the film is we're kind of like the fish in the aquarium, and the aliens are looking at these people through. They've given them an aquarium to live in, kind of thing.
Yeah, basically.
That's my take on it at the end of the movie.
Right.
It was a really weird film, but at least it was original. At least it was different. And the actress really committed. What an amazing performance from Caitlin Dever. So that I think overall that one's probably of the new films, that's the standout for me. Keeping in mind I haven't seen Thanksgiving. I've watched half of Infinity Ball. Yeah. I did see Beau is Afraid. That's a very strange film. Less of a horror movie for me, just a strange film.
What do you think of it as a comedy, though? Do you think it was funny?
Yeah, I was kind of.
Or is that just me?
It was kind of dark and weird, and it's a bit like looking through Dark Hour's comic collection. There's some laughs in there, but you got to search hard.
It's Anxiety, the movie.
So yeah, it was all right. It was all right. I'm sort of a bit. I probably need to watch it again, but just not sure I can be asked. I haven't seen Talk to Me, and you guys have all put me off it now.
So,
I liked it. I liked it.
It's pretty good.
You know what, Lance? Here, let me sell it to you a little bit. You know how Influencer does a good job of bridging the gap?
Yeah.
Talk to Me does the same thing, except with the possession genre.
Okay, well, I might give it a go.
Let me tell you, Lance, it's like Sixth Sense, but worse.
I think it's worth a watch, entertainment wise, but I think it's stupid if you really think about it. Like the rules, it's broken from the very beginning. As soon as
I don't like films that break the rules of their own reality. Just ask Pierce Brosnan about the iceberg incident in the James Bond series. But when films do that, I kind of get really annoyed, especially being a script writer and sort of understanding, those kind of rules are generally not rules you're supposed to break. Unless
it means someone
just
gave up. It means someone just gave up and got lazy.
Yeah,
they wanted this scene and they weren't willing to work for it. And I look at that and I'm like, come on, you got lazy.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, guys,
that's it for me, really.
All right, nice. So let's finish this variety article so we can go to the tier list, or else Vex will, rip my head off.
I'm not even being harsh. I'm just gentle reminders.
Vex is
my
like,
friend.
I was promised tier
A
lists.
tier list.
And
Don't worry. We're only an hour and 15 into the stream, man. We're still pretty
actually,
early.
considering all the information that's been thrown out, in
Yeah, we
this
did cover a
stream,
lot. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like, this is actually
Alright,
a pretty efficient on time.
Has anyone seen Brooklyn 45? I haven't even
No.
Never
heard
even
of this.
heard
No.
of this movie.
Never
Nope.
heard of it.
All right, so no one will save you. Number 10. All right.
Yeah.
think
I
so.
have
one
not
that
seen this
is
movie
bad.
because I have a fear of aliens. So
What?
yes,
That's a pretty
I
weird fear.
I know. I
Specifically?
get it all the
Honestly,
time.
hers
And they're
makes more
coming
sense
soon,
than
so you're
Andrew.
going to get to realize that fear real close when
I
they
know.
No,
arrive.
they're not showing up. They keep passing
I
over
s-
every
No, they're
every.
coming.
They're already
Lance-
here serving in
Lance-
Congress.
I swear to you, last night while my husband and I were driving home, we saw a UFO and we both looked at each other and said, let's not acknowledge this so that both the FBI and the aliens don't show up at our door.
Yeah, sorry, that was me. I got a bit pissed and I took it out for a ride last night.
So
Kind
fun
of went off
fact about
course a
me.
bit. Middle America. Sorry about that.
This movie is really good for the first, like Lance and Vex said, for the first hour. It's very
Two-thirds, yeah.
intense. The acting's done really well. You're invested, and then it just falls flat right
You-
away. You're just like,
The conclusion.
what the hell?
My
Yeah.
my question
Yeah.
is, are the aliens like gray people aliens?
Yeah, it's
Yes.
your pretty
All
standard.
right, I'm out. I'm out.
alien,
I'm out.
yeah.
No,
So
no, no.
fun-
It's,
fun
They
fact
got the
about
little
me,
guys
by the
as
way.
well. The little guys are in it too, aren't they? You see
Greys.
two different
Yeah.
types.
I just want to
I-
throw this one out
I have
there.
never
See three
seen an
different types.
actual alien either because of this.
There's the grey ones, there's the Vex ones, and I forget the other type.
The Anunnaki.
So,
There
so I
was-
just
there
want to
was
throw
a
this one out there,
normal-
by the way. When I was in college, I went to school for my degree is in international relations because I'm an idiot, and I also almost had enough credits.
I was going
to,
to say that didn't work very well, did it?
No. So I also had a bunch of credits in astronomy because I loved space. So I just took a lot of astronomy electives. I considered double majoring and then declaring that I had a degree in interstellar politics or interstellar relations. So that
What
way when
the
the aliens touch down, I'd be the only person on the planet who was qualified to deal with them.
Is your game plan?
Yeah, I was talked out of it though.
dude, just join
Dude,
the Men
I-
in
I-
Black, bro.
No, I can't even watch Mars Attacks. Mars Attacks. So
Oh, come on, man.
I'm not kidding.
Oh,
That is how deep this fear goes. I cannot do
Okay.
it.
Yeah, you know what? I
I hope you
watched.
get abducted.
Check out Fire in the Sky.
Thanks.
That'll freak
Oh
you
my
out.
god, the fire in
Yeah,
the sky.
Fire in the Sky
Terrify
is
her
great.
forever. Oh my
I
god.
think-
Communion. Communion, if you want to
Oddly
go
enough-
for an alien probe.
Oddly enough, that movie is scary because it's like actually a lot of alien movies don't do abduction well. That
E.T.
one does it really well.
I
E.T.
think I
was
saw a
great.
third encounter of the close kind.
Yeah,
Too
Nadia,
young.
you've never seen Fire in the Sky, I'm guessing.
No.
That has probably the most terrifying abduction sequence you'll
Because
ever
Fire in the
see.
Sky is based on a true
Actually, well
story.
done. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. Vex, what were you gonna say, man?
No, I was just gonna say I watched. I don't have a fear of aliens, and I watched No One Will Save You at about midnight a couple nights ago, and my cat got scared of the movie and hid under the bed.
What
so,
a pussy.
Dude, so Nadia, no one will save you is the gray aliens, but
can't do it.
I can't even explain. They're so I mean, you have some
No, it
aliens
is
that
the-
are
it
the
is the
size of
gray
like
alien.
5 stories. They're 5 stories tall gray aliens. Some
Pass.
of them. So yeah,
so
kind
Pass.
of freaky.
the designs are all based off of 1940s and 50s alien abduction reports. So that should
I-
give you an idea of what all of them look like.
And
I
Vex.
Yes, you did.
Third encounters of the yeah, actually, I think she
That-
did say that.
that's-
I let
that's-
it go.
Or whatever.
It's close
I for-
encounters
Thank
of the
you.
third.
Thank you. Whatever.
But,
I thought way too young as a kid. Probably this is where it probably came from.
You know, you mentioned Fire in the Sky. You know, those guys came clean and they admitted they made it all up a few years
No,
ago.
no. They didn't admit that they made it all up.
No, they
actually.
did, man. Do your research. I fucking know
What?
this shit backwards. they came forward and they admitted they fessed up that they made it all up.
Really?
I live in Alien
Lance is mad
County,
that we skipped
so-
him.
We also
Lance
I know,
is throwing fire at the sky right now. He's like,
I
yeah,
know for a
let's go."
fact that the Fire in the Sky guy who made the
Travis
initial
Walton.
claim said that the movie was not really accurate to what he had
Accurate.
said had happened.
So wait, is Travis Walton you're referring to, Lance?
Yeah.
Vex, should I do Fire in the Sky as a
That's
first
where he
watch?
claimed.
No, you're
Yes.
actually gonna piss yourself. No.
Just
Yeah,
do
you know what?
sign.
No,
Yeah.
I'll
Fire
tell
in
you
the
what,
Sky.
I'll join you. I will join you for that one. I just want
Okay.
to see that live with you.
Fire in the Sky is
Yeah.
kind of like
That's like telling
messes with your
uninspired reviewer
mind.
to watch
It's a psychological thing.
Ooh,
I
well,
love
I'm gonna watch.
arachnophobia, and I'm an arachnophobic. I
Listen,
love that.
I'm gonna watch Vermins next week, so fucking hell,
I
man.
ca-
I'm,
I
I'm,
can't do
I'm
Arachnophobia.
Nine.
Ironically enough, do you know who one of the main producers of that movie was?
your dad.
Joe Rogan.
Kathleen Kennedy.
Oh yeah.
No way.
Yeah,
No, I don't want to see it now.
I believe it.
All right. So have you guys seen Deliver Us?
Nope.
No.
I don't think I have. In My Mother's Skin.
Nope.
No.
I heard about this.
No.
That
though.
picture's
Alright.
fantastic.
Oh, dude, I've heard good things about this movie, but I've heard bad things too. So I don't know, but it seems interesting. Thanksgiving.
Me and Mother finally watched this
Great.
last night. It was good.
great.
Fucking
Me and
fantastic.
Mother.
Great.
Yeah.
I need to check this one out.
I like to
I'm
watch. I
inspired.
like to
You
watch
said
the most
nothing but
fucked
good
up shit I
things.
could think of with Mom. You know, she
No,
loves.
just the way you said
Enzo,
it
is your
was
surname
very-
Bates?
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
Right. It was
Yeah.
very.
I call her Mother all the time, and everyone gets a kick out of it.
Norman Bates.
And-
Norman
and Joe
Bates.
Bates.
She hates it when I call her Mother. She's like stop calling me that.
Yeah,
You have a much
Thanksgiving is
better
fucking
relationship with your mother than
fantastic.
I have with mine. My mother, I'm just like, what the
Like,
hell are you
oh,
doing
Mother.
here?
We
I'm
watched
so thankful
Mother
that
with
Eli
Jennifer
Roth
Lawrence
was
on
actually
Mother's
good.
Day one year. That was awesome.
Dude, so Thanksgiving, I think it deserves a higher place on the list for sure. I think this should be in like top 5 of the year.
I was very
Absolutely.
surprised by this. I don't like Eli Roth, but this was very good.
Yeah.
Eli
was
Roth is
very-
a fucking hack writer and director,
Yeah.
in
Yeah,
my opinion.
exactly.
He's the Zack Snyder of the horror genre to me.
Is
Oh,
he
yeah.
the one who did like Hostile
Yeah, he did Hostel
Torture
1,
porn.
2.
the torture porn phenomenon. Then he was
Mhm.
definitely a big part of
Green
that.
Inferno.
Oh, yeah,
I
Green
think-
Yeah, the
Inferno,
torture
too.
porn, like the torture porn of like the mid
They
to
damaged
late
horror, in my
2000s.
opinion.
Oh my god, that was really what made me not interested in the genre and going forward for the rest of my life.
Nothing
'Cause
damaged the horror genre more than torture porn era. I think.
Yeah.
Agreed.
It just turned people off so much, and it's just like
he
this is what horror is.
I liked his is it
I like
Planet Terror? Did he do Planet? No, that's
No,
Rodriguez.
that's
That was-
Robert Rodriguez.
that
He
was
only
Robert
did- he did,
Rodriguez, yeah.
And Quentin Tarantino. Didn't
Yeah.
he add?
Death
oh,
Proof
no, no.
was
He did
no,
a
he
Thanksgiving
did
was
trailer.
a trailer.
Thanksgiving trailer. That's what
Right,
it was.
yes.
It's been
No,
so
no,
long.
he
since
didn't
I've
even do
seen it.
the Thanksgiving trailer. Edgar Wright did the Thanksgiving
No,
trailer.
Edgar Wright was their movie was called Don't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
no,
it was
I
like,
remember.
don't
Yeah.
you want to go in that door? Don't you want
Uh-huh.
to whatever the hell.
Yeah, so
Hope-
Grindhouse, man, Grindhouse.
Like
It's
weirdo.
spawned Machete,
Is this
it's
like your
spawned-
Terrifier comment yesterday? Correct.
Dude, Terrifier is Terrifier is too long for its own good. But
Don't
it's a
talk
great
about
movie.
it. Next, there. Don't.
Terrifier 2, bro. The
All right,
bedroom
all right.
scene.
So Evil
Is nobody
Dead
talking about that
Rise.
this year? Why is no one bringing that up? Terrifier
Just-
this year.
Well, Terrifier wasn't last year. That's why.
Oh, all right, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
3 is
yeah.
next year.
All right, so we got Evil Dead Rise. Fucking
This was
fantastic.
higher. This was
I
just
loved
on
it.
the list.
one
Yeah.
of the most beautiful title cards I have seen all year
Yeah.
round.
Yeah.
Mhm. It's fucking great, man.
And-
I wish
and-
that this was higher.
And I'm loving this one and the past remake one. Like
Yep.
how much blood is in the finale.
Oh,
like
yeah.
Yeah.
you
Great
know?
final girl. That's how you do a remake, not of this shitty stuff that's been coming out.
Yeah, I
lately.
mean, I was talking to Vex about this last night. This one actually adds cool one-liners that she develops herself, which is
Yep.
great. You're not reusing. Oh, groovy. It's like, come on, man. Fuck
This,
yeah.
I love groovy.
Yeah.
For,
Yeah,
a-
but
for
it's
But
a
that's
reboot.
Ash's thing. That's I'm talking even with the remake that came out a couple years ago, where
Fede
we now
Alvarez's
have
movie.
that was great too. That's how you do a remake, where you kind of set a different tone and a different storyline. You don't do the groovy thing because that's always going to be Campbell's stuff. This,
Mhm.
I don't think
I agree
anybody
with that.
should
Yeah,
be able
don't
bring
try to recapture the glory of previous.
Just do your own thing, and it turned out great. And this is great too.
One thing-
It's like
that-
anytime they reuse a line from one of the original 2 Terminator films in like these horrible remakes or horrible reboots,
Or in the Terminator
it never
sequels.
works.
The other
Yeah.
Terminator.
That's what I'm talking about. Like they're reboot, sequel, whatever the hell they are.
I need a
Every time.
You
vacation.
want to live.
Yeah, one
the
of the
worst
things
one was Linda Hamilton, like saying "I'll be back" when they did that in Dark Fate. That was just
I refuse to watch Dark Fate. Once you
Yeah.
get like the first 30 seconds just kills the rest of the movie. So it's like,
Yeah.
I have never seen any Terminator movies.
you
wow.
must leave this stream right now.
No, on like,
watch the first
watch
two.
Terminator
It's
1,
great.
watch Terminator 2, and then pretend it ended there. Just
Okay.
ignore
You
Yeah,
know,
the
yeah.
I kinda,
You'll
I think
genuinely enjoy them. Like, don't judge it by the name.
Hold on.
Okay.
hold on. So
part
add-
three kind
yeah.
of redeems itself at the end with the
No,
whole
no, no.
world getting
You
Bro,
engulfed
I
in
will
nuclear
watch-
fire.
Throw my pizza at you. No. 1 and 2. The rest don't exist.
Yes.
I agree.
Okay. So
They're
it's kind of like
fine.
Indiana Jones, 1, 2, and 3. That's about it.
You just
Yeah.
do the thing. It's like
Exactly like that.
Alien 1 and 2. And
Yeah.
I mean, Terminator
I like-
1 is considered like by many
horror.
to be
It's
a
a slasher
horror
film.
movie.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
slasher flick, yeah.
Yeah.
legit.
Okay.
Terminator 1 is probably one of my favorite slasher
Terminator
films.
2 is
It's
hard
so
action. Terminator
it's
3
a
is a
te-
comedy.
Yeah.
It's like goofy.
Yeah. All right, Vex.
Hold
Go
on.
ahead. Go ahead.
Just to add in, watch Terminator Salvation only because Christian Bale had that really famous freak out behind
Yeah.
the scenes.
Well, you just have to watch the freak out. That's all.
Yeah,
You don't
just
need to
watch
watch
the
the
freak
movie.
out. You don't need to
No,
put
no, no,
yourself
you
through
did
the
the
movie.
context. You did the context.
All right.
Okay, in fairness,
My next-
as a huge Terminator fan, I think there was some legitimately good ideas behind Salvation. They just
Okay.
fucking piss poor like way of
Alright.
doing it. There was some
My next
actual
one
good
is-
ideas there.
My next one's Tombstone, so I'll put it right after Tombstone.
Oh,
All
back
right.
to Evil Dead though. One thing that the new one had
Tombstone's
over
great.
the first Evil Dead remake, I had a huge problem with like everyone wearing Darth Maul contacts. And this one, the contact lenses were great. Like
Fucking
the evil
phenomenal.
eyes looked awesome. It was very cool.
I think
good stuff.
everything looked really good in Evil Dead Rise, especially the layout of the apartment, the fact that it's one location, but it's in a they give you contextual things why they can't call anyone. I do think that the neighbors were kind of just there for cannon fodder, as they would say. But hey, at least they died in cool ways.
I was
I will say.
Go ahead. I
No,
was
I was gonna
expecting
say-
this movie to be like kind of like the Raid 2, but with Deadites. The whole or Dread, like the whole high-rise building gets overtaken by Deadites. But I wasn't really let down with the fact that it just kind of centers in on one room on one floor. I was like, okay, that's
It
kinda
knows
better,
what it
huh?
wants to be. That's why
It's
this
not
movie
a
is really good.
sequel.
Yeah,
Nadia, what would you want to say before?
Sorry, it's not a sequel or a remake. It's just a story in the universe. And the only thing I wanted to say was that cheese grater was definitely hyped up more than what it turned out to be.
Oh
See,
yeah, one scene.
yeah,
No,
I
that-
All right,
think
so-
they marketed.
cringe. That actually made me physically fucking cringe
Yeah.
that scene. So that was well worth it in my opinion.
So
And I added
I've
Judge
got,
Dredd to the list.
Nice. So I've got the useless for this stream person that says that he needs to leave. So
Yeah,
Dark
unfortunately,
Hour,
I have
man.
to go to a physical therapy appointment. So,
Oh.
Aw.
yes, it was fun being almost entirely useless. I feel like I contributed more than I expected, but obviously, anything that I'm gonna say that I'm gonna be doing, Uninspired's doing as well this week.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, except for your reviews, man. What you got coming
Yeah,
up?
I have my Aquaman review, though I don't expect much to come from it because I feel like that hype died immediately. But I still have some things I want to say about the movie, so I'm going to release that. I have the Iron Claw coming out shortly after that, and then that's pretty much it for the rest of the year. And we have Kevin Altieri tomorrow. You'll probably talk about that in greater
Saturday, yeah.
detail. Yeah, sorry, Saturday. For some reason, it feels like a Friday to me.
It does.
You know what it is? When you're unemployed, every day is a Friday. Or
You're not
Saturday.
unemployed. It's called fun employed.
Unemployed.
Ooh.
There.
But yeah, of course,
Don't say that to his
everybody
wife.
here I've
Don't
streamed
tell his
with
wife,
at some
it's fine.
point other than Nadia. It was great to meet you. We'll definitely get you into the fold on the Uninspired Hour. Enzo,
so.
Lance, Jedi Brooks, Jay. I've streamed with
Just
Nvex. I've streamed with all
hit
you
me
guys before. I'll see you guys some of you guys probably tomorrow on BSUP. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
gonna
dude.
head out.
All right,
I'll
dude.
It was
Okay.
nice
See you, man.
meeting you. Bye.
Take care,
Yeah,
man.
later.
Hey, Raz.
Bro.
All right. So we got rid of the useless man. There he is. We love you,
I'm
Dark
still
Hour.
waiting for his Star Wars Lego gift to arrive at my house for Christmas. What's up
Maybe.
with that?
So
He said he
Infinity
would buy me
Pool.
the Mos Eisley spaceport set. So
The Mos Eisley one. Nice.
yeah,
So
the big one.
Infinity Pool. I would have ranked Thanksgiving above Infinity Pool. Just because I think Infinity Pool is okay, but
I
yeah.
just can't do Cronenberg. I can't. So it's
I'm only
weird.
halfway in on Infinity Pool.
I can do Evil Dead body kind of gore. I can't do Cronenberg body gore for some reason. Maybe because it's more realistic in a I don't know. Or just
that-
weirder in a way.
Have you seen The Fly? You seen
I
The
love
Fly?
The Fly. The Fly is
The
great.
Fly, I could eat
Well, that's
breakfast
only
with
one
the
I can
Fly. I
do.
don't think the fly is gross at all. Like that doesn't like.
Yeah.
You know what got me? Actually, talk to me. The kid banging his face, like those type of scenes. Him banging his head when he's already injured. Like that's like I can't even like look at that. That was
I think
pretty rough.
it's because Cronenberg's, both of them do more of a pustule gore, body gore.
Body horror,
yeah, where it's not like Evil Dead, where it's all cool kills and a lot of blood and stuff. It's more, I don't know, pus and grossness. I just
more
can't
visceral and grounded.
Body horror, like The Fly and these movies where you're mutating or even becoming a werewolf movies, like it reminds you of like cancer. Your body's doing something you don't want it to do, like. And that's why body horror is like kind of instinctive.
It's him, isn't it?
Cynic again.
Oh, thank you,
Put that on
actually,
Twitter.
Andrew, for doing this. Actually,
you guys
Andrew,
need to make
you're
this
the fucking
thing
go.
like. Seriously, I was watching the movie like, who the fuck does this kid look like? I've seen this kid's face. Like, he looks like someone. And when you said, I'm like, oh my god, perfect. I'm sorry,
Thank you,
Cynic.
Andrew.
Like,
you,
that's
Andrew.
like your little brother.
Me, please.
That looks like his little brother. Like they're in the same house for sure.
I'm telling you, if you put this right
Body
next to
horror.
the actual photo of Cynic, because I know he's posted one recently.
Oh man,
1 for 1, it's the same person.
His fucking profile, like that's they look so similar. Like you nailed it.
Oh god, this fucking
Is
fantastic.
the end near?
Don't let that joke die. Well done, Andrew.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Andrew.
Well
Oh,
done.
God. That was
Well, going
fucking
back to
fantastic.
Cronenberg, so you're talking like Crash, like that old 90, what was it,
I like
96,
Crash.
97 movie? Yeah. Is that what you're talking about, Nadia? Like that kind of body?
What's the one that came out? Not Infinity Pool, but it came out recently, the year before.
Possessor.
No, it has.
No. It's the one
what's
with
his
the
face
his
from
ear
Lord of the
falling
Rings
all
in
right
it,
on the
and he's got like all
on the
his.
picture.
I can't remember. Hold on 1 second. Let me look it up.
Check out Crash. you all
Crash was cool. Holly Hunter.
What do you guys
Yeah.
think of Bo is Afraid? Did any
Oh,
of you guys
Crimes
watch
of
it?
the Future. That's what.
Yeah,
it
there
was.
it is. Crimes of the Future.
That turned me off completely too. I
Yeah,
hated
that-
that.
Not
I was
Uh,
disappointed with that one for sure.
The Brood too, the older stuff, like his dad just can't do. I mean, I can do The Fly because I grew up with stuff like that, but Scanners, it's something about it being more, I hate to say it, like pustule type
Yeah.
of stuff.
What about-
Scanners is cool.
Yeah, I like Sanders. What about Existenz? You ever see that one?
No,
Oh,
That's
no.
cool. That one got all of its thunder taken away from The Matrix because it's very similar. It came out in '99. But another really good ones that Cronenberg did were his two horror action movies. Was it Eastern Promises and History of Violence? Those movies rock.
Oh, I love
Eastern
History of Violence.
Promises.
That's great.
Yeah.
Eastern
Those are
Promises, the end fight scene is one of the best fight scenes I
Yeah.
think ever filmed. I think it's
Naked-
so
naked
fucking underrated.
Vigo.
He's just
think it's-
flinging around like he doesn't care.
Weird body modification type thing. This just turns me off.
Yeah.
Body horror. Yeah. So have you
But
seen
it's
the,
weird. I
the
can do Evil
Sadness?
Dead. I can do very gory stuff. It's just I can't do pustules gory
So
stuff.
so can
I
you
don't
do
know.
the Sadness? Have you seen that one? 2022.
She can't do the sadness.
I
don't-
bet you
not-
the Sadness. I'm someone who watches a lot of gore, like
Mhm.
real life gore and movie gore, and the Sadness almost made me throw up. That
There's
shit
literal
was
skull fucking in that
nasty.
movie.
Oh wait,
Literally.
I've seen this. Nah, I didn't bother me.
Okay, cool.
No. All right. So Bo's
looking at
Afraid. What do you guys think of it in the list? Think it's
Haven't
where it
seen it.
deserves to be?
I haven't seen it.
There you go.
I see Ari Aster's Midsummer and I just roll my eyes. I'm assuming it's I can't with that man. I just can't do it.
It's
it-
extremely. The guy's got
I
a
don't know.
fucked up family. That is the running theme with all of his movies. His
Mhm.
family is messed
Mm.
up, dude. I don't know
Family
what's going
sucks.
on.
Is it a
basically.
pretentious mess though, or is it a little bit more like
It is very
Reasonable.
pretentious and long, but the thing is, I'm so twisted. I was laughing my ass off like in the first 15 minutes. You see outside of Bo, like Bo is basically anxiety ridden, living in his little apartment. But then we cut out to the city, and the city is it's like a hellhole, dude.
Bustling.
Like there's like homeless people everywhere, and they're over the top, like crazy people just like running
Yeah, yeah.
around. It has to be seen to be believed.
Vex, what's up?
No, I just wanted to point out is Bo's Afraid, because I thought Midsummer was garbage. Loved Hereditary.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you.
same.
Is this
Yeah,
at
not
least
a fan.
objectively better than Midsummer, or is this you can't
Midsommar.
compare?
It is better.
because Midsummer blew its load at the beginning, whereas this movie does the opposite. Like as crazy it is in the beginning, it gets crazier and crazier. And yeah, the end is kind of like a puzzle, and you might not like it, you might love it.
I'll go one step further. Midsummer is fucking stupid as hell. It's
It
stupid
is,
all the
yeah.
way throughout.
Yeah,
It's one of my most hated movies. And
Right.
it sounds shocking, but I've gone through that movie with like a fine tooth comb and I
I saw Yeah,
I love Hereditary, but Midsummer, I don't know what he was thinking with that.
Hereditary and Midsummer, I both thought were like okay on the first viewing. And then the second time I watched Hereditary, I realized it's like one of the best horror movies of the 21st century. And then I watched Midsummer a second time, and I was like, yeah, it's not great.
Fuck.
A lot of
so Beau's Afraid sucks ass basically.
Yeah,
When Evil Lurks,
I think this one was probably. I didn't want to talk about it again. Yeah, I didn't want to talk about this because Nadia already brought it up. But this I know me, Vex, and Uninspired raved about this one.
Should be number 1.
Yeah, it should be number 1, but number 2 is Talk to Me. So all right.
Thanksgiving should be above Talk to Me. No shit.
And number 1 is Skinnamarink.
You guys, everyone, you know what's funny? I downloaded this one and Talk to Me. I watched Talk to Me, and then I was excited to watch this, and everyone just shat on this one. This movie's
garbage. It's so boring.
Like I said, watch Heck, the short film on YouTube, and you'll get the same. It's way creepier.
Skinnamarink is Thanksgiving, and the last one you mentioned, I'll check out. But if this is shit, then I'll skip it.
Skinnamarink is trash because if you're familiar with the ARG alternate reality stuff on YouTube, if you're similar with the people that do, like for example, you've got Wendigoon. His channel, he covers a lot of YouTuber made stuff, analog horror. Dude, Vex, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm looking at this fucking edit. I'm sitting in a...
What?
Was I the only one when I looked up this movie? I thought the title said Skid Mark. Was that?
I did too.
Yeah. Okay, good to know, Nadia. Glad I was not alone on that.
Yeah, I did.
It's like Skid Mark. What's this about?
Skinnamarink sucks ass, man. I think it's pretentious, absolute dog shit. I think that you have better value in watching a YouTube ARG series that one person did than this absolute nonsense. And I don't even understand why people even went to watch this at the cinema. I genuinely don't think that it's horror at all. It's just pretentious garbage.
You can watch this movie at quadruple speed.
It surprised me it is number 1 on this list because this is definitely not even a normie horror movie. This is not something that normies would be going to the theaters to see at all. So I'm very surprised they put it as number 1.
I just want to add this since I disagree vastly. Like I haven't seen this movie, but based on your take, I think the number 1 thing in horror this year is Usher. So from someone that's not named Brooks or Vex, I would like to know their opinion on Usher. Like someone neutral.
I mean, Fall of the House of the Usher.
Fall of House of Usher is my favorite.
I loved
thing
it.
in horror this movie this year.
For TV, yes, I would say. I mean, From to me is might be a little bit higher than it, but for TV, yes.
From is a bit more mainstream.
What do you think, Lance?
Well, it's got someone I know in it. Tania Miller, who's the black actress with the bald shaved head.
Oh, I love her. She's great in all of Flanagan's work. She's always great.
Yeah, she's a very talented actress. Who I met her about 8 years ago now. I'm kind of a fan of the original movie. They changed the story quite a bit, but I think the modern story worked.
I heard they
really
adapted a lot of different. They changed a lot of things in it
because he did. What was the series he did before this?
Midnight Mass.
Midnight Club was after Midnight Mass.
Midnight Society.
Midnight Society.
No, there was they did House on Haunted Hill, right, or something.
So it's Hill House, Bly,
Hill House,
and
right? Then they did a
Mass.
second. Then they did a second.
Midnight Mass would have been third. Oh, the Haunting of Bly Manor is second, I think.
Bly Manor, right? I thought Bly Manor was proper crap.
Oh, jeez.
I
said that at the beginning. That I think Bly Manor is one of the most misunderstood shows.
I agree with
you. Well, the fact that I could tell everything that was going on in the first episode for me really suggests that it's not good. And I was right about everything.
I watched The Innocents, which it was adapted from, so it kind of ruined my first interpretation of my first watch of Bly. Like, okay, I kind of know what's going to go on, so I didn't like it at first. I rewatched it after hearing a few discussions on it and really took it in. I think it's one of the best ghost stories ever done. I understand people who think it's boring and shit. I challenge them to rewatch it one day and like reconsider that. It's really
okay. Well, challenge accepted. I just rewatched it. I still think it's crap. So, I watched it so fast, man. I used my time machine. It was very effective.
I disagree, but
lent it to me. No, I like House of Usher. I agree. It's a good show. And actually, there's a few. if you're talking TV shows as well, there's a few others that we should include that I think would also come under the horror category. So you probably got a few others you want to chuck in there.
This is
Yeah,
beautiful.
the horror of Dolores Roach is really good.
Thank you,
on
Andrew.
Amazon. That's another show that's came out this year. That was really good horror.
The horror of
Talking about-
Dolores Roach. That's what
Yeah.
his name.
Hmm.
I was talking backstage how I watched a movie called Slaughterhouse about a killer sloth
Yes.
at a sorority house killing sorority girls, and
That one's fun.
it was fun. I actually enjoyed it.
It
Season
is.
5 of What We Do in the Shadows, vampire show.
Mhm.
Oh yeah,
Stop
season 6 is
showing
gonna
it,
be the
please.
last
I
one.
know.
I mean, would you consider You a horror drama?
No, I think it's more like serial killer.
That's thriller. More
That's
thriller.
Yeah, thriller.
Yeah.
There was a time when people would call serial killers a horrible
Oh.
thing, but I guess we've moved on. They're
Well,
very
no,
normal now.
the reason
Normalized.
why, but like you is just more like it's like
you
it's
watch
this guy's
Dahmer?
obsession. But like if you look at Dahmer, I'd say Dahmer is horror and thriller.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And drama. If you
I think that's
actually
just because of
do.
how well executed it was, but not
it's in the execution.
but I wouldn't say Dexter is horror. You
No,
know?
I wouldn't say Dexter's horror.
Yeah,
either.
but I think Dahmer was so well executed, and the performance that guy did was just like.
I think
Did any
Dexter's
of
more
you
of a
see
thriller.
Did
Evan
any of you
Peters.
see the Cronenberg miniseries version of Dead Ringers?
No.
no,
Yeah.
he made
Oh
one.
no.
Yeah, that was out this year with Rachel Weisz.
Women, it's 2 women, right? And
Yeah. Like a
No.
6-parter or
So
something.
they changed the doctor's genders basically.
Yeah. I just
Oh.
wondered if anyone saw it. It's got quite high
I like the
rating.
Jeremy Irons movie though. It's weird.
Same.
Yeah.
I like the Jeremy Irons one too. But yeah, man, I finally got the tier list on screen, ladies and gents. It's here. But just before we start, I've got a few super chats I want to get through. So Melvin Deeply for £5.
Hey,
Tuhor, have you watched Vamp yet? I think I have actually.
The 80s
that's
one?
the Grace Jones vampire film, right?
Love it.
Yeah. It's the old.
That's
the
a
old
wicked
Vamp one.
movie, man. I saw that in cinema.
I think I have. I actually think I have. Yeah, man. I'll probably DM you about it to give you my thoughts. But
It's
thank you,
good.
Melvin.
It's a good film.
Then Predator or Alien? Waylon Bucephus for $1.99. So I guess
Why
I'll
do we have
go-
to
The
choose?
movie? Are we talking about the first movie or
Alien.
the character?
Well, okay. Well, I'll do first
I-
movie for each. First
I-
movie.
I like Predator more than Alien. The first
I
Alien.
like
Alien.
Alien is more of a horror movie.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
more of a horror movie for sure.
Yeah.
I
Go-
like
go ahead,
Alien
Brooke.
more as a movie, but I like the concept of Predator more than the film itself. Like the concept of the Predator and the fact that it's like a sport hunter and everything. I think that's really cool. I find that even more interesting than the Xenomorph.
Stick
But
it down.
the execution of Alien is better.
If I had to choose between who I get hunted by, I'd probably pick Predator. An Alien would be like the worst. That's why I like Alien 1 and 3, because like one of those things is like, oh, such bad news on the ship. It's like, oh my god, dude, he's gonna kill everybody. It's so aggressive for
That's
no
true.
reason. Why are they such dicks?
For me, it's gonna be Predator. If we're talking about first movies, Predator is the best. Alien, I prefer the sequel, Aliens. That's the shit.
That's an impossible choice for me. I actually can't. I would rather kill myself.
Oh, come on.
No,
Do
I
it
like
now.
genuinely it's an impossible choice because both films are good for their own reasons. I
Yeah.
love both of the monsters in both of them. I could toss on either and still be thoroughly enjoyed. I really can't pick.
Like choosing
Genuinely
a favorite
can't pick.
kid. You
All
know?
right. Yeah.
It's Alien for me. I
Alright.
love Predator. I love Predator, but Alien like blew my mind when that came out. That changed the game.
It was Predator
That
versus
old, Jay?
Yeah, I'm
Debating
that old.
Aliens.
When it
I like
came
Aliens
out,
more than Predator.
1979.
Yeah, I was 7.
He was a kid, man.
Nice.
I was
Yeah,
7.
why are you age shaming?
No, I'm I'm an old fart. I loved Alien when it came out. That changed the
Alright.
game.
Yeah,
You guys watch my,
I can imagine that. Like it, my mom has such a soft spot for that movie and Rosemary's Baby. Like those two in particular.
Oh yeah, Rosemary's Baby is pretty good. I think like a lot of them still hold up today. So yeah.
Yeah.
And,
That's
you
surprised
guys
at how
should
much
watch
I
my you guys should watch my 300 subs thank you video because I teach you all how to do the predator lick on the bongos. That bongo predator lick.
What?
Oh yeah,
I can do it.
yeah.
Is
I
that
can do
a
it right
thing?
now if you want, but I don't know how loud it's gonna be. But yeah, you just do some Swiss Army triplets on the bongos, and it's like you know that lick that you hear when the predator's coming. It's good.
Yep.
Mhm.
That's,
Yeah.
diverse,
I
right
have
there.
seen neither movie, so I cannot vote.
Oh,
Okay, Nadia. They're both
Yes.
very different movies, so just
I-
keep that in mind.
Right.
But both are like you actually like. I would genuinely be shocked if you found either of those films flawed. Genuinely.
All right,
Nadia,
I'll
can
add
I
it to the
just
list.
ask, is the reason you're afraid of aliens because you are actually an alien and you've only been on Earth for a limited time, and this is why you have not seen Predator and Alien?
Lance,
Strange.
Only person on the
why are you
planet.
telling my secret?
There's a reason they're so beloved and popular. Like they actually hold up to
Okay.
the hype, live up
Yeah.
to the
I-
hype.
Yeah,
Being
they're great.
hunted by
Oh,
aliens.
understand, I have an immigrant father who is not really big into movies, and my mother was big into horror movies, but like Child's Play, Stephen King movies, things
Gotcha.
like that.
Those type of
That's what
movies.
I grew up with. I did not
Um,
grow up with Predator or Alien.
Okay, so then also
bad at
on top
all.
of that, because both franchises have spawned many, many sequels, with Alien, watch one, then Aliens, and don't fucking bother with the rest. And then
Okay.
with Predator, you can Predator 2 is okay.
You can
but
watch Predator
also,
2. Predator 2 is
Yeah.
chill.
If you really like the Predator and the concept, and you just want more, you can watch Predator 2. Like, but then
Yeah.
What about,
then
didn't they
it
have a
all.
verse one? Didn't
Yeah,
they have a
don't
verse
bother
one?
with that. It's
No, no,
just,
no, no,
No.
no.
Is
yeah.
it like
No.
Freddy
Don't
versus
affect it.
Jason? Because I've seen
It
Freddy
is.
versus Jason.
Yes.
No, no, no,
It's-
no.
yeah.
Freddy versus Jason is
actually
my
good.
that's my
I
favorite
love that
shit
movie.
movie. That's my
Yeah,
favorite
I
shitty
love that
movie.
movie.
It's my
It's
it's my
actually
movie
good.
that I reference. The movie that's a fucking stupid, retarded movie, but I love
but
it.
it's fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my go-to. Every time I
All
watch
right.
that
All right,
shit.
it's on the list for 2024. I have a list going of first watch movies I'm gonna do. So
Also,
Nice.
Nadia, you said you're
Yeah.
going to watch Tombstone.
yeah,
Have you seen Unforgiven?
no, or
Ooh.
Silverado either. That's the other one my husband.
Unforgiven
mentioned.
number one.
Oh,
man.
Silverado's great.
Unforgiven is number one. You
I
need to
feel like I
watch
didn't
that.
watch enough
Unforgiven rules.
westerns to appreciate Unforgiven, because Unforgiven
Oh,
is
check
like
out-
Yeah, it's kind of like a breakdown of the genre.
yeah, breakdown of the genre.
Deconstruction.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Deconstruction of the
I thought
genre.
about doing just an entire month of just westerns I haven't seen and just flow into a different
Actually, you know
genre.
what,
and just
Nadia,
go
I
in.
will be in touch with you because I'm MMM is going to have a westerns month next.
Make
year.
sure you guys
Okay.
watch
Nice.
Paint Your
Oh.
Wagon. And if you do Paint Your Wagon, can I come on? I want. I love
Hey,
that.
count me in for
I
that.
love
Western.
westerns.
It's weird for me because I remember watching westerns with my grandfather, but like the old style westerns where there wasn't really much
Like the
depth to
TV show
story. But yeah, I remember watching that, but I don't know what movie I watched as a kid. I
The
would just sit on his floor and
Rifleman.
watch it. So
All right.
Uh,
all
all
right.
right,
Wildman's good.
Unforgiven, Tombstone, and Silverado was the other one that.
Yeah, Silverado's great. Great
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
soundtrack. Bruce Brofton.
All right, guys. Oh wait.
That's
Sorry.
a good segue into.
The tier list, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, here it is. So the tiers that I put are gourmet shit. That's S tier number one. Then we've got good. We've got mid but enjoyable, very okay, and straight up garbage. Are you guys okay with these names, or should I change them?
No, these are great.
Yeah.
All right. So first one we have is It Lives Inside. Have you guys seen it?
No, I want to watch
No.
this one today though.
All
Like
right,
I
it
have
is-
this pulled up on Amazon right now.
All right. So since
Well, I'll have
I'm-
to say mid because I haven't seen it.
oh, dude, it's actually mid. So there it is.
I'm gonna
Oh,
start
Mid but
writing. I'm
enjoyable.
gonna start writing
Okay.
the ones I haven't seen on the list.
I saw this when I went to watch Talk to Me in the cinema. I saw the trailer. It looked interesting. I watched it. It was like, okay, it's fine. It's
Didn't
very
Boogeyman
fine.
come out this year too?
Yes,
that
it
was
did.
a
It's on the
Yeah,
list.
it did. It
That
did.
was a
All right, so
disappointment.
Yeah.
Boogeyman. Since we're talking about it,
Garbage.
I'm gonna say very okay.
Or very okay, fine. That's fine.
Yeah, very.
I'd say
okay.
garbage.
I
would
have no
say
very
garbage.
okay. I just go garbage.
I go garbage.
all right. So
Did not live up to its hype.
Hold on,
No,
hold on, hold on.
exactly.
I like
Let's-
Slaughterhouse. I like Slaughterhouse more than Boogeyman.
Wait. So who's seen the Boogeyman? A raise of hands. Okay, so 4. All right. So what do you guys think? Each
Okay.
of you.
Yeah, Jay, you start because you're on top.
I haven't seen that. episode
Whoa, phrasing. Garbage. I agree
All
with
right.
Nadia.
agree.
I thought it was like it had a good idea. It was just it goes into the very like average mid kind of horror movie.
Boo,
and
Waylon.
it bungles a lot of stuff. So I'm gonna say very okay. It wasn't completely intolerable, but it wasn't mid either.
All
Garbage.
right. Garbage. All right. So I guess we've got Stupenzo.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not like good bad. It's like bad. I mean, so
All right,
so
I guess
garbage.
garbage. It is
Garbage,
yeah.
ladies and gentlemen. The boogeyman is garbage. That's what we've got. All
Stephen
right.
King needs to
So
retire.
now we've got The
Yes.
Nun 2.
Didn't watch
Garbage.
it.
Garbage.
Garbage.
I think the first Nun is one of the stupidest things I've ever seen. So I had
Yep.
no hope for this one. So you guys have to fill me
that's
on
a
this one. Is it
man,
just as dumb?
baby.
Dude,
It's
so
just-
it's exactly the same movie.
Oh my God, it's The
without
Nun!
the cool like setting of the church in the middle of nowhere. At least, I
Mm.
mean, The Nun 1. I think it's a stupid movie, but at least it has a fun scare.
The
where,
atmosphere
yeah,
and the design of the Nun is fantastic. Everything else
exactly.
is dog shit.
The Nun 2 is fucking
Only
trash.
thing, only thing interesting about the nun is the actress taking him to court for her
Oh, for her
you know,
likeness. Yeah.
likeness.
for
Yeah,
likeness.
I also
forgot
don't think
that
happened.
anyone's
Did that really
really
happen?
afraid of. Like no one's. That's funny though. If that did happen. What actress?
Yeah, it did.
The
The
actress who
actress that
played
plays
the
the
nun.
nun.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
they're
Mhm.
making
It's a pretty
huge
mannish
profits
looking
off of
woman.
her apparently.
So it's in
Yeah.
garbage, I guess.
But is
Yes.
anyone like
There you
afraid
go.
of nuns like naturally? Because I understand like not everyone's like some people are just naturally afraid of clowns. So like you make
I'm
the
afraid
villain
of
a
anyone
clown.
religious. Anyone religious, I'm afraid of.
Nuns. All right.
That Nun specifically, she's pretty creepy. Like I like the design,
Yeah.
but they didn't do anything with it.
A lot of
Mhm.
potential, poor execution.
Yes, that's
Okay.
the Nun.
Insidious
All
5.
right. So we got Insidious: The
Garbage.
Red Door.
Didn't see
Garbage.
it.
Garbage.
Garbage for those who've seen it.
Well,
I-
Dark Hour kind of like
I-
dunked on it. So
Yeah.
from what he said,
I also
sounds
didn't
like-
see it because of the other ones were garbage in my opinion. So
Yeah.
Garbage. Yeah.
So garbage. There we go. So this is one that I added. There's something wrong with the children. Have any of you guys seen this?
No.
I have.
No.
It's I say mid. Mid.
Hmm.
not afraid of
all right.
killer children ever.
What-
Maybe
Yeah.
you know what? No, I changed
Kick
my
'em.
mind. Very okay because to me it doesn't have rewatch value on it.
I
so-
agree. For me, it's very okay. It's not straight up garbage. It does have the dude that played in Midnight Mass. You know the main character. He's
Yeah.
he's kind of he's the protagonist in this one.
I think
So,
that's
yeah.
a good way of judging it if you want to do it quickly without breaking everything down objectively. Like how much value is there for a rewatch?
Yeah, that's
Mhm.
why
That's one of the quickest way, you know.
the D&D movie is my movie of the year this year because it has a lot of rewatch value for me. So,
What?
yes, we can get into that later.
Oh,
All right. So yeah, what was this one again? I forgot the fucking Vex. This was
Red
one
Door?
of your thing.
I think that's Resurrection.
Oh, I
Uh,
didn't see that.
yeah, that one.
I like the premise. Okay, so this is a found footage film. Did anyone else watch it? Hold on.
Nope.
No.
Never
Okay.
even heard of it.
Found footage film. Essentially, this happens in a world. It's like 10 years in the future, and they find out that God and the afterworld is real. So what the church ends up doing is now there's an option to resurrect people, and then some really crazy shit starts happening with these resurrected people. I think I like the world idea. I like the idea of bringing people back from the dead and what the religious consequences are, because there aren't
Okay,
many films that
necromancer.
do that. There aren't
Is
many
it-
films that do that, but
Is-
it doesn't have any rewatch value at all. It stumbles over what it wants to be. It's not particularly scary or shocking either. So I would say it's very okay.
Found footage, right?
Is it in is it an English film
Yep,
or
it's
oh,
all in English. Yep.
I'm surprised.
All right, all right. Any of you guys seen the next one? That's Clinic. I've heard of this one, but I haven't seen it.
Yes, I have seen it.
no.
Garbage.
What the
I like objectively, this is as bad as Rebel Moon. The essentially the premise is this black stripper who wants a better life for her son instead of getting a better job decides that getting a BBL is what will skyrocket her into wealth for her child. So she goes to this sketch clinic to get a BBL done, and then it just dives into like some body modification horror. It's just across the board fucking
Oh,
garbage.
jeez.
There's
cross country
nothing
BBL horror, ladies and gentlemen?
Nonsense.
Jeez, that's the shit the
Nothing
Vex
redeeming.
watches.
It's not a comedy, even. Like, this is marketed as a straight up horror film.
God.
If there were a tier lower than garbage, I would put it in there.
He put a tier with Ian. It's shit. There you go. All right. So next on the list is Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, which I think some people forgot came out this year. Actually,
I don't even know that exists. What the hell's
Very
that?
okay. Very okay.
That
Even
film
people
is
love it.
fire. That's garbage. That's below garbage.
all right, all right. So
Rubbish.
who's seen it? Who's seen it?
It's stupid, but it's stupid fun. That's
Yeah,
that's how
it's
I put it.
okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
So Lance, you say it's complete garbage.
Yeah, I don't think it's fun.
I've heard
I
that
think
it's
that-
complete garbage from more people that it's okay or mid or
The
enjoyable.
filmmakers knew what they were doing because they shot it for like £7.50 and it made a ton of money. You know.
So Brooks, the reason they made Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey is because Winnie the Pooh went into public domain this year, and so
Mhm.
Yeah.
they were allowed
They're just
to
fucking
use
around
it.
then.
Yeah.
Basically,
Yeah.
yeah.
You don't
Okay,
take it
and this is the
seriously.
this is the first idea they came up with. Let's just
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude,
Okay.
it's horrible because they didn't actually put any effort in it, so they just capitalized on it being the first R-rated Winnie the Pooh thing when Winnie the Pooh hit public domain.
When that
And
So-
they've
could have been
already
something
made a
good.
sequel.
Yeah, they're making a sequel too next year,
Yeah.
and
No,
it's
they
trash.
shot it. It's already been shot.
You can clearly tell that it's just people in giant Pooh Bear costumes, and that's it. Like,
What
it's
is the
horrible.
premise?
Lazy.
What's the plot?
It's a bunch of people, girls that go to a cabin in the fucking woods, secluded as always, and they're in the what's the name of the place where Winnie the Pooh's people hang out?
The Lost Forest, or no,
Yeah,
not Lost
it's
Forest.
something
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they go into Winnie the Pooh's forest, and they're basically so stupid they get themselves killed because Winnie the Pooh wants to kill them. It's dumb as fuck. It's horrible.
okay.
Sounds
So-
pretty dumb.
I guess garbage.
Uninspired, I got to duck out, man. I'm on another
All right,
screen.
man. All right, no problem.
Bye,
Lance, do
Lance.
you have anything
Yeah,
you
you're
want to
mad.
plug?
Just to let you know, I booked the director of Mabarat for an interview today. So that's the Malaysian action film about the APC drivers that went in to rescue the American Rangers in Black Hawk Down. It's out on Netflix now. And my friend was the military advisor on it. And I asked him if the director would be up for coming on for a chat. And he said yes.
Oh,
So so I got 4 interviews booked for January now.
Awesome.
nice.
man.
Keep
Very
an eye
cool.
out for them. Yeah, that's quite a lot for 1 month. So got my friend Tim Bentic coming in, who's worked with Roger Moore and all kinds of other people. He's on, I think, on the 17th. I've got somebody who runs the British Urban Film Festival, Emmanuel. He's coming in. And then we've got first AD Dennis McGuire, who's worked on Black Rain, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, a whole load of big movies from the 80s and 90s. So
Nice.
yeah, got some cracking guests.
Yeah, guys, check out Lance's channel. Lance he always does these industry interviews, and plus he's great. He makes incredible content, and you guys should really subscribe to him if you haven't. Check out some of his videos. And
Thank
man,
you.
thanks so
I'm
much. for coming
90 away from 3,000
Also,
subs.
Check
Fuck
out his
yeah.
book on Amazon. Like,
Oh
check
yeah,
out
man.
on Amazon, 1988.
yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, and I'm
Check-
Diabolical's interviewing me about that book and other things on his channel coming up soon.
Yeah.
When are we doing that again?
The third.
The 3rd.
Yes.
Yes, that's definitely in my diary. It is now. Okay.
All right,
Alright,
thank you.
well,
Lance.
Take
thanks,
care,
for coming
Lance.
on, man.
Take it easy, man.
Bye. So yeah, and
There
then
were
there were
6.
6. There's Stupendo's faster at calculating than me. Jesus.
I count
So, yeah,
matchsticks when they
Exorcist-
fall.
Oh god, Rain Man.
Rain Man. Yeah.
All right. So we got Exorcist Believer.
Garbage.
Yet.
Garbage.
Hot garbage.
I
Hot.
haven't heard a good
Like
thing
it's
about
still
it.
lower than garbage.
It's hot diarrhea. It's
Yep.
garbage.
Garbage.
Ooh.
It's
Garbage.
it's
Is it for
Yeah.
anyone who's seen it? Did they really have that line of her saying like they didn't have her in the room because of patriarchy or some shit? Like even though they
Yes.
fucking died.
Yeah.
to
You know
try to
what?
say, like
I feel that was just overblown. To be honest, that is not the worst part of this movie.
Nope.
it's
really
usually
isn't.
not. It's this is the
Yeah.
thing though. It's the movie will be shit, but then one line will condemn it even worse when like people won't even go because of that, and they won't even get to find out how crap it is.
Like Batman is a fascist statement in Blue
Oh
Beetle.
yeah.
Makes
Stupid.
total sense in context.
It
Yeah.
does.
Sure.
I've seen it. It's a cute movie, but it definitely marketed. It
What about
definitely
the-
did nothing for the marketing.
what about the white privilege line in Batman that just came out of nowhere? The Batman,
Oh yeah.
just literally out of nowhere.
The
The
Batman,
Batman,
you mean
Catwoman.
the 3-hour movie that felt like it was 3 days long?
Yeah,
Yes.
that movie was
That movie
like
is
a week.
shit. So
If-
yeah.
If I could pick like any movie in recent years that suffered from being too long, it would be that. Because the
Oh.
first 20 minutes is pretty banging, and then it just falls off a mountain.
My favorite
Mhm.
part of that movie is when he tries to I don't know, a spider web across something and he fucking hits the truck and he like accidentally. That's like I'm like yes, that's
Yeah,
that's
like fuck
Batman.
ups and things.
That's-
I like
yeah.
seeing some aspects of it. Like it's not a terrible movie, but they
3 days
botched
too
it.
long.
Yeah,
It was
they
cool
botched
until
it.
like it was cool until they give Catwoman, and by the way, Zoe Kravitz, she's a
Oh,
babe.
she's
But
not-
when they give
she's
her
sexy,
the
but she's not.
contact lenses, that's where it starts becoming silly. Like you could have taken something like I want to see a 1930s Batman movie where he just has a
Well-
grappling gun and
Why are
some
you
smoke
guys
grenades,
dissing
and
my
that's it.
boy Robert Pattinson? Like,
Yo,
I love
fuck
him.
my
you,
boy.
Jay. No.
He's done some-
I love Zoe Kravitz.
Twilight.
I think she's great, but you could remove
Oh, yeah.
Catwoman
Emo
from
Bruce
that
Wayne.
movie and
Yes,
it wouldn't make a
true.
difference.
Yes,
Yeah.
she sucked.
Yeah.
She
She
really
sucked.
took away from Batman.
She's in-
If this is like his second year, we need more time with him. There's no room for Catwoman. Get out of here. His whole emo Bruce Wayne thing. Like I could have like checked. We could have got more Alfred and Bruce scenes, but we had Catwoman
Mhm.
instead.
Oh, yeah.
She's in a movie my friend directed and wrote, and I can't think of it. It's like a Romeo and Juliet thriller style movie. Vincent and Roxy from 2016. It's really good.
Oh.
Are you saying that just because your friend wrote and directed it?
No, it's believe me, I'll tell him when his movies are shit.
Her
and I
dad is
have.
her dad is Lenny Kravitz, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. They don't just
Mhm.
have the same
Oh,
last name.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah, listen, hot
The same
take. I think
face.
that they should have cast today's Anne Hathaway would make a sexier Batgirl. Well, no, Batgirl.
No.
fucking
Zoe
Catwoman.
Kravitz?
She didn't even make
I
a good
don't
Catwoman
know.
to
Wait,
begin with.
Then Zoe
Right.
Kravitz?
Zoe
Are you
Kravitz.
fucking
Yeah.
drunk?
Zoe Kravitz is hot as hell, but
Yes.
Anne
Anne
Hathaway,
Hathaway
I
is
mean,
cool and all, but Zoe
she
Kravitz
looks
is
great
fucking
in
fine.
Havoc and what was it, Brokeback
Oh.
Mountain? But
I
Yeah,
don't
bro.
get the Anne Hathaway love. I
Me
don't
neither.
get it at all.
Listen, you
Yeah.
before
I
know,
like her in Les
now you're
Miserables.
right.
I don't
That's
get
about
it
it.
compared to Zoe Kravitz is where I'm just like I don't get.
Dude,
Yeah.
you could rake your lawn with her teeth. She's got teeth that are like all over the place. Like she could eat a cob of corn through a picket fence. She's just all teeth. Like she is like
because
that's
she has a tiny
she's
head.
not good looking.
You know
She
what?
is not
I
good looking.
will give Anne Hathaway this. She has
I need to
got
pull her up.
probably the most perfect pair of natural tits I've ever seen.
I was gonna say
Oh, yeah.
She's
I was
definitely-
gonna say
Kat
she's-
I
Dennings.
I would take
Kat
raking teeth
Dennings.
over the sloth eyes that have been going on with recent actresses more so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's
Yeah,
that
Kat
called?
Dennings. Well, yeah, she's packing.
Kat
she's
Dennings
packing.
has some chesticles, man. Like we can't.
Oh
be
no,
talking about her
but
while she's
I
in
haven't
some-
seen Kat
Yeah.
Dennings topless though. Did she go topless? In the
She
movie?
doesn't need to be topless. She could be wearing denim, and it's still just
No,
like
okay,
Those
go-
are just
Oh,
some titties.
Go
Come on now.
watch Anne Hathaway's topless scene in Love.
Yes,
Love, Love,
Andrew.
And
Sydney
those
Sweeney.
tits are really nice.
Yeah,
They're
yeah,
really
bro.
nice.
Sydney Sweeney.
looking
I'm
at
there.
her.
Watch her in
Sydney
Havoc.
Sweeney. I
Sydney
can't
Sweeney-
tell if Sydney Sweeney it's real boobs or fake.
No, it's real. It's
No,
real.
those are
it's
real.
Because I
Doesn't
liked her
matter.
in that HBO show.
Find out right now.
Euphoria.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
and I'm every time when she's on the screen, I stare at them. I'm like, are they real? Like they
They are.
bounce perfectly,
No,
but I
they're
can't
real.
tell.
They're real for sure.
Okay,
I'm
Kat
100%
Dennings.
sure they're real.
Those are nice, but Kat Dennings. No.
reminds me of that Seinfeld episode
Some
when
jumbos.
trying to figure out what's her face had real tits or not.
Oh yeah, the entire all the way to the sauna. Trying to
Yes.
Hypertelorism.
Seinfeld.
That's when someone has their eyes wide apart.
Oh, is that the sloth thing?
Yeah,
hypertelorism.
the chick from The Witch, the Little Mermaid,
Anya Taylor
Girl.
Joy. Yep.
Rachel Zegler.
Rachel Zegler, like all the what's
Rachel
going on?
Zegler.
They're all just
Oh
It's
God.
a new wave, man.
Ziegler.
They're crossbreeding.
Evolving. It's evolving.
This is-
That's
Hey-
the
oh,
ball.
never mind.
Oh yeah, yeah. Vex. There you go. Renfield, very okay.
Yeah.
Listen, Vex.
Mm.
You know, every time we're on a stream together, it just involves talking about women randomly
Right.
and how hot they are.
I
Like,
can't
oh,
do
really?
this again, man. No, we've been through this.
So should we do like a boob tier for movies?
Babes.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, I would actually be down.
Oh, I am
We should
down.
do
I'm
that.
down.
Fuck yeah.
We should do
A
that.
Titty
gooch
tier.
tier.
Not
a
on my
gooch tier.
channel. Somebody do it on their channel.
Dude,
Gooch
this is
tier.
on our
We need to
channel.
do a
It's
gooch tier.
boobs.
Yeah, you
And
have
we
to
say
watch the
that
movies
it's,
for the boobs. Yeah.
Educational. You know, YouTube accepts
Yeah.
boobs if it's educational.
Ooh.
But
Yeah.
It is fucking
Listen.
educational.
It's
Florence
it's
Pugh
all-
would be at
it's all-
garbage.
Yeah, garbage.
You know who
Very
had some
serious,
great
man.
ones? We watched that. What was it? The '80s. Just one of the guys, where the girl has to pretend to be a guy, and go to the other high school for her article, and she whips
Fuck
those
yes,
babies out to
Andrew.
prove that she's a girl. And like, God, those things were some perfect teardrop titties. God,
The 80s had a lot of great titties.
All
Wait,
right,
back to the
so
tier list though.
Renfield.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what I was about to say. So Renfield, who's seen it actually? I know.
so
Sven's
I
in
want to
too.
I
call it
turned it off.
garbage, but I'll concede to a very okay if somebody.
I was about to
liked
say,
it. I-
throw him in very okay right away because you know it's nonsense, but it's probably still got some charm in it because of Nicolas Cage. It's not
Yeah,
gonna
I
get
think-
higher than that.
Mm.
Yeah, I think it's a
All right, all
very
right.
okay movie for normies.
Very
Nicolas
okay.
Cage is really the only thing that carries that film. In all
Yeah.
honesty, the rest of it is so forgettable and
My
missed opportunity.
my husband got to meet him at one of his jobs because he lives out here in Vegas, and they were shopping for like palm trees and stuff for
He
their.
would live in fucking Vegas. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Have you seen Knowing? You've seen Knowing with Nicolas Cage?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the
I
one
think
where
that's
he
one of his
predicts
better
the,
movies.
thing.
Yeah, one of his better
I
movies
like
that
it.
nobody talks about.
I like it. Well, I think people just just gloss over it because of how the destruction stuff is. Maybe because Roland Emmerich is like the king of destroying the fucking world. People just glossed over it for some reason.
Sorry,
But
was that the end of your story, Nadia? I thought there was more.
That was it. That was
Oh.
yeah.
oh my god,
Shopping for
Vex.
palm trees. That's about it. So he lives here somewhere. I know
Gotcha.
Dean Cain lives out here somewhere too as well. So
All right, so
Aiden
we've got
Christensen lives near me. I found that out recently.
oh
Dude,
Yeah.
go visit him. Go visit him. He's
I
chill.
gotta figure out which farm is his first. So he owns a farm in the area.
Dude,
I
just
have-
break into every farm. That's it. Just chill.
What's the name of
Listen,
this?
you break into the farm. Wait till the owner comes out. Then after that, you see if it's hated or not. No, it's pretty
Oh
easy,
my
man.
goodness.
So, Huesera, that's the bone woman. That's the title.
I
I
saw
guess.
this. Yeah.
Never
Who's
saw
seen it? All right, Vex, just you.
Yeah. Did you not see it either?
I think I saw it, but I fucking forgot about this shit.
Never even heard of it.
Oh, okay. Essentially, this woman who's kind of, I guess, had like a more rebellious past. Now she's looking to have a baby, and she's struggling conceiving. Finally, she gets pregnant, and some creepy shit starts happening. And then it dives into the supernatural in like the final 15 minutes of the film.
Oh, I did see this.
Okay.
Jesus.
I feel like we had talked
Forgettable.
about it at some point, Jay.
Yeah.
I think the first 2 acts of the film are pretty good. I think the main character is fucking garbage, and they try to justify a lot of her actions. And it's a Mexican film, but they do what Hollywood does in like, this is a really shitty person, but she's a woman, so you have to like her kind of deal.
Mhm.
It does unfortunately like just devolve into that. They introduce a supernatural element at the end of the film, which doesn't fit with the rest of what they were trying to do. Like, it's a
Yes,
I hate
very
when they do
remember
that.
yeah, it's completely mismatched, and it sucks because the supernatural element they do introduce is actually kind of cool and based on
Yeah.
an actual Mexican folklore. So and people hyped the shit out of this. This was honestly, this is like I called the creator a golden turd. This is like on par, I would say, with the creator almost, except in Mexican horror. So I would
So-
say it's very okay.
All right, Jay, would you agree with that?
I'm just I'm remembering some of it, and I'm like, I didn't think it was garbage, but I agree with Vex. It was okay. There was a lot of potential there. The ending threw me off, like Vex said. It just like it was like, oh, okay, this is where we're going. Okay, it's kind of sporadic at parts. Yeah, I agree with Vex there.
Sounds like a missed opportunity. Like
Very missed
Yeah,
opportunity.
It was because I was like, do I want to watch this? Like, it was kind of like this is kind of sending a message. I was kind of like,
I watched
and
this
then
on a plane, man. This was on the plane's like movie selection. I was like, this should not be on a plane at all.
I was saying
and-
I was saying put Renfield in the very okay because it can't be much better than that. This sounds like it could have been better. So should we put it mid?
No, I
no,
would,
it's not
again,
mid. No,
because
mid?
there's the main character aside. It's just again they don't know what they want the film to be. So I would put it at mid if it had a little bit more, even just consistency with some of the themes. But it doesn't even do that. Like the mismatch aside, it just becomes messaging for a good chunk of the movie. There's a very useless lesbian sex scene in there too.
that's why I watched. That's why I was watching.
Lesbian
It.
sex
Yeah.
Come on,
Hello.
Vex.
Hold
Fucking
on,
useless.
she's pregnant. She's like 8 months pregnant though during the lesbian sex scene.
Pass.
Yeah.
What the
Pass.
fuck?
Even
But
No,
better, bro.
you're kind of. I think this is one of those. I'm trying to remember. Like the movie is like you just start watching it and you feel like you have to finish it because it's one of those movies. You're like, where is this going?
It
What's the
starts off
direction?
really good because of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, that was the
All
opening
right.
scene with "Talk to Me" with the two brothers, the blondes, where just the way they filmed that. I'm like, all right, I might check this out.
Oh, Brooks, you
Captured
heard
your
that
imagination right away.
the Talk to Me 2 is gonna cover their story. Both
There's a
brothers.
sequel.
Yeah.
No, they announced it like a fucking
Wouldn't
week
it-
after Talk to
Wouldn't
Me
that
was
be
done.
considered a prequel?
It's
Yeah,
probably
it's
a
a
prequel
prequel.
then. Yeah.
So it's kind
Or
of
a
a
requel?
X and Pearl situation where they filmed it at the same time. So it's
Hmm.
already like in the bag. They're just waiting to release it.
Then I'm back to what Jay says. That's your name, right? Yeah, Diabolical.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where I wish they tightened up the ending so where we can get a bit more understanding of the demon and the rules and understanding, and then we can get 3-4 more of these bitches. Like it's like there's opportunities there. The premise wasn't terrible. I just think the execution was really botched.
All right. So next on the list we have a loop track, Vex. Oh God, please tell me it's good or no.
Okay. Yes, no, both Uninspired and I were kind of excited for this one. Okay, dude takes place. It's a New Zealand film. Dude who's like clearly gone through some shit, like he's super anxious, super paranoid, decides that in order to just kind of detach from humanity for a while, he decides to go trek one of New Zealand's longest trails by himself, ends up meeting some other people along the way, and it turns out there is something very menacing that is following them throughout this forest. The entire last act of the film ruins the whole movie.
Great.
It was
You had me for a second there, and I'm just like, oh.
yeah. I know.
Dude, Brooks, Vex and me, like I told Vex, yo, I've heard really good things about this. And for the past, I think 2 weeks, we've been literally searching the internet, oh my God, frantically everywhere. Like we couldn't find this shit. And it finally dropped, I think it was 3 days ago or something like that. And Vex watched it before me and she was like, man, this shit
it
ain't worth it, bro. Fuck it.
It's beautifully shot. Like it does. Like the director knows what he's doing in terms of trying to set up the tension with just using the setting and visual storytelling. So I give it kudos for that. I think it does a good job at building tension for the most part. It just kind of fails at the characters. So like we know Ian, the main character, like he's a very feeble man. He's a very weak man. He's a very anxious man. But I just would have liked us to dive into that a little bit more, especially because there was opportunities to do it in a way that didn't feel like, oh, you're just telling me it. Like there was a way to exposit
Kind
it
of like
really
in The Ritual, you know?
Yeah, exactly. So there's a missed opportunity there. And then when it's like when his paranoia does finally come to fruition in the final act, it's cool. Don't get me wrong. I thought it was pretty awesome, but it just complete mismatch to what they were doing for the first like 3/4 of the film. And it does ruin the ending quite a bit. And then it just kind of devolves into your standard monster horror a little bit, but not in a good way. So I would say this is mid at best.
All right, mid but enjoyable. So I'll still give it a watch.
Yeah.
So Knock at the Cabin, ladies and gents.
Garbage.
Oh, what?
No.
All right. I've read the book. Movies parallel to the book. I would say very okay with the movie, but the book is way better.
Hold on.
right.
Can we set a ground rule for this?
Sure.
Okay.
Movie on its own merit.
Yeah, movie on its own merit.
On its own merit, it's still very okay. The premise, I mean, I don't think it's garbage, but I also don't think there's rewatch value for it, so I would put it in between.
Okay.
I would
Brooks,
say
you
it's
seen
mid.
it?
I haven't seen it. I'm just remembering like how like when that's one of the few movies that Lance just yelled out that it was shit.
Yeah.
So I'm just remembering his reaction. I'm going based on that. Yeah.
I would say it's
and
mid.
that Dave Bautista is in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say it's
could have been The Rock.
I liked the psychological aspect of this movie. I thought it was a different take from what's being put out there. I didn't mind it. It's not great, but I watched the whole movie thinking, oh, this is not bad. Like there's a lot worse out there. I didn't mind it.
Yeah, to me, the only problem is the fact that it's incredibly predictable. So, for example, the premise that it wants to do is yeah, these guys are the four horsemen of the apocalypse, and what he tries to do, Shyamalan, is the fact that the audience should think, are these guys for real, or are these guys just delusional and they're torturing this family because of their delusion? But the thing is that he doesn't even let that idea simmer, because they're like, oh yeah, turn on the TV, actual fucking destruction outside that is completely unexplainable, which just confirms the fact that this is real, which completely just destroys all the tension less than halfway into the movie for me. So I think that if he had just stayed in that ambiguity, the movie would have actually been pretty solid. So I think I'd go for very okay with this one.
Well, the chaos outside was caused from them not willing to sacrifice.
Yeah.
Well, exactly. But
So
the
that-
fact that they show us, the audience, the chaos, it doesn't leave the choice of us to think, oh, this may or may not be real. It's just automatically, okay, this is really happening. So these guys are actually the four horsemen of the apocalypse.
Oh,
And
so it would have been more of a mind fuck if they would have
exactly
left that part.
Yeah.
Okay, I see that.
So yeah, so I guess very okay would be good. And now Hell House LLC. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Hell House movies.
I've seen the first one. I didn't know.
Found
it continued.
footage, based on haunted houses, and I worked for haunted houses for 10 years. That's pretty much how it is.
Fuck yeah.
By the way.
Dude, Hell House is I like the franchise. I think the first one is pretty good. I think it's really good actually. For
Did they
found footage.
continue like in terms of
Yeah.
quality? Because I remember the first one being worth a watch, but I didn't think it was like gonna be a major franchise. With any
I
sequels.
think the first Hell House phenomenal. I think 2 and 3, it's just kind of like it's rehashing a lot
Yeah.
of the same, so it doesn't really do anything new. But like it's okay for found footage. I was actually kind of expecting Hell House 4 to be on par with 2 and 3. I was pleasantly surprised though.
Yeah, I
So
would
it's on
say
par
it's
with
mid.
So it's similar to one. So it's closer to one then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would say this is mid. I think there's some rewatch value. I like that it has some really creepy moments. It can be a bit predictable, but like you could watch this again and I would like you'd still be able to pick out a lot, and it does tie back to like some of the Hell House lore kind of that's already been introduced.
All right, that's pretty good. All right, so next we got the Pope's Exorcist. Russell Crowe's fucking Van Helsing type of movie, basically.
I
That's
never
what
heard
equate it to.
anything about this.
It's
Really?
actually not terrible. There's a sequel being made for it. I would put it in mid.
Mid.
I would
Yeah.
also put it in mid. I like the premise. I think Russell Crowe does a good job for better or worse.
I'm curious to see him in a horror movie, so that's part of the reason I
Yeah,
Dude, it's
a
not really a
possession
full
movie.
blown horror movie. That's the thing. It's
Ah.
kind of it's kind of well, it tries to be how would I say that? It tries to play it seriously, but sometimes it comes off as fucking comedy. I mean, the first scene is him transferring a demon to a pig and then just blowing the pig's brains out with a shotgun. So it's very interesting though. Like it's actually quite enjoyable if you don't want to take it seriously.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would agree.
Random
Yeah.
question: do you consider Constantine horror?
Yes.
Yeah.
Horror
Uh,
action.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'd have
I
to
would.
Yeah.
rewatch it. But for now, yeah, I think I'm leaning towards horror because there are a lot of horror elements.
I
in
mean,
Constantine.
Because what
There's-
your description kind of reminded me of them for some reason, so I just wonder.
And it's kind of like that. Because
Yeah.
at the end of this movie, they try and set up like the fucking priest association where
Oh
they
my
have to go
God.
and dude, it's
Even possession universe,
The
That's why there's a
universe, the
sequel.
Avengers.
That's why there's a sequel coming out. Yep.
Oh
Like,
man, they
legit,
gotta stop.
it's
They
the
gotta
fucking
stop.
Pope's
with that.
Avengers,
Marvel,
dude. It's so funny.
they
Then
gotta
we
stop.
go Megan,
I say
fucking
good.
killer robot.
very
Good?
I say
okay.
good.
I feel like if this was shit, I would have. So many people talked about it. I would have heard plenty. So like, I'm just automatically leaning that it's probably decent
Good.
enough, right?
I'd say good or
Yeah.
mid, good or mid. You know,
Good.
I mean,
I actually had
I mean,
a lot of
especially-
problems with this movie. I didn't like it.
I think
Which
there's only gonna
version
be
did
one
you
or
watch?
two movies on this gourmet shit list, so it's like I think we should probably put something on the good list. You know,
Oh,
Oh,
it's
it's
definitely
coming.
earned
We're
that
getting
shit.
there. Don't
But,
worry.
but,
Yeah.
but no, there we go. Where what was your issue with Megan or whatever it's called?
I just found that it leaned a little bit too hard into some of like the subtle political messaging. I didn't find the doll particularly interesting either because she was just OP as fuck. Like I would have liked if there was like a little bit of weakness that they could have even introduced into like some of the characters. I liked the I like that they worked in the whole like parental loss thing because I find like especially with modern horror that's very relatable, and I think they worked that in pretty well. But I just felt like this film was like really overhyped. It didn't do anything to the genre. I think someone else said it's basically Chucky but a robot.
An OP Chucky, but
yeah, I
it's
just
rehashing a premise that's already worked, but not doing anything really interesting.
yeah, so that's why I
That was
rank it as
literally my
very
guess.
okay. I would never watch this movie again. I
Mm.
don't think it's particularly compelling or scary or even funny.
It's
That's why I was-
definitely better than the Child's Play remake. I will give it that.
That's why I was
Definitely
mentioning rewatchability being like
Yeah.
to do this quickly being a really big part of the criteria because like
Yeah.
would you ever watch it again? That's a huge one. It should to get into gourmet shit, you definitely have to be rewatchable.
Oh, high
Are you-
rewatchability. Yeah.
Are you talking about the series there, Nadia? Or are you talking about the movie?
The
With
movie,
Child's
the one
Play.
that came out
Oh.
with Mark Hamill as the voice for it,
Okay.
the more digital. I'm watching the series right now. I
that
actually like
version.
the
Okay,
series.
okay.
I think the series
Yeah.
is actually
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah.
The series is actually pretty dope. If you guys haven't seen it, the Child's Play
Yeah.
show, because they got
It's
everyone
fun.
back. I think his
Yep.
name is Don Mancini. Is it
Yeah.
Tom or Don Mancini? Yeah, Don Mancini. So it's like the all the OG Chucky people are back, and the TV show is actually quite good, man. It's enjoyable.
Continues the whole Chucky series.
Hey,
into-
nice.
And it was my first horror movie as a kid too. I love Chucky, all of it,
Pretty dope.
all the way
Yeah.
to even
It
Bride of
is.
Chucky. Yeah.
That's one of the best designs of them too.
But the remake movie was horrible, but I thought Megan was way better than that. So
All
maybe
right,
not
so
good, but I mean I
mid.
would put it on in the background if I wasn't doing, if I didn't have to focus on anything.
All right, so what do we
Very
get? We got
okay.
mid or good.
Very okay.
All right, so very okay.
Mid.
As someone who hasn't seen it, I say mid just because it's a rehash.
Yeah,
premise.
because
Mid.
Cynic also gave this one like a glowing review. So
Yeah, but he gave the Batman a glowing review. So his
The
perspective-
Batman is good. The Batman is great.
No, it is not, Jay. It really
Robert
isn't.
Pattinson is my boy.
It's such a weird one. Like anyone who says they love it, like I understand why. Anyone who says it's shit, yeah, I understand why. It's kind of a weird one. It's
It
a
was
weird one.
It was enjoyable, but I wouldn't. I mean, it's way too long. It's just
Yeah.
way too long for me.
All right, so we got Thanksgiving, and for me, Thanksgiving, I think is going to be the first one in gourmet shit, ladies and gentlemen. What do you guys?
Agreed.
think?
Yes,
Agreed.
yes.
It's so
Like,
much
Yeah.
fun.
actually, it's a solid, good, like legitimately good movie.
Yes.
Oh yeah, dude, it's fucking fantastic. It's literally
It's
the
fun.
best setup I've seen for a slasher ever. So
it's the
good.
most
Because
fun I
this
had
one-
in theaters in a long time. It's great.
Because you guys talked me
Mhm.
into influencers and this one. So
Yes.
Dude, Thanksgiving. if you
I'm
wanna watch
deleting
Thanksgiving
Skinamarink
thing-
after everything you guys said. I'm not even gonna
Man,
bother
fuck
with that.
Skinamarink. That shit is ass.
It's a for me, it's a beautiful throwback to like
Mhm.
the '80s. I really enjoyed it. It's kind of predictable in parts, but I mean, like
It's
all these
good
movies are
predictable.
predictable.
It's for
Can
the
I-
predictable parts of it is forgiving for how much fun it is and the
Okay.
throwback with the deaths and stuff.
If they make it work, that's the big thing.
I
Oh,
I
dude,
rank it
it's
as good.
Go ahead.
What I was
personally.
gonna ask, just to run through real quick, everyone's since it's a slasher, you said, what's everyone's favorite slasher? Jeepers Creepers for me.
Ooh,
Oh, cool.
that's a good one.
Stupenzo.
I do like Jeepers Creepers.
I like
I
Jeepers
don't know. Jason's my boy, and I do like Friday the 13th Part 6. It's so badass. It's where he becomes God.
Ooh,
Do we count,
Part
do we count
6.
Nightmare on Elm Street as a slasher?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
slap people.
Yeah.
That's a slasher.
But I like Part 6 of Friday the 13th because that's the one where Jason is officially like an undead zombie back from the dead. He can't be
Just a
killed.
dude from hell.
Oddly enough, my
Yeah.
favorite movie with both of them is probably Freddy vs. Jason. I think they're both at their peak in that movie.
I like that movie too.
Freddy vs. Jason is so fucking good. It's like the best.
You can pick that
crossover
as your
movie
favorite
of all
slasher. I
time.
wouldn't mind. Like that's just that movie is as good as it possibly could have been. Like they
Mhm.
for them
Yeah.
to make it work and like pay respect to the characters compared to like
So,
AVP or something.
Nadia,
It's
what
tough
about
because
you?
What do
it's
you
all
Me-
say?
nostalgia for me. But
Favorite slasher?
Yeah,
Scream.
slasher.
Scream. I'm a big fan of the Scream franchise. I will forgive a lot in the Scream franchise.
I've
Yeah,
never
I'm-
understood the appeal. I've never found the mask scary. I don't understand like what's unique
Yeah.
in this franchise. Like, what's the pitch? It's a dude in a mask stabbing people. Like, The creeper is so much more interesting to me. Like a demon that comes back every 23 years to feed on body parts. And
I think
this
it's
is just
the
a dude in a
realism for me.
mask.
It's the realism
Oh.
for me that it could be something that could happen, especially being such a big true crime buff. But I will tell you, so my husband and I actually reviewed all 6 of them this year, and he had never seen any of them. And he hated every single one of them. He's like, "They're predictable," and especially because the first one is so iconic in pop culture that was ruined for him when we
Scary
first
movie.
went into the first one. Just in general, like you don't necessarily had to have seen Scream to understand the premise and the whole
You've seen the
following
mask,
behind
you've
it.
seen the design.
Yeah, you kind of have an idea about it, and the whole talk of Drew Barrymore, being the lead in it and then being killed off, and that was the first for it to happen in a while. Not saying it's the first ever to happen, but it's such a big pop culture following to it that it just totally ruined it for him. And every time we would watch it, it would just to him get way more stupid each time.
With him.
That's true. Because it tries to
and so does
self-reference
Courtney
itself
Cox's
way too
hairstyles
much.
too.
I mean,
And then-
you look at. Go ahead, Berks.
They don't really do much with the premise other than the fact that it's grounded and it can be real, which drives me nuts. It's just like I feel like it's such a. I've never gotten anything from those movies. Where in comparison, Terminator 1 and 2, the premise and the concept and the characters are going to hold up. Like Sarah Connor's arc is one of my favorite arcs in all of fiction. And like just that alone, even if you don't like slashers or horror or anything, I think you'll get a lot out of that.
Also, Scream
I
was
see
one
what
of
you
my
mean.
first R-rated movies in theaters, so it's I have a lot of fond memories of it as growing
Nostalgia.
up. So, yeah, so I'll forgive it a lot. I actually enjoyed 5 and 6, so yeah, I know I'm a weird one.
Vex, what about you,
D&D is
man?
my favorite movie, and Jay's like, what?
Okay, I've got
Slasher.
a couple that I think classify as slasher. So slasher is not my favorite genre of horror.
Neither.
But like I
Yours
my
see,
least favorite.
yours is fucking found footage and home invasions, man.
yeah. So couple that do come to mind though that I do quite enjoy and I rewatch quite frequently. Terrifier, Jeepers
Ugh.
Creepers, the
Terrifier
original
1
Texas
too.
Terrifier 1, yeah.
Alright.
The original Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
That's a good one.
I'm just
Uh,
hearing the blonde girl screaming in my ear for 20 minutes now. As soon as you mentioned that, I can't do it.
Right. I did quite enjoy Pearl. I liked Malignant. I thought that was stupid fun. I don't does Cabin in the Woods count as a slasher?
Yes.
The
No.
parody.
Well,
I think so.
No.
Well, no, that's actually true because Cabin in the Woods, the first thing that attacks them is zombies. So
It's more like a monster flick.
Monster
it's kind of
horror?
like-
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
monster
So
horror.
maybe not that. And then does hold on, I had it just pulled up. Not Cabin in the Woods.
I'm surprised you loved it so much that you didn't mention Predator. I think Predator is one of the best slasher movies.
Is Predator a slasher movie?
100%.
well,
Sure.
the horror
100%.
slasher. I mean,
It's a
technically, yeah. 'cause
Action
it's not
movie
like
that
Jason
transfers into a
Voorhees.
slasher movie that transfers into a survival movie. It's three
I
different
thought it was
genres that
just
they blend
I
into.
consider that sci-fi action. I don't consider
Yeah.
that
No.
slasher
Horror?
action.
I
Yeah.
also forgot to
100%
I forgot to
clear
mention
slasher.
the
Especially the
Alexander
mid-part.
Aja. Alexander Aja
High
slashers
Te-
like High
Haute Tension?
Tension and
High
and,
tension's great.
If
What's the-
what was
T1
the
is
other
a
one?
slasher, then
Hayden
Predator is a
French, dude.
slasher.
He did that remake of Maniac with Elijah Wood, where he's going around scalping women in first person. The
Yeah,
whole
from
movie.
Elijah Wood's POV. Yeah, that was
Yeah,
actually pretty
and
dope.
then
Oh, I haven't seen that. Is
also
that good?
yeah, it's pretty good. And then the what was it? The Hills Have Eyes remake I liked.
Oh, that
That's
was yeah,
good.
I like
That is actually a pretty good movie. Like,
Mhm.
I
Hold
think
on.
there's like one scene at the end that makes it kind of dumb, but it's
Is-
pretty solid overall.
Is High Tension the French film?
Yeah.
Yes, Haute Tension. I literally just said it in French.
Lord.
though.
Yeah, I
Don't
just
worry.
watched that this year. I thought that was overrated.
I don't
as
like.
fuck.
Listen, I don't like the ending. That's it. I think the
whole
ending
movie
makes
was
it
just not
trash.
So
enjoyable.
my understanding of slashers is there's one guy like slashers to me
Yeah.
is serial killer in a sense. That's what it
Yeah.
comes off, not
Yeah.
monsters killing or something. So Halloween, Friday the 13th, those movies.
So
Well,
they-
Friday the 13th is
they
a
can't-
monster though.
I think
You
if you
don't
have like a
include
big
monsters in
ensemble
it?
cast and they're getting picked off one by
Yeah.
something, that's kind of what weird.
I
Thanksgiving.
think one person trying to take down either another person or a group of people, I think they can all qualify. Like, what's the difference between being a robot or an alien when it's
But
the
I
goal
mean,
is
would
the
you
same?
consider like the Leprechaun series as a slasher?
Yes.
Probably,
The
but I
first
haven't
one.
seen them. Like Chucky's a slasher.
Yeah.
Freddy,
Wishmaster-
Jason.
See,
Wishmaster's
Then it gets
kinda
more
like a
complicated
slasher,
with
but he
people like
doesn't
Pinhead.
slash you.
No, I
See,
wouldn't call
for-
it. That's where it gets more complex with people like
He's
the
killing you with
Wishmaster
dreams and wishes and
Pinhead.
stuff.
Yeah, they're not slashers. They have more of a unique, like, there's more nuance to the ways they kill people.
Okay, so
Like
I'm gonna
his
say then
Jigsaw slasher, he's not.
no. So Texas Chainsaw then is probably my top
Yeah.
slasher flick. Yeah.
Yeah,
Uninspired still isn't here. What is the next?
well,
movie
I
can
will.
see?
I'll announce mine because I haven't announced mine. But like,
Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I would say Friday the 13th because it set up so many movies in the future, like Sleepaway Camp.
Oh, I
The
love
Burning,
the Sleepaway Camp. Those are
The
great.
Burning, April Fool's Day. It just kind of set up everything that came after that. So, yeah, Friday the 13th for sure.
Yeah, super inspirational.
Jay, I need to
Yeah.
hook you up with my friend Gary. He is the horror whisperer to me. He knows everything and everything about 80s horror. It's just you guys would get along so well. I'm gonna
Nice.
put you guys together.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, so like, yeah, Friday the 13th. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen The Burning. That's another one that's really good.
Oh
That's
yeah, I
good.
think I've seen that one. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah. It's so those movies are great. It's just nostalgia, basically. I just like as a kid, I loved
Stepfather.
those movies.
Those are good.
Yeah, that's another one.
hmm
Mm,
I think
so,
we're gonna get holiday horror movies coming back.
Oh, I'm
around.
gonna.
Oh
for
yeah.
I'm gonna
for
binge
sure.
for sure after all this discussion.
Terrifier 3 is gonna be a holiday movie.
it's
Christmas
gonna be
movie.
Christmas.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude! I just hope that for Terrifier he fucking cuts down the runtime because this is like he's killing me with the length. I don't think that
Yeah.
Terrifier needs to be a fucking 2.5 hour
No,
movie.
90
No.
minutes is the perfect length for horror movie.
Exactly. He
It's the
nailed it with the
perfect
first
number.
one. He just got too overzealous with the second one. I totally agree with you. guys.
Carrying the tension over 2 hours is very, very, very,
Very
very difficult.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
Art
yeah.
the Clown of all things too.
Mm.
Very difficult. Yeah.
I have
Art the
not seen
Clown
them.
is
I
a
don't
cool
think I would
design.
like them from what I've seen of
They're
it.
pretty nasty, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yep.
Are they vexed? Are they?
Yeah.
In more ways than one, not
Yeah,
Just watch
okay.
the bedroom scene from part 2 and you'll get an idea.
Oh yeah,
what-
that's pretty
Yeah.
much all you need. So, did you guys give all your slashers?
Mhm.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
last one
All right,
was
so
Friday the
for me,
13th.
it's probably going to be between Nightmare on Elm Street and Scream. But if you have to torture the living shit out of me, I'd probably say Nightmare on Elm Street.
Freddy's pretty good.
'Cause,
The remake
Freddy
was
scares
shit,
the
but
shit out
yeah,
of me.
yeah.
I haven't even seen the remake. I heard they were remaking it. I said fuck no.
When
The
was
remake
this?
came out a couple
2010.
years back. Yeah,
Oh.
it's
Yeah.
shit. It's awful.
Jackie
It completely
Earle.
destroys
Yeah,
the lore and
Robert
character.
Englund is the only one who can play Freddy. Like, just
Yeah.
let
Oh,
it
yeah.
die with him. Let me
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
throw
I
in
like
Devil's
part 3.
Rejects. I don't know if that's a thriller or not, but I definitely love that movie. Just throw that in there.
Devil's Rejects.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's good.
Great.
All
I
right, so next one we have is go ahead. Before
I
we
actually
talk.
like Rob Zombie's Halloween. I know a lot of people do, but for like to separate it from the original, I think
I
it's
dig it.
okay. Yeah,
I dig it too.
I hear
dig it.
he has like his own interpretation of his childhood.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's what I'm
it's-
curious to say.
yeah, it's fun.
All right,
I'll check
so,
that one out. That's been on my list for a while.
next one we got is VHS 85, ladies and
Garbage.
gentlemen.
Garbage.
I
Oh,
was
wait,
just
wait,
going
wait.
over this.
Come on. Wait. All right, who's seen VHS 85?
I've seen the original VHS. But
I
Mother
worked
don't
on the
like it
second
either,
one.
You should know.
Oh, Nadia, which segment did you work on in the second one? I bet you it's the
Uh,
eyeball.
I sent it to.
love the
no,
vampire
I
thing.
sent it to.
Oh yeah, the first
Zach's.
one.
Hold
That-
on,
that
let me
was
pull
in
up
the first one.
the photo of it. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, no worries. And yeah, so VHS, I fucking love the VHS franchise.
too.
So there's a VHS
me
1, great. VHS 2, fucking the better sequel. VHS 3, I think that was VHS Viral. Yeah, that one was pretty ass because, well, fucking VHS Viral.
Mhm.
Ooh, nice.
So I worked on this one where the guy who blew it's the main storyline of him blowing out the bottom of his jaw. This is actually this attaches to your right here. So when he can move it, so it looks weird. I think I have one of him on it.
Ooh,
Ooh,
That's
nice.
awesome.
nice.
So I helped with that.
Man, that's fucking
And then
fantastic.
just some other like side stuff, and then they have me like plugging pubes into a prosthetic piece for a different horror movie that I was working on. Yeah, at the
Oh,
time.
Man,
I thought we were
I
gonna
love
see
the
that.
VHS franchise. Like,
I'm
but VHS
inspired.
85.
Shout, plug your pubes.
The funny
yeah,
thing is, though, I didn't know I was working on VHS 2 until I watched it and saw. I was like, "Wait a minute, this fucking looks familiar." And then my
is
name
my
came up in
work.
credits, and I was like, "Oh shit, that's the untitled movie I interned on." All right, cool.
Oh, nice. Oh man, VHS is fucking great. The dude that did the raid did my favorite segment of VHS. You know, where they go inside that weird cult and they fucking
Yep.
give birth to to the devil, basically.
Mhm.
Fucking fantastic.
Was Barbarian
So
this year?
VHS
No, it
Or
was
no,
last
That
last
year.
year.
was
It was
last year.
Okay.
Last year. So VHS 85. What's the final verdict? Garbage. Very okay.
Garbage.
Didn't like it. No, didn't
Yeah.
like it.
There's absolutely nothing redeeming about this one whatsoever. It feels like it tries to revisit a lot of ideas the previous entries had, but it doesn't bring anything fresh like those ones did. Just over, it felt like a fucking waste of time. Even for you, it took you 3 months to finish this movie in full.
It did actually take me 3 months to watch it because I kept fucking falling asleep. It was
There
like,
you go.
damn.
If you're falling asleep,
Not a
then
good
it's not
time.
worth the push through. Like,
Oh yeah, for me, like VHS 85 was really really bad. And
Here's when
so
it started, Nadia. Like Indiana Jones 5 had come out, and Uninspired was telling me about everything that was he was in a plan for his channel. And then the Indy Jones review got pushed just as like as soon as VHS 85 came out, there's like, oh, I'm gonna push this till August. Oh, I'll push it to September. I'll fuck it. I'm not gonna do it. And then at the same time he was telling me all that, he was like, oh, I started VHS 85. Oh man, I fell asleep. I'm gonna finish it tomorrow. Oh, 2 weeks later. Oh, I'm gonna try and finish VHS 85 today after oh
one time was
dude,
literally a month later. I was like, yeah, I'm finally finishing it. So
I'm
yep.
like, dude, it's not even worth it. I told him
it's not worth it. If you're falling asleep, it's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Dude, it was bad, man. And so the next one on the list is an Indonesian horror movie that I watched. I don't know if you guys are familiar. It's called Sewu Dino. Sewudino.
What's the
So,
English translation?
I have no fucking idea. So it's
Garbage.
It's 2 words.
Garbage.
Hold on.
So-
Can you spell that one more time?
SEWU
Mhm.
space
Oh, I got you.
DINO.
Dino. Yeah, okay.
Sewudino. So yeah, so basically the story is 1,000 days. Yeah, so I mean that does go ahead with the premise. So the premise is basically these two women that are so it's one woman, she's employed by this weird ass how would I say this? Rich family, and her job is basically to go into the forest and take care of their child for 1,000 days. Their child who is basically possessed. And what she has to do is every single night she has to play a specific thing on the record. It's instructions on how to wash the body and basically cleanse it. And so she tries to do that for 1,000 nights, and she can't really escape because just before going there, the woman who employed them took their hair and did some weird, voodoo shit. So they can't really escape the forest where they have to take care of the daughter. So they've got to survive there for 1,000 days. And let's just say,
I'm not gonna lie, I almost fell
happens.
asleep listening to that.
Dude, I'm telling you, like shit happens. It's a very, very okay movie. It's not straight up garbage because the scares are pretty creative, but I don't think that I would rewatch it. But it does have its merits, so I'd give it a very okay. I don't think I'd recommend it that much. So yeah, now we gotta leave the world behind, ladies and gentlemen. Netflix
Boo!
Garbage.
Barack Obama triumph.
Fucking
Actually,
trash. It
Yeah.
deserves very okay, but subjectively garbage for me.
Yeah, I was
Gotta
gonna
buy.
say.
Very
Fuck that
okay, but
movie.
points deducted for the Obamas.
Yeah,
Julia Roberts screaming at the deer at the end was comedy. Like I was
yeah.
tearing up, like laughing at it. This is so. They're not even threatening you. Like just leave, just walk away, and they're going nuts. It's such. It's
I was
stupid.
It is a
really
good.
hoping-
It is a good.
Oh.
It's a good educational film to see what the elite have in store for us.
It's,
This is
it's
what
not
they-
worthless. There's pieces in there that would have been way more enjoyable had they paced it together where you can enjoy the tension and the
Yes.
concepts. But they
Agreed.
pissed it away with doing nonsense. Like, my only takeaway is Mahershala, what's his face? That motherfucker needs to play.
Marshall
Blade.
Ali.
He needs to
Yeah.
play Blade right now. He's the man for the job.
Oh yeah.
I don't
think he's
think he
great.
is, but we'll see. I
No, I
want
think
an
he's good for
actual
Blade.
Blade.
I think he's
I
the
want-
only one who's worthy of Wesley's passing on
I-
the torch.
Yeah.
I want an
I
actual
agree.
Blade movie, not a drama. And this is, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I wasn't saying I hated this movie. I'm just saying I liked he was him like picturing this guy as like potentially playing Blade in the future was the only thing keeping me from falling asleep.
Well, do you think
Like,
he would?
I want the
I mean,
weekend to play Blade.
It's
Oh,
it's
God.
been so many years, and this movie has been in development. I think he might be too old if they're going to go back into reshooting this whole movie and rewriting this.
I think he's
He's
committed,
not
and I don't think it's an
shot
age
yet.
thing. It's not like
Yeah,
an age. No, actually, have you heard the original idea that they were gonna have for it?
Yeah.
Yep. we
Yeah,
all
him
have.
like
Daughter, I
yeah,
guess.
it's ridiculous. No, for him training like 4 women, like one of them is a daughter, and he's like the old like Whistler type. Why would you do that with Blade? Like this is not the character to do that with. And we already learned from Blade 3 that the character works best when he's like by himself or limited. If you try to do the whole team thing, it falls apart. Blade Trinity was crap, and I just think Blade is such a popular character, and we have this one. In my opinion, I think he's like the best person to take the torch, and just a missed opportunity.
I hope they because I think what was his name? Wesley Snipes. I think he was about in his 30s when the first Blade was made.
Yeah.
This Mahershala Ali is already in his 50s, man. So
What?
yeah,
Yeah.
he's
I didn't know
50.
that.
50s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
let me
Hot
look him up.
take. I think Peter Dinklage for Blade.
You can do it.
Yeah,
I didn't
Mahershala Ali
know he
is
was that
49.
old. I
He's
did not know
49,
he was that
almost
old.
50.
Okay,
Yeah, man.
well,
I don't know, man.
we
I
can
like
squeeze 3 blades out of him. Like he's gonna be an old man by the third one. You know?
Oh,
He will be
As long
Wesley
as-
by the end.
as long as Ryan Reynolds, shows up in
Keep-
the third one, I'm
Keep
sold.
him far away from the set. Keep him away from everything not named Deadpool. Like
I
that
would
guy.
actually, I'd like Blade to just stay in his own universe. I know that
Yeah.
they're gonna try and tie him in with the MCU, unfortunately, but
No.
like he just works so well on his own. Like
Yes.
because
That movie's
the
gonna be
lore-
hot garbage.
The lore is
So-
so dark that he needs to stay on his own. You can't
Listen,
PG-13
at least
Blade.
if the Blade movie sucks,
Amen.
at least we might get a good video game for Blade. You know?
Yes,
You know
there
what?
you go.
You know what will be the tell is if they do Daredevil right, which they won't. But
They
if they
won't.
do Daredevil
probably-
right, then it'll lead. But if they
They
yeah,
canceled Daredevil, did they?
no, they scratched
they
it
were
to
fucking
redo it
one
again.
Season 1 of Daredevil is one of the best things Marvel has ever done, like period. And the fact that they didn't
Mhm.
keep all the people on board with that for this next project, like just stick to what worked. I just don't
Yeah.
understand. You have the fantastic actor who loves the kid. Like when you Henry Cavill gets all the credit for this in terms of like loving the characters and like wanting to do the extra, do that bit, like go the extra distance for them. But Brian Cox, if that's his name,
Charlie Cox.
Charlie Cox, yeah.
Yeah.
He's right up there with someone. That guy loves Blade. He really wants to make the most. Daredevil. He wants to make the
Yeah.
most out of this character, and I just
There's
hate
so
the fact
many-
that
This is what I think about the MCU. I think they need to take a 5-year hiatus.
Jamie
Yeah.
too.
they needed to take a 5-year hiatus
just-
5 years
Will you
ago.
listen to me?
They should
I
have done it
said-
after
I said
Endgame.
they need to shut everything down for 2
Yep.
years. Be like, we'll come back and then start strong with a strong Fantastic Four and lead into the mutants. Like completely, don't reboot any of the
Absolutely.
characters.
Leave it
take
at
a break.
Infinity War. Nobody knows what happened to the Avengers. Let those fucking kids cry.
Let's
Who
it
cares?
go.
And then
Yeah.
hit the pause button
Yeah.
for 5 years.
Let's
Fuck them
do,
kids.
and let's
Can
do
you
the
imagine
X-Men
if they had the
right.
balls to do that? The
I
last
actually think
five
they should
years.
take a longer break. It should be 5 years
Yeah.
because audiences
Fucking 10
will
years.
remember.
Getting-
dog.
We should be
5
getting
years.
Infinity War right now. Imagine if Infinity War was coming out right now, the year 2023, and it was literally like 5 years after. Endgame was.
You mean,
Yeah, they
yeah, I
have
was like, you mean
everything.
Endgame, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
right.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah,
We
that
should
would
have
be
had
crazy.
secret. We should have had Secret Wars before Endgame.
A
Yeah.
proper
Technically.
Secret Wars too.
Yeah.
Also,
not
ac-
this garbage like they did with Secret Invasion.
Can I
Yeah.
just do a quick plug? If anyone hasn't seen Secret Invasion, just check out my video. Fucking-
Yeah, check out
I
that. I wrote those
sunk all
videos.
over that fucking show. Oh my god!
I
back to
literally
Daredevil.
This
literally
Hey,
live
nice.
with the
Yeah,
Marvel
one.
Encyclopedia in a
Mm.
human form. Yeah,
OG.
And-
is Secret Wars.
Secret Wars is one of his favorite, and I have to hear about everything Marvel's doing wrong now every time something
Yeah.
of it comes on the screen. So
Speaking of
They are
Marvel
doing
being
it for
horrific,
Daredevil's actress, good lady. She's in so many articles where she's like, "I wish I was asked to be on this new Daredevil show."
no,
playing
that
that
would have ruined
character.
her career, man. Fuck that shit. All right,
They-
good. So back to the tier list. Wait, Nadia, you wanted to say the last thing?
oh, I was gonna say they fucked Kingpin over in Hawkeye series, but that
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
my
Vincent
Yeah.
D'Onofrio. Yeah, they fucked him
Yeah.
over. So these next two, I don't think anyone has seen them except for me. So one is Soft Liquid Center, and the other one is called Older Gods.
It's all on you.
Both 2023 movies. Both are fucking garbage. Horrible.
Oh.
Older Gods, I couldn't even finish that shit. I'm not even gonna lie. I watched about 30 minutes of a 2-hour movie. I said, nope, fuck this shit. Soft Liquid Center. It was interesting at the beginning, but then became too artsy fartsy bullshit, and I literally finished it in about I think 1.8 times speed. So yeah.
How artsy are we talking? Like the Northmen or like Mother? Like there's tiers. To
No. It's like Mother is this is Skinamarink levels of artsy fartsy bullshit. Yeah, it is that bad, man. It is horrible.
Pass.
Yeah, I'm deleting
So-
Skinamarink, so.
Strong pass. So and yeah, so now next we've got Scream 6.
Mid.
Garbage.
Man in Masks.
Mid.
That's just all
It's a good bookend. It's a solid
we'll
bookend
say-
if they never
say
have to
very
pick it up
okay
again.
then.
So
Garbage.
very okay. All right. So Jay, you're
I
saying it's garbage. Nadia, you're with mid. Stupenzo.
I'm with mid. I would watch it again.
No, I'm saying the middle of garbage and mid is very okay. So I'm just saying.
All
that's
right,
the
all right,
safe
all right,
choice.
all right. So I think I'll go with very okay because I agree. I think that I like it. I think that it's really really good, but the villain reveal, the killer reveal, basically fucks up every single ounce
is
of
it? Tell
loss
me.
that the film had. So
Spoil it, I don't
spoiler
care.
alert!
How many
Spoiler
horror
alert,
movies?
ladies and gentlemen. Spoiler alert, ladies and gentlemen. In 5 seconds for Scream 6 and the killer. So the killer is basically
Killers.
the killers.
Always
They're
killers.
Wait, isn't
Always
that movie
killers.
supposed to be good?
It's
I liked it,
okay.
but
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. But it has the reveal makes like the reveal just brings up so many problems of the
I
movie,
hate when that happens.
which is
Is it
bad
someone's
because
famous son or something, or someone's
so
daughter?
the killer is the detective that's taking care of the case, and his daughter,
just
who
one
is-
thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
but
Are
they're
you talking
related
about-
to the previous. They're the family of the killer from 5.
Just one thing.
Mhm.
Are we talking about the movie The Killers?
No.
No,
we're talking
no,
about
Scream-
Scream.
I'm like,
Scream
yeah, we're just talking about
6.
one movie. I'm like, why are we talking
Yeah.
about 2 movies at the same time? I'm so lost.
Okay, so
Because
okay.
there's 3 killers
Yeah,
in Scream 6.
okay.
Yeah.
There we
3
go.
killers
there's-
this time, of
Oh,
course.
yeah, yeah.
It's the family of the
No,
one from
groundbreaking.
5.
It's the family
Yeah.
of Huey from 5.
Yeah.
Hence, hence garbage.
So I would say pretty cool design for the mask, though, in this one, at
Listen,
least.
I'm happy that we finally got to see Ghostface with a shotgun. Literally,
Yeah, I was gonna
point
say
blank.
Yeah.
that looked cool in the trailer, and him in a convenience store with a shotgun, like robbing a store or something.
Did not give a
Mhm.
fuck. He was like,
Oh yeah. So yeah, but then it is stupid because of the reveal. So I think
I got
I'll
a
skip-
question for
Go ahead,
you
go
all.
ahead.
As we go through all these movies and we do all these other films and series, do you ever get questions like, when do you have time to watch all this shit?
I don't
Yeah,
have
no,
kids.
Me neither. Yeah, my kids are.
That's right.
I work from home.
Yeah, I work from
Work from
home. I
home
don't
on
have
computer.
kids.
Well, there's your
Dude.
answer for I only saw one. So I just
Dude, I honestly just I sit down and I binge like completely. Like for
Yeah.
example, in the last
Yeah.
month, I've probably watched about 50 horror movies because I'm making my my unknown or hidden horror movies gems video. So I just had to binge everything. That's why I know so much
Yeah.
weird trash from 2023.
that's why I'm trying to get
I
good
watched,
recommendations.
I rewatched
from
all the
this list.
Godzilla movies in half a month, man. It was hard, but I did it. Someone's got to do it.
You did it half a night with the speed you had it on.
I watched
pretty
like
much-
12 of
Oh,
them. in a day.
Only watch horror. I don't watch many other genres, so
Same.
it's not hard for
Yeah.
hard.
Hey,
to
hey,
do.
CLS.
watch-
How you doing, man?
I watch I try to watch a little bit of everything, but yeah.
I can't
I
do like
watch
rom
everything.
coms. I can't do dramas. I have to be in a mood for it.
Rom-coms.
So
Listen,
You
rom-
watch
rom-coms
rom-coms
are actually
accidentally, like you're stuck in the room, someone has it on, you're on a plane, and nobody sits
I
down
mean,
and like watches. a
my
rom-com.
sisters do. My sisters
I
do.
do. Listen, romantic
Not
comedies are my
horror
favorite
fan.
genre ever. Like favorite genre. Number one is rom-coms, followed by
I
horror.
like Hallmark and Lifetime movies, unironically.
No, a horror is the only. Like if somebody's not dying, killing somebody, if there's something horrific happening in it, both in a TV show or a movie, I'm out.
It's horror is the type of thing where like if you like horror, you'll be happy to know it's in anything. Like, oh, we're watching a movie, there's horror in it. Oh, great, that type of thing. Just splash it into anything,
Yeah.
and then you're gonna be into it.
Exactly.
Probably would
So-
say action is probably my second favorite genre, but
Yeah, action is in everything. That's the thing. Like
Mhm.
most of it. All right. So when evil lurks, because I'll leave these first three because I know Vex has seen them. But when evil lurks, I think everyone is gonna agree. It's gourmet shit, man.
gourmet shit.
Absolute
I've seen
gourmet shit.
Cobwebs, I've seen Wonder Knife, but I didn't see Dracula on a boat.
Yo,
Dracula
Dracula
on
on
a
a boat. Yeah. When evil lurks, man, complete gourmet shit. This is it's like Brooks, if you haven't seen it, man, go watch this. This is fucking
Whoa,
fantastic.
hold on. Did we
Snake-
skip? How many movies
No.
did we do while I was gone?
Yo, relax. We did literally 2, man. That's it. We did Soft Liquid Center and Older Gods. I
And
was
Scream.
waiting for you to come back. Yeah, and Scream
But
6,
I see,
yeah.
isn't that Thanksgiving at the top there?
You were here
You
for
did.
Thanksgiving. Where
Yeah.
have you
What?
been?
Where the
Yeah.
fuck were you?
Evil Lurks.
Okay, all right, yes.
Influencers, Thanksgiving, and Evil Lurks. Those are the 3 recommendations so far.
Oh yeah. Oh look. Is that what the fuck is that?
Yeah, look at those ears.
that
Look at those
cat?
ears.
Oh.
Brooks, I would put When
Aw.
Evil Lurks at top of your
He's
list.
camera shy. He doesn't. He didn't put on. He doesn't.
Oh,
I
he's-
don't like it.
Look at those ears. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
man. Baby
I
ears.
hate cats.
So
Nobody
yeah,
hates
Brooks,
cats.
if you haven't seen When Evil
Cats are
Lurks,
evil.
man, watch it.
Yeah, that's on the list. Yeah, so influencer, Thanksgiving, and Evil Lurks in terms of.
Put
This
it
is the
on
thing.
top
Instead
of
of
your list.
binging like 30, because I'll just be like, oh my god, it'll fall apart in 4 minutes for me. I'm gonna pick the
Dude,
top
like-
5 that have good recommendations, so I can really take them in.
Dude,
you know?
When Evil Lurks is such a good, fresh take on what possession is like. It
Mhm.
is fantastically good, man.
Yeah.
Like really, really fucking
I was
good.
very surprised by it. I didn't think I was going to enjoy it, and it's very good.
Yeah, I
it's
thought it
very
was
I have to
sad.
watch that one.
an average horror flick, and it blew every expectation I
Mhm.
had. Wonderful.
yeah.
It's
Yeah.
on the list.
So-
I'm checking that shit out.
Cobweb. What did you guys think of Cobweb?
Oh, Vex.
Good.
Yeah, I remember mentioning this to you.
For me,
Um,
it's mid.
Yeah, it had a really good premise. Like I liked the whole like the child horror angle and all that. I thought the acting was good. I just don't like that at the end of the movie it just becomes your pretty standard monster demon horror kind of flick. And I
Yeah.
think that brings the entire movie down. It just feels like they got lazy or didn't know what to do. So that's why I rank it as mid. I think there's some rewatchability to it. But I wouldn't go out of my way to rewatch
It's kind
it.
of like Malignant, actually.
I
Reminds me
hated
of all of
Malignant.
No, I love Malignant though. That's so stupid. It's awesome.
Fucking hated that movie. That movie made me so mad. I just hated that.
It was
fucking movie.
dumb. It was
It was
great.
dumb, and I understand where they were trying to go with throwbacks. No, I'm out.
I want a Parasite twin after Malignant. That shit was awesome.
Oh,
I have a
speaking
feeling
of
you have
Parasite,
one.
That guy died. That
Yeah,
actor
the actor
died
from Parasite died just the other day.
Yeah.
Oh right, yeah. I just saw that
that was
movie. I
sad.
think end of last year for the first time.
Great
It was pretty
movie.
good.
That
Yeah.
was a good movie.
I was actually on a job interview, and the guy who interviewed me recommended it, and I made it to the next round. I'm like, fuck, I better watch this movie so I can
Fucking
talk to him
W
about it.
job interviewer, man. That's a great job interview.
Yeah.
I didn't get
Alright.
it, but it's okay.
Oh.
Oh,
So we got It's a Wonderful Knife. Have you guys seen
Garbage.
it?
Garbage.
Oh yeah,
Garbage.
garbage,
The
garbage.
name alone, what the hell is that? It's a wonderful-
I'm
Dude, it
sad
was
I didn't
ass.
see A Wonderful Life before I saw this. Now I have no
Is it
desire
not
to see A
even-
Wonderful Life.
It's like not even like ironically. Like,
No,
good.
not
I-
even
No.
close.
No.
It's really bad. Like
Yeah.
it
So
sucks ass.
you know how Thanksgiving it knows what it is and it runs with it and it has a really good setup. A
Tough word.
Wonderful Knife tries to do the same kind of idea but at Christmas time, but instead it doesn't know what it's trying to be first of all, and then it just makes everyone gay as well for no fucking reason at all, and it becomes like
Oh, there's a reason.
a weird leftist ideology push amidst this whole someone going around stabbing people. It becomes very
Yeah, they
anti-capitalist
wasted
as
Justin
well.
Long as well too. They wasted
Yeah,
Justin
really
Long.
wasted Justin Long.
It could have
So
been fun.
It
could've been
really
fun.
could have been. It could have been like Thanksgiving, but they fumbled it really hard.
Yeah.
I
So,
saw a Santa horror movie prior to this where it was like a robotic Santa going around
Oh,
and just
yeah, I've seen
killing
that
people.
I've seen that
and-
one.
That was more enjoyable than this, and that movie's garbage too.
They could have legitimately just fucking dunked water on that Santa. No one thought
Yeah.
about it. It's crazy.
Me
I'm like,
and-
how
me
does
and
the Santa
uninspired watch this
Follow
Killer Santa
people
movie.
to their house. They
Yeah,
have
we
no idea.
Dude, Stupenza and myself, we watched a weird Santa killing movie. Literally, like the first 5 minutes is him just fucking murdering famous people.
And it's
so
a,
Yeah,
I,
it's
I think it's
Goldberg.
a Shutter original.
Yeah, we watched
Chris-
Santa's Sleigh. But
Christmas
when-
Bloody
when you were talking-
Christmas.
Oh, okay.
That's the one. Yeah.
yeah, Christmas Bloody
a
Christmas
robot
is pretty
Santa?
recent.
Like,
You
how
know-
does that
yeah,
work?
it is.
Has anybody ever seen the Jack Frost, or is it not
Yeah.
Jack Frost, but it's like the horror?
Jack Frost.
Yeah,
Heard
is
of
it
it.
Both called Jack
the
Frost.
snowman?
Both called Jack
Yeah,
Frost.
Yeah, that was horrible, but I love those movies.
Yeah, the sequel takes place in like the Bahamas or some shit.
Yeah,
Like, it makes no sense at all.
a killer snowman. Yeah,
Yeah.
All right. So next on the list, we got Last Voyage of the Demeter. I still haven't seen this
Dracula.
one.
I'd
I
call
love
it mid.
vampires, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it was disappointing, but it's still, it's a great little monster flick. But I don't like it when my vampires are like feral beasts, especially
Neither do I.
Dracula.
No,
Dracula
I'm
should be
gonna,
able to talk and be
I'm gonna
not
dis-
naked.
yeah, I'm gonna
What-
disagree with Stupenzo. I think it was very okay.
Sure.
So this movie was marketed as kind of like Alien on a boat. Like I remember the director very specifically saying in multiple interviews, "It's Alien on a boat."
Yeah,
So I was like,
The
"Yo,
director, of
Alien
course.
on a boat and Dracula? That sounds awesome."
Yeah, plus
Um,
the director is Andre Overdahl,
What?
who made Troll Hunter. Troll Hunter, one of my fucking
yeah,
favorite
which is a
Norwegian movies.
fantastic movie as well. But first of all, there's just diversity where there doesn't need to be diversity. Like it was such a pointless add-in. That like much other diversity casting is just there so you have the checkbox, right? It starts off, I mean, pretty okay, but then the second they find like this Romani woman somewhere, it just
Right.
all goes downhill from there. Just becomes your really, really, really basic monster movie for the second half. Doesn't introduce anything new. If anything, it kind of shits on how cool Dracula could be. Like there was a lot that could have worked here. Had just anyone behind the scenes been kind of competent. Even the
Mm.
creature effects are not particularly terrifying. It looks like creatures we've seen in about a dozen other movies altogether. So there's no I mean, you could
Yeah.
rewatch it if you wanted to. It's not like maybe you could put it on in the background, but there's nothing really great about it. But it's not
Yeah.
complete and utter
Cinematography,
garbage.
anything?
Nothing. No,
Yeah, very
it's not
okay. I'd
complete
agree.
garbage, but it's very. I would say it's very okay at
Yeah,
best.
also big problems with the movie is like you got that guy from Game of Thrones, the smuggler being typecast as a,
Yeah.
he's just always playing that type of dude. And then like you said, it reminded me of the Nick. You got like that black dude who's a doctor and nobody likes him because he's a black
Yeah.
man. And the other thing is like when you hear it's like, oh, the voyage of the Demeter. Okay, so everyone's gonna die, right? That's the joke. And then what's actually more insulting is no, not everyone dies. There is a survivor, and he goes off to become like Black Van Helsing. And you're like,
Yeah.
What the
Which also
fuck?
doesn't make any sense at all. Yeah.
Yeah, you
And
guys just dumpstered
knows
this
how-
movie.
Yeah, he knows how to do everything too, is the other thing. Like there's no fault or no
a Gary
conflict.
Stew.
Yeah, he's a doctor, he's a ship captain, he's a lore expert.
And he's
Like
black.
He's
And
a
So he
Yeah.
vampire.
sounds
all
like
the-
he sounds like husband material. That's what I hear. All right, cool.
It's like he also had to deal with all that adversity on top of things,
Oh,
and it's
yeah.
just like, oh my god.
Listen,
Yeah.
so the Voyage of the Demeter,
Amazing.
I've always said this. It's episode 2 of the BBC Dracula show. There's only 3 episodes of that. I do think that it's probably the best episode of the BBC Dracula show because it actually just like follows Dracula as Dracula, as the
Okay,
It
count.
fumbles the
check it
ending
out.
though. It fumbles.
Yeah, it
the
fumbles the ending. Well, it fumbles the ending just like after everything is done, basically. But as a self-contained episode, I think it's fucking fantastic in terms of meter stuff. All right, so
will
Nadia,
say-
you've got to go.
Yes.
So,
so
yeah.
funny. I
All right.
know.
Well, do you have anything that you want to plug?
So tonight, Dames and Dorks, they're our last episode of the year. So we're going to talk about what we loved about 2023 in media, and then we have an ornament exchange and just be a little bit of a chilled stream. And then I have some stuff coming out. I'm actually going to be starting a horror segment for 2024. So I'll be working on
Fuck
that.
yeah.
But yeah, that's about it. So if you got nothing to do tonight, tune into Dames and Dork on the Inside All Day podcast channel.
Yeah,
It
all the
was
links
nice
are in the
meeting you, Nadia. It was really
Yes.
nice meeting you finally.
You
It was
You
nice
got to
meeting
meet the
you all.
gooch. You got to
Yes,
meet
the
the gooch
gooch.
live.
We'll talk. I'll send you a message. We'll talk.
Yeah.
Thanks for
It
coming
was
on,
nice
Nadia.
meeting everybody. I'll see you guys
care.
later. Bye.
Bye.
All right, see ya. Bye.
Oh my god, Jay,
Yeah, they
will
were
you sign
fine,
my
I guess.
gooch?
I will.
All right, so what do we get next? We got Evil Dead Rise.
Loved it.
I think it's good, not in gourmet shit, but
I'd
good.
concede to good.
Yeah,
I
I
would-
liked it.
You know what? No, I'm gonna say gourmet shit.
There's nothing in the good section though. It's like I hate
No,
when I
No,
say
no, no.
this-
I think, Vex, check out my review that I made, shameless plug, of course. I made a review on Evil Dead Rise, ladies and gentlemen. So check out my review to understand why, like, it's not gourmet shit. I think that there's so much that they could have done better with the motherhood aspect. That's the issue that I have with it, and it's like it's just a missed opportunity to make something incredibly good better. So that's
In what
why
way?
Okay.
In what way? What do you mean by the motherhood part? Because I thought
So,
it played out pretty good.
Well, I think it played out like just too how would I say this? Like too average. I haven't seen the movie in a while, which is why which is why I'm referring to my review. But what I remember is the fact. No, seriously, like legit, dude. The movie came out in March. What do you want me to say? But the thing is that like it's the fact that they don't explore the what's her name? I think it's Beth, right? Auntie Beth.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, I don't think that they explored the fact that she doesn't want to be a mother enough, or that like it's the fear of having a kid. As you see at the beginning of the movie, I think she's in the bathroom stall, she gets the pregnancy test.
Mhm.
So I don't think that they explore that enough for her to earn how to say this, mini me basically.
I'm going to disagree
I,
with you there, actually.
Yeah,
'cause
me too.
I find it's very clear throughout basically the entire movie that she doesn't want to be a mom. Like the fact that she didn't tell her sister about it. She even shies away from the kids quite a bit. She's kind of standoffish with them. When it comes to Mini Me at the very end, it's also just like out of kind of like this is the only family she has left, so she has to concede. Also, when she kills the final monster thing or whatever, it's like an amalgamation of all
lady.
the family, right? She's totally fine with the kid parts getting squashed really easy, but she lingers on the sister being there because that's the bigger tie that she has. So I think they visited that more than enough. The reason I put it as gourmet shit, first of all, I would gladly rewatch this. It actually adds
Oh yeah,
something
for sure.
fresh. Like for we're so used to seeing remakes happen, like the last 10 years especially, and most of those remakes, especially when it comes to horror, are just bland.
The
They're
rehashes of the
so
original.
yeah, it's like there's nothing original that it brings. So I like that this is in the Evil Dead universe. It takes advantage of all the good things that Evil Dead has introduced, and it puts it on a new modern twist on it that actually works really well. It's also unintentionally really based by acknowledging, like, it
Yeah.
obliterates the abortion debate because fucking fetuses are humans. They called it a soul, right? The demon called it a soul.
Right.
It's gory. It's like it's just crazy fun. Like I was drawn to the screen, even though it was predictable and you could see where the characters were going, but it was such a fun movie to watch. That's why I put
Yeah.
it at gourmet
Yeah,
shit.
I said good because I thought everyone was going to be harder on it, and I was like, I loved it, but like, I
I'm
would
harder on
definitely,
it
if
because
everyone
I'm
else
a huge fan of Evil Dead. That's why.
see
No, I
things
think
I
for
did
what
love about it.
is.
Other things I liked about it, yeah, it's not set in a cabin, it's set in a different setting, which
Except
is
for the
cool. And then
intro.
also, children dying horribly on screen doesn't really happen enough in
Mhm.
these modern movies. So, and then the big fucking destroy a Deadite at the end was pretty epic.
All right.
So,
Well,
yeah.
since
I
you guys
I
overpowered
personally
me, I'll
like
put it in gourmet.
I like the dynamic between her and her sister. Like when you're talking about the motherhood part, she's looking at her sister and seeing what she has to cope with being a single mom, dealing with the kids and the financial struggles that she's going through, and the sister just kind of seeing that and going, I'm rebelling against that. I don't want to deal with that. And like Vex said it perfectly, when she has the pregnancy test, she's like, hell no, like I don't think I
Yeah.
want to do this at all. Like
Yeah.
I think it played out perfectly, to be
It's
honest.
also accidentally based because like everyone wants to I just want to live single and party and be a rocker chick, and it's like
Yeah.
you learn the
I don't want to be tied
rewards-
down.
the rewards of children, it's there.
Yeah, they
She-
keep
like
calling
the-
her a
you-
whore throughout the movie too, which is great.
Yeah. I thought the action scenes were awesome. Like I thought,
Yeah.
man,
Oh yeah,
this
they
is
were
really
fantastic.
great
I
stuff.
think
Yeah.
visually, it's probably one of the best Evil Dead movies. For me, it's like
And Mom, the actress was great. Mom,
Oh yeah, the mom
she
actress
was just
was great.
possessed. She was
Yeah.
all possessed.
Brooks. If you haven't seen, well, are you a fan of Evil Dead in general?
I've had a friend of mine who's been begging me to watch them for years. I've never actually gotten into them.
Oh,
I,
well,
Dude,
um,
watch them.
New
yeah,
ones are
and
different.
so that's why I don't really have much to add to this one. I'm not too sure about the Evil Dead
Dude, honestly, watch the Evil Dead franchise. It's pretty fucking.
I mean,
Evil
like,
Dead
good.
2 is the best.
Every
like a
every
neat-
single
this is-
one is great.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
like the original Evil Deads, and then there's this new Evil Dead duology, which is much more, straight, serious.
Are they horror or comedy? That's why I've never really understood.
So-
the first
well,
three.
Yeah,
The Bruce Campbell ones are silly and fun. And
Yeah.
the first
That's
one,
why I'm
Bruce,
like, which
that
one?
was-
I don't know what's going on. Like for me,
The
horror
first
comedies
one-
are always strange.
the first one's a horror. Second one's you got Campbell, and then
Yeah.
it goes on from there. Yeah.
the first
So
one's a
first-
straight
first
horror,
one
but
is-
because of the campy effects, they kind of
Yeah,
leaned more into the
exactly.
campiness in the sequels.
Yeah.
Um,
So
but it
it was
worked.
like low budget first time Sam Raimi and his brothers doing it basically. So first one is straight up horror, but because of the actual effects that look outdated, is kind of campy. So today it would seem campy. Second one, they actually lean into the camp, but that just makes it fucking incredible. It's probably one of the best
Yeah.
Evil Dead movies ever.
Yeah.
Third one is full blown comedy, and it's back in the Middle Ages. So it's literally Bruce
that one's
Campbell
great.
in the Middle
Medieval
Ages.
Dead.
Full blown comedy. It's fucking fantastic comedy as well.
Army of Darkness. I think. it's
Yeah,
called.
Army of Darkness. And then there's the reboot in 2013 by the guy that's making the new Alien movie, Fede Alvarez. And so that one's a remake of the original. So it's basically what the original should have been, but it's updated, for like how would I say this? With modern effects and modern like gore.
Yeah, sometimes
horror.
you need that.
And also
Sometimes.
extra
Exactly.
drama, because now the original was like it's a double date going on a cabin in the woods, and this one it's like an intervention where they're trying to get their friend to like detox from
Yeah.
fucking opiates. So it's like
Mhm.
already got this like bad juju to it, which is
And it's
great.
really, really, really good. Like fucking that one is like pure.
It also
terror and
broke
gore.
the record for most on-screen
Blood.
blood. I think it's still the record holder, if not.
I think I know. I think
some
something broke it. I think what was it? I
Recently.
forgot. It's a recent movie that broke it recently. Yeah.
Right.
And then Evil Dead Rise, fucking fantastic as well, man. I think the entire it's one of the only horror
Don't forget
franchises.
Ash versus the
that
Evil
is
Dead. Don't
great.
forget Ash versus the Evil Dead, the show.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Ash
Yeah.
versus Evil Dead is a 3-season TV show that continues
pretty
the original trilogy story, which is also every single season is fucking fantastic.
You know what? I could honestly argue that you could watch Evil Dead Rise on its own without seeing
True.
any of the
Yeah.
other.
Oh yeah, you can.
movies.
You can for
Absolutely.
sure.
Yeah.
That
You
was
can.
actually going to be my main question for someone like me who not really familiar with the franchise. Is this something you could jump into?
You could
and not
watch
confuse
this
the
movie
continuity?
and it could be a contained story and you wouldn't
yeah.
like it tells you enough about the universe that you won't feel lost.
Even
Yeah.
the 2013 version, you
Right.
can watch that as a standalone for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
And still enjoy it like really, really well.
Mhm.
So
There's a spooky book, and when you read passages from the book, everyone starts becoming demons.
yeah, the
Pretty
Necronomicon.
tried and
Yeah.
true formula.
So next up, we've got Infinity Pool. I haven't seen it yet. So what do you guys
I
think?
like it
has
a lot,
seen it?
but me.
You and Stupenzo.
Is it just
All
us
right.
two?
Yeah, I guess.
Well, I know Movie Cynic saw it, but he said he hated it. So we'll
You
Yeah,
know
that
what?
was his worst one, I think.
Like, oh, hold on. Why did you like it, Stupenzo? Let me.
Well, I love the Cronenbergs. I just think
Mhm.
they're weirdos.
Mhm.
And yeah, this movie, it was like, I mean, this movie, I liked it because of what it wasn't saying, what you had to kind of like see, read into in the subtext. So, like, I don't know, maybe it's just my personal opinion and I'm reading into it a little too deep. But yeah, I just liked all that stuff about like, upper class, wealthy assholes. It's like a metaphor for these people that go to like tropical islands that are kind of impoverished areas and they just kind of just like party there cheap and kind of get
Yeah.
away with all kinds of stuff. And this was just that taken to like a whole nother strange Cronenberg level. And sex and drugs and murder and all that stuff is good in a good horror movie when it's done stylistically.
And Mia Goth, too.
well. Yeah, and I wouldn't say it was gourmet. I loved it, but I think I liked Evil Dead Rise more than Infinity Pool for sure.
So,
but
finish your thought.
no, I
first.
mean that's about it. Just basically all that
So
stuff.
where,
about,
where would you put it?
Okay. So like I can't make up my mind on Infinity Pool. Like I agree actually with you a lot, Stupenzo. Like I like that there's a lot of subtext. I like that it goes really deep. I like that it does criticize like what the rich upper class are doing, how normies kind of would react to that. I like that it introduces some sci-fi elements as well. I like that it dives into conspiracy theory territory as well.
Yeah.
So all of those things, but I just like the entire thing felt really pretentious, and I think that's why I can't make up my mind on it.
It's-
Like
It's
again,
Cronenberg.
yeah, it
Yeah,
does
it's hard to
so
do
much
something
well,
that
and
wild.
I like seeing Alexander Skarsgård in a weak role because you always see him as a badass in everything he's in.
Dude, because he's tall and muscular. What the fuck do you
Right.
expect?
All the
And
Skarsgård brothers. All of them.
It's an
Yeah.
yeah, the other performances are very good. Like, you know what? I'm gonna
well, it
have to say
reminds me of
good.
another. It's another good. Yeah, I mean, I'll settle for good or mid, but
Good?
the thing is, we'll put it in good. I would say
All
one
right.
of the other things I liked is this guilt by association. It's another morality
Yeah.
tale. Like, dude, if you're hanging out with the wrong people and they all get in trouble and you're there, motherfucker, you are guilty also. You know, and
Yeah, and
you know,
it's a believable
peer
tale
pressure.
in many respects as well, with even just like us as normal people, what we see on the news, for example. Like you could kind of buy that this shit was happening behind the scenes. So I like a lot of what it does. It feels pretentious. So but I'll rank it
Yeah.
as good. I'll rank it
All
as
right.
good.
Sure.
So next we've got Totally Killer. For those of you who don't know, it's kind of like Back to the Future, but a slasher, basically.
Yeah.
It's the
I
premise.
think this is garbage.
Damn.
Did anyone else
Who else
watch it?
who else has seen it?
No.
Nah,
Seen it.
I was turned off from the Max Headroom face.
Oh yeah. So for me, it's between very okay and garbage, but I can really be talked down to garbage because it's just like, meh.
It
I
looks like
think, like,
garbage. I'll tell you that.
You know
yeah.
what?
Go ahead, Vex.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I like the premise of the whole Back to the Future Saul the Killer thing, right? I
Mhm.
liked what it was trying to set up. It's just the characters are really unlikable. It's very predictable. There's a fuck ton of messaging in there for no reason. Like the script goes out of its way to make SJW points for you. Not just through visual storytelling, but in actual dialogue. And it becomes very repetitive and really cringe, and they never just take a break from it. Um, I will say that whoever played the lead chick, I believed her as a little cunt. So I'll give her that. But this movie had like I would not recommend this movie to anyone. It's absolute garbage.
Yeah, to me, I feel like what's it called? If you want like actual sci-fi slasher, you have a good difference between the one with Vince Vaughn where he switches bodies
Oh,
with the
yeah, I know
girl.
what you're talking about. Yeah.
That one is pretty good as a sci-fi slasher. Then after that, you've got Happy Death Day, which is also full blown time
I
travel,
that was great. I really
which
enjoyed
is
that movie.
fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Totally Killer just it doesn't even hold a candle to what those two accomplished.
Yeah.
The next one is Vex. This is yours. Horror in the High Desert 2, I guess. A fucking
Yeah,
sequel.
I guess I'm the only one that watched this one, eh?
I
Yeah.
haven't even heard of some of these. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay,
Neither. I haven't
I
heard
think
of Horror in the High
I
Desert.
recommended Horror in the High Desert 1 to you, Uninspired, because I was like, yo, this is a fantastic found footage film.
Oh yeah, found footage one. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So this is now a sequel to that first film. I thought the first film was creepy as fuck. Like I
Mm.
still am creeped out by it many months later. The second movie, like I mean, the sequel kind of it carries the tone really well, but it just doesn't hit the same at all. It does try to twist it a little bit to reinvent it so it hits a little bit differently, but I also just don't care about the narrator or the lead character throughout most of it. So
Mm.
I would say, but it still had creepy moments. So I would say it's mid but enjoyable.
Okay. So
But
mid
I
but
would put the
enjoyable.
first one in good tier.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So next we've got alien shit with No One Will Save You.
Good.
To me, it goes to good. What about you guys?
Good.
Yeah,
I would
never
say
even heard
good.
of this one. God damn.
Dude,
Yeah,
No
I
One
would
Will Save You
say
is Hulu. I think Disney acquired it when they acquired Fox, and so
Yeah.
it's one of those backlogs that Fox already had. Like it was done, but they just needed to release it. It's actually a pretty good alien movie. Like lots of great tension. I think
Yeah.
it's fucking great,
Mhm.
except the
It's
end.
very intense throughout the first hour.
Except the ending. Is that what I just heard?
No. I mean,
Yes.
the ending. You may enjoy the ending. I think the ending is kind of subjective if you actually enjoyed this ending or not. That one, I actually do think it's
Well,
it's a purely subjective opinion because objectively the ending works, but it's do
no,
you
no,
like it?
You know what it does? The ending breaks the rules of the world intentionally so it could have a happy ending.
Oh yeah,
That's
shit.
the
Yeah.
Now that,
problem.
now,
Sounds like
okay,
cheating
wait.
to me.
Now that you
Oh,
mentioned that, yeah, it's true. I forgot about the. Yeah, no, not you mentioned it. Well,
'Cause,
I don't
like,
want to say the ending, but I do think it's still I would recommend it, honestly.
everything up to those last 10 minutes is really awesome. It's a throwback to really like classic, like fuck with your head kind of sci-fi horror.
Alien horror, man. That shit
The
is
aliens
great.
are just those classic aliens, which I appreciate. The main character is well explored and phenomenal performance by her. She only has 3 lines in the entire movie, by the way. Very
Mhm.
little dialogue. It's genuinely creepy. It's just that
The
last
ending.
that last act just ruins the whole movie because
For me,
again,
it's not even the last act. I think it's like the last 5 minutes. Just that fucking reveal at the end. It's just like, meh.
Yeah.
No, for me, it's like the way she was outcasted from this town to begin with, and the
That's also
trauma that she
stupid.
experienced.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
You didn't like that?
No,
Because of her
No,
friend
the
dying?
way that I mean, it's the way that she's outcast. Like, why the fuck would everyone just
Oh, well, I
assume
mean,
Oh,
shit like that?
hold
you
on.
know?
To clarify, because I watched this very recent. I watched this 3 days ago, right?
yeah.
So, in terms of the outcasting thing, it's very obvious that only the parents of the other girl really still out, which makes sense in all honesty.
Yeah.
And then maybe like a handful of people look at her kind of weird, but the
A
outcasting is
handful, the whole
totally
fucking town does.
no, but it's totally on her because there are people like she could
They
interact
blame
with
her.
other people, but she is so in her own head that she
She
can't
acts
see past.
weird.
She
That's
can't
what I
see
mean.
past anything.
Yeah, the psychological aspect of it all, and then you add in the tension from the aliens and everything to go
Yeah.
with it. It blended it nicely, and then it just all of a sudden the last 20 minutes it became like they live. Like it's like they're all over the place. They're in the bus. They're in like it's like what the hell are they doing
For me,
here?
it's
And
once
then-
the bug goes. What the fuck is?
Yeah, I was talking
Does
about anyone
Lorenzo
seeing
have
that.
a Leatherface mask on?
That was a monkey or something. Like anyone seeing this? like why is no one else reacting? It freaked me out for a second.
Oh my god!
Oh my
Shit
god!
is
All right.
freaky.
I need a bong hit now for it. Relax. We're back.
Dude, for me, it's once the thing enters her mouth. That's where the movie starts to lose me a lot near the ending. That's it. But I still think it's good. I
Yeah,
still recommend it.
the other thing too is like it really could have hit home if it just kept with we're not going to show you the horror because they had
Yes.
done such a good job with the psychological
The
tension.
bedroom scene too.
Yeah, and it's
The
just
first
like
break-in.
if it had just kind of like ended, if it cut there, and then maybe we get the ending where she's all happy and we see the ships or whatever, I was like, okay, I could live with that ending maybe. But it's
Yeah.
the fact that it felt the need to explain all of these little things just ruins how brilliant the film was up until
yeah,
then.
and sorry for the spoiler at the end, people, but like
Yeah.
when she's like
spoilers,
walking the
ladies and
street and
gents.
they're mowing the lawn and ice cream
Mhm.
trucks and everything, I'm just like, what?
Mhm.
This is like the worst ending you could ever have.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of like it was just like okay, it's like this. I honestly wouldn't end something that good in the first two like in the first 2 acts. I wouldn't end it that shittily. I just
Mhm.
think I'd put a lot more effort considering everything that you had to that point.
Yeah. If it
And,
nailed it though, it would have been in the gourmet shit tier.
Oh yeah, that would have been gourmet
that's-
shit 100.
But that's the majority of all these films. The endings all suck, really.
A lot
like,
of
when
horror
you look
movies
at it.
actually, yeah,
Mhm.
that actually happens. So next
That's
one
why
is
Rebel Moon.
next one is Consecration. Is that what you were telling me, Vex?
Yeah. Okay. So I haven't fit. Has anyone else watched this at all with Jenna Malone?
Never
No.
even heard of it.
She's been
Okay.
doing some weird ass movies lately, though.
Yeah, she's got a British accent in this one, so and no bra. They really wanted her to have no bra on.
She don't need a bra.
Essentially, this chick who is a doctor, she finds out that her brother died, and so she lives in England. She finds out her brother somehow found his way to Scotland, and he's found dead in a churchyard, like at a nunnery. So she goes to investigate, and some weird shit starts happening. I haven't finished this movie. I'm like halfway through. So far, it's doing a pretty good job of the religious creepy, but it's just committing a lot of standard horror sins. So I would say at this point, it's mid. It's
All
not
right.
perfect. It's not garbage, but you'll enjoy yourself.
All right, it's not as good as Saint Maud.
Yeah. Oh yeah, nowhere near
Man.
that. Nowhere near. No.
Saint Maud is some gourmet shit,
That
man.
is
If we were doing
gourmet
this
shit,
tier
yeah.
list, if we were doing this tier list in 2022, we would have had a fucking field day with the
Bruh,
gourmet
there
shit.
would be
My
nothing in
God.
garbage if we did this last year.
So next we've got Deadly Dilf. Vex, this is 100% on you.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I fully clicked on this movie because I was like, this title is so ridiculous that it's going to. It was really ridiculous. Basic premise is like, so this dude, he's kind of a beta in a lot of respects, but he's married to his second wife now. She's basically the primary earner. This hot young 19-year-old moves in next door. She's a track star and all this stuff. So he sees her running in her, little shorts and all that stuff. She develops a crush on him, then just goes from 0 to 100 where they just bone one night. And then she starts trying to kill off like all of his family to try and
What
get
the
him.
fuck?
Yeah.
Classic.
It's
That was
not
a biography of my life, I think. Actually, now I think of it. So I just wanted to like throw that out
Has to
there.
count with
yeah,
that.
You know.
there's nothing redeeming about this film. Like it's not shot particularly in an interesting way. The performances are forgettable. The music is your standard black people music.
So is it
Uh,
a fucking Tubi movie? That's what
it
you're
is a
saying?
Tubi. This was
I
Tubi.
fucking knew it.
Yes. Even the dude isn't hot. Like it's like if he were hot, I would put it in very okay, but he's not even that. So
Garbage.
See, that's
garbage.
where they got it wrong. I'm hot. Like they didn't. They
They should have
swear
asked for
that.
your likeness, man.
right.
And I was originally out mowing my lawn in my tight jean shorts originally. And that's the original story. So I had to actually had to gooch out. That's originally where the gooch came about.
All right,
Yeah, dude.
I'd watch that.
All right. So the next one I've got is The Portrait. I don't think anyone else has seen this apart from me.
Nope.
This is a 2023 release, of course, and it's I don't know. It's between very okay and garbage. So what the premise is that this woman accidentally made her husband kind of brain dead because one day they were arguing, and he basically like put
Accidentally,
his
like
well, no,
accidentally.
I mean, like it was actually a fucking accident. He basically
Oh.
grabbed her hand and was like, where are you going? Just listen to me." Kind of like a normal way, not a predatory way. And she pushed him, and a car was passing by, so boom in the head. And of course, well, now she has to take care of him in his huge mansion because he's like kind of this tech whiz and shit like that. And upstairs in the attic, she finds this huge painting of him basically, but it's dated in the 1800s, and it's supposed to be his great grandfather or some shit like that, who was also a serial killer and a
Is this some
rapist.
portrait of Dorian Gray shit right
Yes, exactly.
I
was
don't
just
even
gonna say
fucking
that.
know, man. But
That's
the
Dorian
movie is
Gray.
actually
Yeah.
it's really well shot. The acting is pretty good for from like nobodies that I've never heard of, even the
Mhm.
woman. But it's just that the premise fucking goes to shit halfway through the movie,
Oh.
and that's it. So I think it'd have to go in garbage at this point because I
Oh!
don't think I would rewatch it, to be honest.
If I watched it, because A Portrait of Dorian Gray is one of my favorite novels, would I appreciate it just for that influence, you would say, or it's not even worth watching for that?
Listen, I think you should watch it and make up your mind. I don't know, maybe you might like it more than me, but I do think that it's quite enjoyable until they bring in like a fucking aunt or like a sister or something like that, and then it just mixes up the dynamic too badly. And they try and do something extra with the meaning of the portrait, like it's I won't spoil it if you watch it, but like yeah, they try and do something kind of related to how would I say this? Related to your emotions and shit like that with the portrait is like
Gotcha.
it. But yeah, I think it falls flat. So for me, it goes to garbage. And the next one we have is Missing, which is a sequel to isn't it a sequel to that fucking other movie?
Searching with John Cho.
Searching. Yeah.
It's not a sequel. You definitely see that maybe it's in the same universe or just part of the same
I think it's
kind
the
of
same
like.
director actually.
It might be the same, but there's no tie-ins to the previous film whatsoever. Did anyone
Okay.
else see this aside from me?
No, I saw the first one you're talking about, Searching.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw Searching. Searching is pretty dope.
Yeah, Searching I thought was quite enjoyable. It's got a little more of the clean look to it, unlike most. Same kind of style and everything. I think this one I didn't like why everything was happening. It wasn't like really creepy. It wasn't really interesting. I feel like there's a missed opportunity for this film to be a lot darker which would have made it hit a lot better. But I think you'll still have a good time with it. So I'm going to put it at mid. It's enjoyable.
right.
Yeah, you'll have a
Alright,
good time
alright.
with it.
The next one we have is Resident Evil Biohazard. No, Resident Evil Death Island or Dead
There was a
Island. I don't know if
Resident
you guys have
Evil
seen
movie
that one.
this
What
year.
the fuck? Is that an anime?
Yeah.
Is it a computer animated one?
Yeah, it's gotta
Yeah,
be
yeah,
animated, right?
I didn't
CGI
see
one.
this. I like all. I
Yeah.
like the other ones, man. I like all the CG Stage 6 Starship Troopers and Resident Evil movies. They're not bad.
Oh yeah, I like the CG Resident Evil movie. So I watched this one, and I don't know who says this is good, but they must be smoking some fucking
Oh.
crack, man. This shit is
So we don't have
garbage.
like
Yeah,
crazy.
it's garbage.
We don't have like
You saw it,
tyrants
Jay?
attacking tanks.
Yeah,
in
I turned it
Russia,
off.
like-
I turned
Shit.
it off like 30 minutes in. Like the story is just complete trash.
It was
just
fucking
like, I
ass,
can't-
man. It was trash.
Yeah, it was.
Like it just got
disappointing.
worse and worse. I legit wanted to turn it off. So yeah.
Yeah,
Man.
Then
It didn't have like a because a lot of times they build up to like at least a cool finale set piece
No.
of some
monster.
kind.
Yeah,
No.
they had like a cool Resident Evil monster at the end, but it was like lackluster as fuck. You didn't give a shit. And it had anyone. It had the Leon. It had the all the Resident Evil people, but no, it was fucking ass.
I think we've
it was like they were like X-Files team trying to take out these. It was just bad. It was really bad.
Mhm. Yeah,
I think
Brooks.
we've developed like a theme here. Like it seems like with most of the garbage ones they're the ones that you regret watching.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't even worth the time, and then like the rest, so it's a pretty accurate list if you look at it that way.
Oh
Yeah,
my
so,
god! I
mean,
watched this. I don't even remember watching it. That's how
There you
bad
go.
it
you
is.
see how fucking
Yeah.
trash it is.
I'm like, I remember this
So-
shit.
Isn't that crazy? How there's some movies you can watch 20 years ago and remember every little detail, and there's some that are so shit you don't even remember that you watched it. It's like how
Oh,
is it
yeah.
possible?
All right, so we're almost done with the list, so we can get through these because these are like the popular ones, kind of. So, influencer, what would you rank it? Good or
Gourmet.
shit?
Gourmet. Mm-hmm.
All right.
I
Lance
haven't
said it
seen
was
this one.
gourmet too. so-
Yeah.
I honestly can't say enough good things about this movie. It's paced perfectly. The characters are great. It's creepy. It's got good tension built in there. It's a story you could believe happens as well. The soundtrack was fucking fire, beautifully shot. Like I'm actually going to rewatch this movie tonight because I was trying
Fuck
to
yeah.
catch up on horror leading up to this stream. So
Which-
I
Oh,
like
What's
this.
this one on?
This is
Is
a
this
top
on-
3 movie.
Is this
this is on
on
Shudder.
Shutter? Okay.
Yeah, Shudder.
Shudder, the fucking goats, man, the best. Next, Andrew, if you're in the chat, man, this is probably the only movie that you watched, the horror movie. So we got the FNAF movie, Five Nights at Freddy's, ladies and gents.
Garbage.
Yeah,
I've
Garbage.
never got the appeal of the games, or I'm like, I don't
Me
know.
neither.
I didn't watch it.
There we go. Fucking out of the
God.
bushes. FNAF is peak.
He also said
Dude.
Dungeons and Dragons was peak. That was garbage. as
Listen,
well.
I'll defend Dungeons and Dragons because it has Sophia Lillis and she's a babe. Okay, listen,
Um,
we're the
I was
same
gonna
age. Okay.
Yeah, Dungeons and Dragons. It wasn't phenomenal, but for a video game movie, I would say it was mid. I didn't regret
rewatchable.
spending the time watching it. So
Yeah, I
Still,
heard it wasn't terrible.
yeah, it wasn't
So-
terrible.
FNAF. What are we
Nope.
doing, man?
Garbage.
Garbage or very okay?
Okay, so the reason I say garbage, okay, first of all, I should clarify, I know nothing about Five Nights at Freddy's aside from the basic premise of the games, right? My problem objectively with this film is that it doesn't know what it wants to be. It jumps between a family drama to a slasher to a monster flick to like a child horror kind of film. And then back into some weird sci-fi stuff. So the inability for it to just find a niche and go with it is problematic. I don't care about any of the characters, even though the lead character actually starts off having kind of an interesting backstory. I just wanted the kid to die or something at the end, man. I wanted more blood. I wanted more gore. Like this was just disappointing. But I could see if you're a Five Nights at Freddy's fan,
We love you, Andrew.
why you would like this. So
Andrew.
just not a good
I-
film, objectively.
I love how Lance said that he was in Big Mouth. That was the best take.
Dude, dude,
Usually, like,
Andrew,
weird things.
listen, if you guys want to check down a lore breakdown of FNAF, the games, Andrew, I think he covered all of like game theories or something,
did.
like all of the videos in a live stream. So go check that on Andrew's. On Andrew's chat. Hey, Andrew,
You
Five
don't-
Nights at Freddy, Henry Cavill, shots fired, Vex.
You know what? CLS is a misguided soul, and it is a Thursday, so I'll let that one slide.
So we got FNAF and garbage, and now we got Talk to Me.
All right, now I
So-
can go.
Oh, here we go.
Divisive.
You know what? I will settle on good for this one.
Yeah, I'll settle on good too.
I think it earns it from an entertainment perspective, but it's one of the ones that I think is gonna really fall apart on a rewatch when you when you understand the premise a little bit better, and then you see the portrayal of each of the people, which is what I was really paying attention to. Like
So-
the fact that they were already responsible for the Duckett murder and like the cops are after them. Why would they be doing this in the first place? Why? And if they're gonna do it just because they're irresponsible teenagers, why would they be doing it to the point where there's almost no precaution when they know what could happen? It's like you had a good premise, but you had characters. You needed your characters to be stupid to utilize it, so it loses so much points for me for that.
Yeah, just in terms of like, why would you keep doing it with? I mean, you could say the same thing about a fucking drug addict, in all honesty, and that's what this is trying to mimic here, right? This is basically a drug addiction for these kids. 'Cause they
I
either-
completely disagree because each one of them is having a different experience with it. If we were just showing one person, like the Duckett guy at the beginning,
yeah,
I could totally believe that he kept using it to the point where he didn't even need the hand. Now that's like a drug experience that covers him. But how do you explain Riley, Mia, Daniel? Every single one of them they're not all like
So-
addicted. They're all very different. Yet the precaution from the people around them, there was just nothing.
Hold
All
on.
they needed was them
The-
to be
the
but
kid's name is Riley, right?
the kid's name's Riley. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So for the other two, first of all, with Mia, you very obviously see after the first one that she's like, "Yo, this shit was awesome. I want to
Mhm.
do it again."
You
And
can
then when it
justify it
Yeah,
for
Mia
her,
is,
for sure.
is addicted.
She's the
that's for
junkie.
sure.
That's why
Right.
it worked for her.
yeah, and then who was the other one? that
Her
you mentioned?
her scene was really good because that, like you just said, it works for her in terms of her like being a junkie and
Yeah.
she really addicts to it.
And
But
when-
then
yeah.
you go over to the little kid scene, Riley. I just can't believe that they would all let that happen when they already established that the sister said no, and they know the 90-second rule, the rule that they established, and nobody did anything until the sister came back into the room. And I was just like, this is
So-
not
Yeah,
like
with
you know?
something that's so dangerous.
Yeah,
I get
you have established your own rule. You should have someone right there ready to pull it away when someone's already died from this and the cops are suspicious of you guys.
Hold
Once
on.
you put
so-
out, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so just to, I guess, refute that a little bit. So I found that scene to be fine on its own for a couple of reasons. So like, God, what's her Mia, right? She's
Mhm.
already kind of at odds with her friend a little bit because it's introduced pretty early on that her friend is leaning more into this new relationship that with this guy that apparently Mia had kissed or something in the past as well. So
Yeah,
He was
we got
attracted
to
Daniel,
Mia.
We
Right,
got
so
the
there's-
Daniel reveal before that where Daniel did the dog thing, so it kind of like hinted that he doesn't like her and he does like Mia.
Right, but there's some tension between the friendship because Mia's also going through this very tragic thing that she's still dealing with, and she doesn't feel like she's getting support from her friend. She's getting support from the little Riley, the little kid, right? The kid brother, right? Because she sees
Mhm.
that as the
Cynic.
brother too. So she notices that Mia's like, no, don't bring him here. Don't let him do it. She's like, yo, you're fucking off on me. I'm bonding with him more. I'm going to let him do what he wants. I'll make sure.
Wait. I think I should correct my criticism. My criticism isn't directly to Mia because Mia is already the one who's super on board with this, and the fact that it's potential to talk to her mom, she has the most reason to.
Oh no,
abuse
I'm
it.
getting to the Riley point.
No, not Riley. Not Riley. I'm talking about the same thing. I'm more so about the two guys that brought the hand. When they know
so
the
I'm
consequences.
getting
Oh,
there.
okay.
I'm getting there.
Okay,
Don't worry,
make
don't
it.
worry. So so they let Riley do it because all these guys all think that Riley's also a fucking loser. He shouldn't even be there in the first place. That's introduced in basically the first 5 minutes when he's sitting on the curb and he's just like, just smoke it, bro. Like, don't be a faggot. Like that kind of shit, right? So
But that was only his one friend, James. Those two
yeah,
guys.
but
Didn't even
all
know
of
Riley.
these there's an instance at the party where they arrive and not only to Mia, but they're also like, why is your fucking brother here? Like he should not be here at all because there's drugs and alcohol and they're about to break out a fucking hand that, like you said, the police are already aware of, right? So for them to just be like, okay, well, if Mia says it's okay and we kind of think she's cool now,
But
because
you're
she did the hand
describing
thing.
the first time that Riley went to go see them, and they're like, "Oh, why is your brother here?" The second time is when he did it, so they were already cool with him by then. They had a whole party scene. Like the first time they were like, because this is 2 events. Riley was like the weird, why'd your little brother here the first time? But the second time was at their house. They were already
Yeah,
cool
I
with it.
remember. I
You know
remember.
what I
Yeah,
mean?
because
They had a whole
the
party
first
scene.
party
They were all chilling.
with Riley. Yeah, I remember. Yeah. You do
Yeah,
make a
so
point.
it doesn't make any sense for those two understanding the consequences to let it go through to that extent when the sister said no, fuck you, and they understood
But
their
then
own
that
rules.
ties into Mia's character, then the whole saying no thing, because again, Mia's just like, I can take responsibility for him now because you're fucking off to go take care of your boyfriend.
That's why I'm saying I don't really judge Mia for that scene because I think it makes sense the way she reacted once she got the opportunity to talk to her mom. The other 2 guys, when they literally have gotten someone killed doing this, why would they do this to her little brother? Why would they take all these risks? The entire premise of the movie results like you need them to be stupid for them to utilize this premise when you already had a cool premise. Usually it's reversed. Usually you have good characters but a dumb premise. But it's like just,
again,
you know?
I can forego this because we already know that the teenagers are fucking stupid anyways. Because they are still doing this when the cops are after them, right?
I disagree because they've established rules. You can't say that they're stupid when they know the consequences and they've established their own 90-second rule. I think those 2 guys are the worst written. They act, you know. Go ahead.
They let a guy die anyways, and they keep fucking taking this hand to parties anyways. So we
That's
know
why
they are stupid by default.
That's why I was about to say they're the worst written, where it's like they portray them like crazy party animals, but then
that's actually true.
On paper, they're the ones that have the most caution. It's so fucking weird.
No, I agree with Brooks because there are scenes where they're incredibly cautious about it, and then there's other scenes where, for the sake of the plot to happen, they're just like, "Oh yeah, let's just let it loose."
But alcohol and drugs they were.
Yeah, that's why I can forgive some of this because I know there's that element at play.
The potential was there to forgive it within the plot, but they didn't do that. They didn't really have that scene of like, oh, this guy is drunk or this is it. We just assume
it's true.
There's no specific scenes, and we don't know enough about each personality to know why they would do that. The only one we could justify is Mia because it's her mom.
But we do know that there are drinking because with each party scene, you can see that there are people clearly drinking. There's smokes being passed around and all of that stuff. So we know both instances they are very under the influence.
I think to call it to justify to just basically say it's okay because they're young and they're drinking and it's a party, that would be fine if they didn't implement their own rules. They already implemented their own rules to establish that this is dangerous, and then they broke them, which is so
I agree with you.
But that's what kids do though.
Yeah, like kids make their own rule. Like teenagers make their own limits.
If your movie depends on your kids being stupid, I think they really should have set it up better. They literally established that they understand the risks, and then just like, no, we're not for this scene.
That's like the first party scene. Yeah, I agree with Brooks. I think if clearly established the rules and that they know the risk of it, and even after then, like even though it's fun and stuff like that, you still have a moment where they're like, "Are you sure you want to do this?" To like a little cynic.
You can't be responsible in one scene and then be like, "Oh, they're just drunk teens" in the other scene. It's completely different. They should have portrayed them as stupid teens all the way through, and then I'd be right on board with you. Like, oh, you.
I kind of thought they were stupid teens the whole way through.
No,
I watched it just last night, so it's like really fresh in my mind. And I was just that was my main thing because I was enjoying it up until I'm like, wait a minute, why would they do this? Like, if they're this dumb and if they're gonna really take this risk, they wouldn't just have one strap on the person. They would lock them down to a bed completely, and they would have 2 people on the hand ready with the clock, 90 seconds. They would take it super seriously and like, okay, this is way more believable because they know the risks. Instead, they're just all staring and watching the kid rip his eye out. And
hold on. Don't they also fumble with Mia though the first time because they let her hold on to the hand longer than they should as well?
No, she doesn't. She doesn't want to let go, right? I think that's the actual thing.
No, Mia was fine at first. It was Riley was the first one that was an issue. Daniel fell over, but Riley was the only one who really resisted, and then they screwed it up. But it's Mia's fault because she wanted to talk to her mom longer. And I need
to watch the scene again. But it's just I could forgive all of this because I already kind of assumed that these were just dumb teenagers. Like they set up the world for them to be dumb teenagers, like with all the Snapchat shit and everything.
This is why I said at the beginning, I'm like, I kind of have to meet you guys halfway. Where like, it was set up in a way where they should have been dumb teenagers, but then they established certain things that confirm that they knew the risks and they had their own rules and protocol, and then they broke their own rules, which for me is just like, oh come on, just dumbass, irresponsible teens, and this would have worked. But it's like, it's so important to the plot that I just feel like it stood out to me majorly.
I gotcha.
And-
Okay, I can concede with you then, because
Same.
my interpretation of it is very different. I think that's where
They should have been stupid teens, but they show too much responsibility. And in the next scene, they're drunk idiots, and then the next scene, they're being. It's like, what's going on here?
Yeah,
You just got to be
nah,
consistent if you're gonna make this work.
I agree.
And for me, it, like I mentioned earlier, it's the ending. It just fell flat for me. Like the whole wheelchair scene, everything just went off the rails
Rushed.
there. I was just like, this, yeah, it was rushed. It's poorly written.
I do like her being in the end, like the party, like the reveal at the end, where she's like,
Yeah,
the
the
girl.
Oh
last
yeah,
one.
I like that.
I wish they earned that. Like, take the time to get to that instead of rushing.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I feel like it, like that was a kind of like your Sixth Sense kind of moment, you know. But I just, to me, I think this movie blew up because it's better than a lot of the crap that's been out. For
It's
the last
fresh
couple
as
years.
well.
That's why I said
Yeah.
it still earns the ranking for good in terms of like, was it entertaining? I feel like I'd
I'd
watch
say-
it with 10 people, everyone would like it, and I'd be the one guy in the back, like, but what about you know, like,
Yes.
what the
You know
fuck?
what? Like it
Yeah.
also, this movie kind of does what Influencer does, where it's the same thing. It bridges a gap between genres a bit, and it brings it into the modern, because it does kind of bring a fresh take to the whole possession and like
Possession.
afterlife and all that stuff. So I think that's
Mhm.
where a lot of the praise is deserved. But you make a valid point.
Even more so
Right,
than
yeah,
when
we're-
Evil
and
Lurks,
I-
because like when Evil Lurks is kind of stuck in like a technologically ambiguous era, whereas you know for sure the Talk to Me is like 2023. You know that it's happening now.
Mhm.
Like no one's gonna talk to me like 3-4 years down the road. I just
think
feel like
they
it's
will
that.
still.
I
I don't
think,
agree.
you know
I don't
what?
agree with that.
I
You know
think
what?
people will.
I'm 50-50 on with you that. I think people, because it's popular enough, people will. But I think Talk to Me could have been a great movie. And it has to be
No,
said,
yeah, absolutely.
I think it actually could have been great with like just a lot of tweaks to the concept, a lot of tweaks to the character, more character development, and more and a sharper ending and a better understanding of the rules, so we can see how she was. I like the idea of this girl got manipulated by a demon because of the grief she held for her mom.
Demons. Like I think I think if
You're
you
right.
would have had one demon, I think if you had one demon,
Yes,
that's where you could have like capitalized on
Yeah.
like a series of films.
yeah.
I would say this movie for me is mid. I would say like because I gave it a 5 out of 10 when
Yeah.
I would say about a
Yeah, I
5.
think you did. All right.
Yeah, that's why I could, in terms of entertainment value, I could see people putting in good, but like just when you break it down, and I judge things based on how much they're gonna hold up, and the story will fall apart in a lot of ways when you look at the characters and be like, wait a minute, like you just what? Yeah.
All right.
I think it could have been great, but it's mid.
No,
Mid,
I
yeah.
agree. I agree with you. Some of your points. Now that you raised them up, I think I do have to rewatch the movie maybe to
Yeah.
soften it out, because I think I've seen it twice in the cinema, and I still haven't shaken off that initial the initial viewing, the sensation of like, oh yeah, this is cool.
Mhm.
So yeah, I think it might be. I'm not sure. I think that people still talk about it in 5 years, but I agree with you too. I'm kind of 50-50. I think it depends on if we have better stuff in terms of a new type of possessions, kind of like when Evil Lurks as well, the new spin on possession. So I think that if we actually get new original stuff, maybe Talk to Me might fade away. We'll see.
Well,
We'll
this is your new Blair Witch project, right? It's an indie
This?
film.
No way.
Well, no, it was the hot film for 2023. Everyone, like I said, Joe Rogan was pumping its tires.
I think It
It's-
Follows was way better than this, and that movie isn't super.
I agree with that.
popular.
I
I
liked
agree.
It Follows,
Yeah.
but I like this one too. I think this one is also like on a technical level. Like, it's like, yeah, when you think, oh, this is a couple of YouTubers made this movie, it's like,
Oh, that's
yeah,
cool.
I think that adds to it as well.
You always
Yeah.
get points for that.
Hmm. All right, so Talk to Me. I guess we've ended on good. So yeah, I still
Yeah.
recommend it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, same.
Stipenzo, this one's for you, Slaughterhouse.
oh
Where
my
would you
god,
rank
hell
it
yeah. I would put it at very okay. It was so
Alright.
bad it's good. But yeah, it's just an adorable animatronic sloth. Someone had one, and they're like, you know what? Let's make a movie with this thing because it looks cute and it moves enough. But yeah, the premise is simple. There's a sloth in the jungle, and an alligator tries to grab it, and then the alligator's killed by the sloth. So we were established that this sloth is like, for some reason, a bad mama jamma, and I think it's a female. And then poachers come and tranquilize it, and they sell it, and like some shady, exotic pet dealer who's at the mall encounters a couple sorority girls and tells them, "Hey, I got the hookup on weird animals." It's funny because this girl's a senior in college and she doesn't know what a sloth is. But yeah, she basically has a plan to become the new chapter sorority house president, and that's to get an adorable sloth as their sorority mascot. And I don't know, it's it's very silly and stupid, but there were some commendable things. Like they did this clever thing where we were, normally in movies with expository dialogue, they have to work in like who this person is and how, like what their name is and how they're related to whoever, they try to work that in cleverly in the dialogue. In this movie, like everyone knows each other. Everyone's just moving along like business as usual. And we'll get like a little heads up display of like this person and their like how many followers they have and what their name is and little shit they like a lot of the little phone blips coming up, like heads up display with what they're texting and who they're sending out to and what they're looking at and what's going viral. And it made sense because they're a bunch of sorority girls, glued to their phone. But I'd never seen that kind of like fast-paced like character development as just like showing you like their info on their social media bio and how popular they are and whatever in a few seconds, and just kind of getting all that exposition out of the way.
It's the CCP social credit score just appearing, basically.
Yeah. But it was funny because it just had an adorable little animatronic sloth as the bad guy for some reason, and the deaths weren't like particularly gory or anything. So on that note, like in my regard, it's lame. But like if you're if you were more timid to watch like horror movies, like let them watch Slaughterhouse and get a laugh or two.
Good for Schlocktober.
yeah, great Schlocktober.
All right,
for sure.
So next one is Beau's Afraid. So I haven't seen this one.
Yeah,
you guys
weird.
Loved it. This was some art house stuff for sure. This is
so. Where'd you rank it as?
I would call it gourmet, but if you called it garbage, I would not argue with you. It's like
that's the things about artsy stuff. Like it might usually gourmet or garbage. It's like there's no like middle ground with them usually.
Dude, just on like invoking.
Did you say you liked Hereditary?
Yeah, I liked Hereditary a lot.
What did you like about Hereditary?
Well, the first time I watched it, I thought it was just like a pretty like all right.
Hereditary was fucking awesome.
But when I watched it the second time, I understood, like, I was like, okay, this is
how it all
way
tied
freakier
together
than I'm giving it credit. And yeah, like the Hereditary is great because it's like take a family in grieving and trick them into possessing a demon. And that's kind of how I feel like when you watch the movie, like you're being tricked into summoning a demon, because like you're watching the movie and you don't even realize you're conjuring something. You think you're just like doing something good, just like that family.
Just the attention they're able to create.
There's a lot of subtle foreshadowing all throughout the movie.
Oh yeah,
when you notice it, you're like, it's freaky.
Dude,
like for instance, every time
like
when they look at the
4-hour lore dump videos on it,
dude, every picture of the mother, her eyes are black. Her eyes are solid black, and all of her pictures, it's so freaky.
I feel like we're watching that now.
Dude,
my point was like, would you say Beau's Afraid lives up to that same type of quality, or is it a mid?
No, it's totally different. It's totally different because, like, yeah, they're going for a totally different tone, but you could tell it's the same writer director because it's got this.
Just in terms of quality, I mean, though, like a cohesive story.
I wouldn't say it's cohesive, but in terms of like a technical level, like the deaths and stuff and the effects are all like, it's very grisly. There's like, I don't want to spoil too much, but there's a scene of a girl like just like for no reason decides to start drinking paint in front of him. And she's like, shut up and drink this fucking paint with me. And he's like, stop drinking paint. And then she like poisons herself, obviously drinking paint. And it's like super disgusting and brutal. And it's hilarious. It's so weird. I don't know how to.
Okay.
Yeah, dude. There's so much. There's like, he has enormous grapefruit-sized testicles, right? And there's a part where like he gets hit by an ambulance, and you see him like, you see his balls for half a second, and you're like, was it just me or that guy have like enormous balls? And then later, like Nathan Lane brings it up, and it's like, oh, by the way, yeah, your giant balls, you might want to get that looked at. And I was like, holy shit, I'm glad I didn't know. I'm not like I was supposed to notice that. And it's like because he's like a virgin and he never masturbates, it's basically like his balls have like swollen to the size of grapefruit because of all the Yeah, it's a weird fucking movie, but it is a
So he
horror
needs-
show because like
He needs a milking table.
dude, Parker Posey's in it.
Oh, nice.
I don't want to spoil too much, but
All right.
Parker
So where would
Posey's-
you
Parker
where would you
Posey's
rank
in
it
it.
on the list?
So like I said, I'd call it gourmet, but
Hold on, is
Like I
this better
said,
than
it's-
Midsummer for sure? Like
That's what I was
should
gonna
watch this?
say. Like you
Yeah.
said, there's a bunch of deaths in it that are cool.
I'd say
Midsommar has
it's
some
better
cool
than
deaths.
Midsummer because Midsummer blows its load at the very beginning of the movie. But
No,
I
Midsummer's
don't know if it's better than
abomination, that's why.
Hereditary. But Hereditary is also gourmet shit. So I mean,
I love Hereditary. That's a
Yeah,
top
Hereditary
horror.
would be on the top of this list if it was in this year.
Yeah.
for sure.
Would
but-
you say it's on par with the things that we have in gourmet shit though? That's where I'm as someone who
Yeah.
hasn't seen it.
Yes, and if you knocked it down to good, I'd be happy with that. You know, and like I said, if you said it was hot garbage and I hated it, I wouldn't try to argue with you. I'd be like, yeah, man, it's a fucking weird ass movie. I mean,
So by that
Um,
standard, should we put it like as mid?
I'm getting
No,
Midsummer vibes more than Hereditary vibes. That's why I asked that question.
well, I don't know, man. It's like it's very Don Quixote esque. It's like about a guy reflecting on his life. You know, it's a weird ass movie.
All right.
Um,
So
not-
So Bo's afraid.
Yeah,
so yeah. But
I
I was
would put it
afraid.
in
What would
good.
you? Good.
Let's
All
just
right.
say good, just because good's looking. Yeah, I like.
Good is look at
That's
empty.
fair. Right next to Talk to Me, we're like controversial. We're like
Sure.
So Saw X, Saw 10.
Didn't
Who
see
saw
it.
it?
Man, I gave up like 10 years ago on these movies.
Yeah, me
so I
too.
don't know.
Oh, dude, I gave
Yeah.
up after the first one.
Yeah,
The
really?
Jigsaw Killer is like so omnipotent and omnipresent. He's always 10 steps ahead of everybody. It's ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
That's
So
what he could have been.
go
had
ahead,
they
go
not- I don't know. I really
I
like
think
the first
fucking
Saw.
killed him off in the second one, right?
Yeah, exactly. Then why would they? That's one of the biggest wastes of like he was actually a really good actor and like it was a cool concept. And I think if they didn't do that, we kind of could have got better movies going forward. The Saw franchise is just a fucking waste.
Yeah.
But
What was
I
the
do
one where
love-
he
I
put
love
on
you,
a backwards
Chamalama.
cap?
Huh?
What was the one where the Saw Killer puts on a backwards cap because he's like younger? It's like a flashback or something. They just have the
God.
old guy wearing like a cap.
just de-age him by just giving him a baseball cap when he's like 60 or something. It's so stupid.
Dude,
Yeah, I-
honestly, I'm gonna say Saw X is mid but very enjoyable as a standalone movie.
I heard it's
But-
one of the better ones of the recent years.
Yeah, exactly. But like
Which is
in
the same
terms of being in the franchise, I would say it's good, but it's definitely not on the same level as these guys that we put in good. So it has to be in mid.
Has
So, yeah.
anyone seen all the Saws?
No.
No.
Only through EFAP. Only through E EFAP.
That's
pretty much
can
it.
anyone tell me why Chris Rock was in this franchise? Like, I just can't.
Oh
Wait,
god,
what?
Spiral.
Yeah,
Rock
Spiral,
was
right?
in
I forgot
here?
about that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
there was a Saw movie a couple years back where Chris Rock was
Bruh.
in it. I don't even want to know why. But if someone's seen it, like, give me something like, fuck it.
Dude, I don't know. It had Max Minghella in it too. Max Minghella was great in I don't know if you guys have seen this movie. It's with Daniel Radcliffe and Max Minghella. It's called Horns. It came out in 2013.
That was a weird one.
The one where Daniel Radcliffe basically grows horns and kind of
horns.
becomes the devil.
I like that guy has the balls to try things new after Harry Potter. He didn't just get typed.
Ooh,
in.
yeah.
I like the Kimbo. I like that one.
Yeah, right after
Oh,
Harry
Guns
Potter,
Akimbo,
he showed
yeah.
his dick on stage at that Equius play.
Oh yeah, I
So-
remember.
What? It's same with Frodo with Sin City. Like seeing him go for or Elijah
Mhm.
Wood called him
Yeah.
Frodo. Seeing him go
Yeah.
from Frodo to like a fucking like cannibal.
Frodo,
Dude,
Frodo and
I
Maniac.
feel like,
I was
um,
saying. Yeah, it's so.
I
sick.
haven't
Yeah,
fucking seen that. Okay, Maniac's on the list. That's been on my
yeah.
Um,
Maniac is a POV man. It's POV serial killing. It's pretty
Yeah.
ingenious. It's crazy.
But also,
have you seen
yeah, I was
Akimbo? Akimbo was great.
Yeah, Guns Akimbo is
Guns-
pretty good.
Guns
with,
Akimbo,
Yeah,
with-
Guns
yeah.
Akimbo.
with
Yeah, that was
Samara
good.
Weaving. Mhm.
He has guns.
Yeah,
like,
dude, I feel like,
screwed to his hands.
Crew to his hands. Yeah, I feel like Elijah Wood and Daniel Radcliffe have kind of taken the same path. Whereas, well, Daniel Radcliffe, I don't think he has a production company yet, but Elijah Wood, he produces a fuck ton of great indie films and stars
He
in a
does.
lot of them too.
Oh, cool.
And Daniel Radcliffe is just going in that same. Well, he's been in that same direction since he left Harry Potter. I mean, Swiss Army Man is probably one of my favorites ever. And he literally just plays a fucking limp corpse that can fart, do everything, and like you can literally jet ski, use him as a jet ski with his farts. and that's just Daniel Radcliffe in the entire movie. It's
what?
fucking great. Yeah, dude,
Random.
watch Swiss Army Man if you've never seen it. From the same
I
guys
didn't
that
care
made
for it. I didn't care
Everything
for it, but
Everywhere All at Once. It was their
it was
first
weird.
movie. Yeah, it was weird, but I liked it. And so now we've got The Blackening.
Yeah, I liked it. I thought I was gonna hate it. I thought I was gonna shit all over it, and I ended up just laughing a lot with the movie, not
good.
at it.
I guess.
Good casual racism, you know, like the kind of casual racism that we used to laugh at. You know,
Yep.
we
The
all
spoof
used to
movies,
just
yeah.
be like, yeah. And Diedrich Bader, that's his name, right, from Office Space and Drew Carey show. You know, the neighbor who's like, I'd do two chicks at the same time, man. He's like the cop, the sheriff, and it's so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I liked
good.
it. Yeah, I'd say, see, when I say, I mean, very okay, I would mean like, so bad it's good. Yeah, mid. I'd put it in mid. Like, it was enjoyable. I mean, it wasn't gonna it's not gonna blow your brains out or your mind, but there were some pretty laugh out loud moments in it, but no
Nice.
real memorable death scenes or anything to my
All right.
recollection.
Well, we're almost done. We've got 4 left. We've got Skinamarink, Pet Cemetery, Bloodlines, Suitable Flesh, and Nefarious.
You want to
Which
take
we
that?
so I think we'll leave Skinamarink for last, and we'll do Pet Cemetery.
Good call. Good call.
Garbage.
So
Garbage.
Garbage,
Pet Cemeteries.
I wouldn't argue with that. I haven't seen it.
yeah, it is fucking
Oh,
trash,
it's
man.
It's
And this
awful.
is the second time that they've tried to reboot or sequel the Pet
This is the
Cemetery. The
third-
first one was with
Yeah.
that dude
was
that
bad
played
too.
John Connor, right? In Terminator.
No, that's Pet
Genesis.
Cemetery 2, and that one's actually not bad. Pet Cemetery 1 and 2 are good. I mean, they're
But that was a
they're-
remake, right?
no. Pet Cemetery 2 is a legit sequel, and it's got Edward Furlong and a dog instead of a cat
Yeah.
named Church. It's a dog.
There's
And,
a remake that happened a few years ago.
No, I'm
Yeah,
talking
that
about the
was not-
remake from 2019, Pet Cemetery
Yeah.
with
No.
Jason Clarke.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
That's
Was,
what I'm
I
talking
think
that
they've
one was-
tried it 3 times, have they not? Is it just the twice? I thought it was 3 times that they
Just
tried to do
twice.
it.
Just twice.
I haven't seen any of them.
Ugh.
Dude, Pet Cemetery, the first one is actually pretty dope. Like, it's creepy as fuck having a 3-year-old kid just going around slashing people's tendons. Good
Mhm.
God. So, yeah.
Fucking cute as hell as well.
Mhm.
No fail. No fail.
fear.
So now we've got Suitable Flesh. I think Stupenza, you're the only one that's seen this.
Yeah, I didn't see this.
I loved it, but I guess I would put it up with good, but due to low budget, it niche and not a whole lot of cool gore effects or anything, mid. But you do see Heather Graham's titties, and they're still looking nice.
Oh, it's
So
good.
back-
It's good.
Back to good. Back to good.
Good. That's good.
And she's
Yeah.
like, she's like sexual. It's good with, I hate to
Oh,
just
good.
harp on the
Very good.
sexiness stuff, but like horror and sex, like they go great together. And there's such a like lacking of that these days.
Well, I
You
mean,
know.
what did we watch? We watched Full Eclipse. That's what it was called, right?
Yeah. And
Dude, we watched
again,
Full Eclipse. It's werewolf people, and they start having sex, and of course, it was in doggy style. It was
Right.
like one of the
our
funniest
big
things
problem
that-
with it is like they have this like blonde lady, and she's set up to be like the hot Betty, but then there's like this random chick in the background who's like gorgeous.
dude.
And it's like,
Yeah,
why
man.
isn't she the main one? The honeypot werewolf,
Dude,
I don't know.
but all right.
But
so,
yeah, doggy style sex scenes in werewolf movies. That's more of that.
so good, mid, or very okay? Which one for Suitable Flesh?
I'd put it up good. I'd say good.
All right.
It's if you like Lovecraft, if you like Reanimator, if you like demonic possession and analyze analyze this type stuff. Yeah, check it out.
All right. So Nefarious, that one that everyone was, fucking raving in the cinema at the same time when what was that other movie that came out? The one
Oh
with
my
Jim
God.
Caviezel, Sound of Freedom.
Yeah,
It came
that's
out
bad.
I
around
have
the
never
same
heard of
time.
this movie.
Yeah, I'd call it
Nefarious?
garbage.
Mhm.
It's garbage. Yeah.
I'd call it
Dude,
garbage.
people were praising this shit when it was coming out, like
Blue
in
Collar
cinemas.
Loser
It was
liked
kind of
it.
like a oh,
I got to talk to him about it because I saw it today and I was like, what the fuck? First of all, like Vex was saying, there was a movie. I think she was talking about the knife.
It's a Wonderful Knife.
Like
Yeah.
pivots hard into like identity or politics, messaging. This is the same thing. But it hard pivots into like, conservative, based politics, which I agree with. But like, it's so forced and out of nowhere, and it's so try hard and stupid and bashing you over the head with it. Hated it. And nothing really of merit happens. The whole movie's a play where it's like two guys having like a back and forth debate. And,
conversation,
like
a prison cell, right?
Yeah.
It's
well, he's trying to convince
all the murders.
He's trying to convince him that he's possessed, and it's like an interview. Like, it's bad.
It's trying to be Silence of the Lambs, but paranormal and sucks ass.
Yeah,
just like Skinamarink could have been better if it was just a 20-minute short film. Like that would have been nice.
All right,
never seen this one.
I guess that brings us to Skinamarink, ladies and gentlemen.
Haven't seen it.
Neither have I, but you guys have been jumping on it.
It's funny because if this was Heck, the short film, I'd put it up in gourmet. I'd say it's badass, but yeah, Skinamarink, I want to say gourmet.
How
garbage.
long was Skinamarink, anyways?
20 minutes. 9 minutes? No, 90.
No,
yes,
wait. 90. Yeah.
Heck is how long is Heck?
Dude, it's not even 90. It's 100 minutes, an hour 40.
Right. Fuck.
Fucking Christ, man.
Heck is 30 minutes, which is like already feels like it's too long. But like I said, like Skinamarink has a strange last line. The last line of Skinamarink is "What's your name?" The last line of Heck is "Mommy, I think we're in hell." Like that's way better. That's way creepier.
Yeah, because you feel like So Skinamarink is fucking garbage, ladies and gentlemen. That shit is ass, man. I would
fuck you, Variety.
Recommend it. Like I would legitimately just say go watch a fucking ARG on YouTube.
Legitimately watch Heck.
Everyone has shit on it, but like hasn't like explained like why, like in any like throwaway.
Dude, there's nothing to explain. Go ahead, Stupenzo.
Yeah, so the whole movie now, like I said, it works better with a 30-minute short film, but it's like strange, like it's got that nostalgia for a time that never existed kind of vibe, but it's very like 90s analog film, like film grain. Cassette tape rolling, you can hear all that like fuzz in the background, and it's just obscure camera angles where like very rarely is like a subject in frame. Like anytime they show the children, you'll see like their feet or shadows of them. You see like the camera's like pointing at the ceiling corner, and like you'll hear like little murmurings and whisperings, and sometimes it's subtitled, sometimes it's not, and it's a lot of like it's more like sensory horror where it's like weird sounds and freaky images. And there's not like a lot of jump scares, but if they wanted to do jump scares, they could really take advantage of the jump scares, which I'm glad they don't. But like I said, when it goes on for so long, 90 minutes for such a little payoff, it's just ugh. But like I said, with the 30-minute short film,
looking at it's literally like looking at paint dry. You're watching walls, you're just looking at shadows and shit with no context whatsoever. It's just like, okay, the door is gone.
Also, they don't list the sleeps. The sleeps are listed in the short film because like. The idea is like the kid's like, in a weird house with no lights and no windows looking for his mommy or trying to wake up his mommy. And you don't really understand what's happening. And like the kid will fall asleep after eating some cereal and it'll just say like, 2 sleeps. And then like the movie will continue and it'll be like 5 sleeps. And then it continues a little longer and then it's like 100 sleeps. And then it's like 700 sleeps. So the idea is this kid's like in hell basically for eternity. I think it equates to like several thousand sleeps at the end before the kid finally cracks, I guess. But in this one, it's like 2 kids and a father, and like the father kind of disappears, and it's 2 kids kind of interacting with each other, and then the little girl kind of disappears, and then there's like a demonic character that is also introduced. Now again, none of this is like on camera. This is all like implied. With like the shit you're hearing and the subtitles you're reading.
It's implied with just auditory shit. Like there's barely any context whatsoever to make it a fucking
and then there's no
film.
payoff.
I wouldn't even call this a film. Yeah, and then there's no payoff. I wouldn't even call this a film.
Like bullshit. I'm not doing the whole mother like road ever again. Like artsy movies, just I need a plot. I need like a point.
Yeah,
at least, yeah. So yeah, I guess that was the tier list, ladies and gentlemen.
Did it?
Got how many movies? We got 4 in gourmet shit, 5 in good. Mid is kind of stacked. Very okay is, solidly stacked. And garbage, my God, man.
Just like in every other genre this year.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, I want to say like everyone keeps saying that 2023 was a great year for movies. 2023 was fucking
Shit.
shit year
Who's
for
saying
movies.
that?
It was mid
It
as
was
fuck.
garbage.
Like,
Who's saying that?
yeah, it's just like there was a lot of stuff that came out, but like objectively, so much of it was just not good. And on top of that, it
Mhm.
was like I struggled to find just a top 3 for this year, in all honesty. Because there's nothing like that really like very few that stood out as like very memorable that I would want to revisit like maybe year after year or anything. But
You can
man,
arguably do like a top 10 max. That's it.
dude, I can only do
Max.
6 max for this year, and that's just for
Yeah.
movies. For TV shows, there's only
Yeah.
1.
Right.
Mm.
Scavengers.
Yeah.
Scavenger's Reign.
Yeah, me and Vex are in the same boat. I feel like everyone else is like, yeah, that show's okay. And me and Vex are like, what the fuck, man? The show's badass.
There's nothing out there.
100 out of 10 show, like
We
seriously.
smoke more pot than all these other people is the thing. That's why we like
Maybe.
Well, there's-
Scavengers so much.
For films, I found it very difficult to find any. I have trouble finding the top 3. Like I haven't seen Godzilla -1. I'm sure I'm gonna like that one.
That's the best movie of the year. It's
It's
the
in
hype-
everyone's like top 3, top 5.
Outside
list
of
for sure.
that, I don't know if there's any films that I really.
Influencer's
my
the
eye.
only one I can say for sure that like I objectively was very good and subjectively I absolutely loved.
The only other thing most of my reviews are usually breaking down bad writing. The only thing that I had positive reviews for was House of the Dragon and Godzilla -1. So I'm like really picky on those type of things.
Holdovers was fantastic.
Yeah, that was
But
very
yeah,
good. Yeah.
There's just much less great stuff nowadays. Like back in the day, it's like when I think of like 1999, like shitty movies from 1999, like Dick and Mystery Men, those are awesome. Those are still really good. They're still fun, you know?
I'm gonna go
It's
see
hard
Iron
to
Claw
follow.
next week, actually, Andrew, with the hub.
Yeah,
Yeah, Iron Claw
I'm
was
gonna go
great.
watch Iron
I'm
Claw
looking
too.
forward
I
to
want
that
to see
one.
that one.
Mhm.
I saw a shitty cam
dude,
version of it, and I still was like bawling my eyes out at the end. I was like, oh my god.
Man, Iron Claw comes
See,
out
for
like
TV
every year.
It was Blue Eye Samurai and Scavenger's Reign, and I don't know anything else. in
Righteous
this.
Gemstones
I
season
like the
2 was
bear,
fun.
but that's it's the
That's
second
season 2
season.
though. You can count
Yeah.
season 2 as
I really like the bear.
yeah.
But outside of that, there's not much out there that I really like.
Blue Eye
There was a
Samurai is
lot
good.
of dog shit. Pardon me?
Blue Eye Samurai is good.
Yes.
Oh, I love Blue Eye Samurai. It's excellent. It's
All right.
the writing.
It's Jay's.
Yeah, it's my baby. It doesn't get much better when it comes to writing. Like especially episode 5, we just did a review last week, and
Yeah.
so
All right, I'm gonna check it out.
yeah, you're gonna really enjoy the writing for that. Andrew is like whacked though. He has no idea. Like he's
I
giving
still
it a
need to
6
watch
out of-
Blue Eyed Samurai. I have not.
See, I
gotten
was
around to it.
disappointed with it the first 4 episodes, and then I kind of came around or after 5, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I'm always super
Who knows,
picky.
season
I'm
2
gonna
might
read it
suck.
anyway.
Season 2 might pivot hard woke, who knows?
I get messages every day of people saying, I don't know, I didn't know if I was going to watch it, but after episode 2 or 3, I was like totally invested, and I get like multiple messages.
You
People
guys
just
like
really
Arcane?
enjoying it. Pardon me?
Did anyone like Arcane?
Haven't
Well,
watched
yeah,
it.
I love Arcane, but
Arcane.
You didn't watch it,
I haven't
Vex?
seen Arcane, but everyone seems to say that Arcane was better than Blue Eye
Vex,
Samurai,
Vex, you
right?
didn't watch it?
Yeah, I still haven't gotten. It's on my to watch list.
No,
Just haven't gotten around.
Give
to it.
everyone a quick pitch. I've played League of Legends for years, the game that it's based off of, and I totally expected it to be crap. I went into it like ready to roast it, and like within 40 seconds, I was like, "Oh, okay, you guys are taking this seriously." Like the
right,
tone
John
is
Malama.
fantastic. Like
Nobody
Malama.
needs to
Based on
sell
the
it to
League
me
of
because
Legends?
Andrew has gone hard on it all.
no,
fucking
Arcane.
Yeah,
Arcane
Arcane
is
is
like shockingly good. It's one of the best adaptations I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, no,
Andrew's right,
Andrew's
man.
not. He's not lying. It's like it's one of the best stories I've seen in like the last like 5 years.
I
Arcane,
think Blue Eye Samurai has better writing.
I challenge you to that. I haven't even seen it.
I
yet. Like,
watch it
top
because
Arcane,
there's no
I
there is
really-
no fillers,
I
zero
highly
fillers when it comes. There's fillers in
An Arcane?
Arcane. In
What?
Arcane.
In Arcane,
yeah.
nah.
he's talking
There's no
about-
filler
No,
in
no,
Arcane.
no, no, no,
Filler
no,
in
no.
Arcane.
There is some fillers in there that they
No,
could
repeat yourself.
not
Tell me
lots,
specific-
not
specific-
not lots,
specifics.
but there's some fillers in there. Blue Eye Samurai, everything that's done in there is meaningful and has significance for
I
each scene that follows.
Dude,
Dude,
I
Arcane,
immediately
Arcane
disagree
literally
because
every everything like you
every
see and
single
hear
Andrew, you're wrong.
is significant, man.
I completely disagree. Arcane's one of the most efficient shows I've seen in years. I don't think they
Like,
waste
Oh, I
any-
love Arcane,
Yeah.
but there's some fillers in there. Like
you keep you keep saying that specific. What's filler?
Well, I'm just saying it's spots, not like a full episode filler. I'm talking like scenes, and I got it like on top of my head. I can't think of anything, but there were some filling scenes that they could have taken out that doesn't need to be there.
I
But I-
rewatched it recently, and literally, not even trying to like just be disagree with you. Not even just trying to disagree with you. My only like criticism was like I wanted a little bit more of a conversation around episode 9 between two characters. That was it. There wasn't anything that I thought was like filler or not utilized in any way. So I'm not even sure. But I'm interesting to hear that. I'm gonna compare it. I'm gonna keep that in mind with Blue Eye Samurai.
Dude, honestly, yeah, like Arcane to me wastes literally nothing. Like, I mean,
Oh,
it is crazy
I'm not saying
how
it does a
good-
lot. I'm saying there's some little fillers in there in,
No, but-
in some of the episodes.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
That-
Like, even as
yeah.
filler, I don't.
That's
think
why we're
that,
picking
like,
that specific word. I know.
Yeah,
I
'cause,
know
like-
you said you liked it, but the word you chose, filler, I'm just like, nah.
Okay, some scenes you could have taken out, like filler's the wrong term, but
Man,
like, there's
that's
some
that's
spots
hard
where
as fuck. Like,
This
Ooh,
is
I don't
why,
know,
not
man.
even to like to bug it. This is why I was like, you get for something like Arcane. Look at Andrew. Andrew's probably got a knife out right now. You gotta- you gotta be
I love Arcane. Arcane is top tier. I love
That's
Arcane.
part of the reason why you have to be very specific with your criticisms and like literally down to the scene so you can discuss it. Like from
Yeah,
Okay, I will.
that-
I will watch it again, and I'll point out the scenes where I think.
No,
that
I'm
you went
reasonable.
too
I'll
long.
just be like, hey, but then
Yeah.
like you might get shanked by one of them Andrews.
Yeah. I just think the writing for Blue Eyed Samurai is elite. I think it's top notch.
All right, well, I have to check out Blue Eye Samurai too, so I'll see and compare because I want to rewatch Arcane too. So I'll check that out, man. But
Especially the dialogue with Blue Eyed Samurai.
I
Oh,
will
yeah.
have that in my head with Blue Eyed Samurai. Now, on Arcane's level, I
sure.
will check. Because people said
For
that about
sure.
Invincible, and I didn't think that.
oh no,
Dude,
fuck
no.
no, Invincible isn't on Arcane's level ever.
No,
It's good, but
no,
it's
no.
not that good. So, but yeah, man, I guess we're done with the tiers stuff, and that's pretty much all I wanted to do. So yeah, we did the everyone's best and worst. We did the variety article, and of course the tiers. And yeah, we've gone for what 4 hours. So I think we're gonna wrap this up pretty quickly, and I'll start with the Stupenzo, man. What you want to plug?
Well, I'm gonna be on Jay's channel in a couple hours to talk about episode 6 of Blue Eye Samurai. And then yeah, I think Monday, New Year's Day, I'm gonna do a Jackbox stream where we're just gonna play games. And then I think
Nice.
next Wednesday might be Full Eclipse. It's either gonna be Full Eclipse or me and my cousin watched my science project. So one of those two movies will get a riff out. And then I don't know, try to get that goddamn Renfield video out at some point.
Dude, your Renfield
Early
video and my old boy video
Hey,
are
your
the
old
same.
boy
bro.
video, yeah.
Okay.
Oh man, but dude, thanks for coming on, man. It's always a pleasure to have you
Thanks
on.
for
dude.
having me.
And yeah, guys, Stupenzo. Everyone's links are in the description, so you can check out Stupenzo. We've done a couple of we watches together, so it's me. It's kind of like EFAP movies, but it's Stupenzo and me just riffing
stupider.
on.
EFAT
Yeah.
movies, but drunker and stupider and more cursing.
So yeah, the Jedi Brooks, man. Thanks for coming on. You got anything you want to plug?
Well, I'm working on a fucking massive Marvel video, so breaking down like the top 5 most ruined characters in Marvel from like pretty much all throughout the MCU.
Oh, Marvel.
And it's gonna be one of
the
the
Marvels. I was
No,
like,
the I already made one on that piece of shit. Fuck
Yeah.
that movie.
Marvel in
Um,
general. Oh, God.
Yeah, but it's gonna be definitely long, at least an hour and a half or something to that extent. Like really trying to go in depth on each character. And once I stop procrastinating and get everything organized, I'm gonna start doing streams more often. So I have a Supernatural Sunday.
Yeah, Supernatural Sundays.
The first one was with Uninspired. We did a breakdown of Let the Right One In.
Let the right one in.
Pretty much anything supernatural, opening the door for horror movies, sci-fi movies, maybe even like, just anything, conspiracies, just anything you could possibly think of. So
Yeah.
just once I get that developed, I'll get on board with that.
Yeah, dude.
Royalty.
Gotta work out the streaming software.
I know. I suck with that. Like even Discord, I can barely get that working. So once I figure that out,
Yeah,
I'll be
dude. For sure, man. Dude, thanks for coming on again, man. Took 4
Yeah, no
hours
problem.
of your time, dude.
No
It's
problem.
it's great to have you back on the channel.
No, you know how much I love
Extremely
horror, man, and I've if everyone loves horror as much as me, it's gonna be fine. Fine things
Oh
to talk
yeah,
about.
Vex,
I just
your mouth is full. You want to say something,
Let
or
the
should I
girl chew.
Sorry, I'm so fucking hungry. I was trying to hold out, and I couldn't hold out any longer.
I was eating throughout
Um,
the stream.
yeah,
Yeah, dude was eating pizza, man. He was chilling.
yeah.
Oh,
No,
you saw that?
I try not to do that. I had to repost my Aquaman 2 review because WB claimed the original video, and I have
And
a
gave you a
channel strike now.
strike.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The funny thing too is it wasn't the AI that picked it up; it's someone from WB manually claimed the video.
Yeah, because
And
the
I
video
can't.
obviously
wow.
went past it got past the upload thing, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, it
yeah.
stayed up
So
for a few days, right?
someone manually claimed it 2 days after upload, and I can't even refute it at all. There's no option for me, so I had to re-upload it, and the fucking Steam is fucking dead on that re-upload, unfortunately. So
Yeah.
would
Mhm.
like if you checked that out. Other than that, there's a Scavenger's Reign breakdown video coming at some point, just because I'm so deeply in love with that show. So you can
Yay.
expect that on the channel.
Yeah.
Tomorrow,
Dude, why don't you take your time with that and make like a huge analysis video on it? Because
that's
analysis
what.
videos gain some
Yeah,
traction.
that's why I'm not setting a deadline for it, because like I am going to really meticulously comb through this one. So I'm taking my time on that one.
Mm.
Tomorrow, Cynic hit me up saying that there might be a B sub, so I might be on there. But other than that, I'm taking like the next week off of YouTube and stuff, and you'll catch me
New
back in
Year's.
January. On MMM,
Like, yeah.
our first movie back is going to be Zodiac.
Nice.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I helped Cannoli edit the trailer on that one, man. We were trying to fucking fight with Wonder Show with Moro for fucking 2 hours, man. Jesus. But
Yeah.
yeah, man. Thank you for coming on, Vex. Thank you for being
No,
my
it's
sort of
always my pleasure.
mini co-host.
Yeah, as soon as you told me that you were gonna do a horror stream, I was like, bet that's the most I've watched this year. So
Put
let's
me
go.
in, coach. I'm
Right.
ready to play today.
Oh yeah, and yeah. So thank you for coming on, man. And Jay,
pleasure.
Diabolical Stalls presents. What do you
Thanks,
have
buddy,
going
for
on,
inviting
man?
me on. Yeah, thanks
My
for
pleasure,
inviting me
man.
on. It's nice to meet Jedi Brooks, and of course, I know Vex and Stupenzo. Tonight, I'll be reviewing with Stupenzo, an amateur analyst, again, episode 6 of Blue Eyed Samurai. Then tomorrow I'll be working on my video of I'll be doing a video on Blue Eye Samurai, but it's going to be a kind of a different take. Saturday you can catch me on Saturday Night Hypnosis with Hypnotic and the crew there. And then next week on my channel I'll be doing an interview of Lance Nielsen on Diabolical Souls Presents. So I'll be interviewing
Nice.
him and going over his book and his career and everything like that. And then I'm thinking of doing a New Year's show, but I'm kind of wondering when I want to do it. So kind of just, you know.
If you send me a link, I might be drunk and I might be high, but
Yeah.
I think we all were. Well,
yeah,
yeah.
I might be at a rave as well. But
yeah, I don't know you, Jay. Yeah, so that's what's up with me. Yeah, I'm going to be doing some more videos. I'm going to be doing the interviews still on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and go from there. I've got a lot planned for 2024. I'm going to be working on my book.
Nice.
I got a great story that I want to tell, my story, and my getting back to my comic book art. So I'm looking forward to that as well. So
Nice, man. Thank you for coming on once again. And I guess that leaves me. So I mean, in terms of videos, I'm trying to get my top 10. Well, I don't know if there are going to be bonus movies like I do in every top like TOR's private staff video. So I'm going to be top 10 horror movies you've probably never seen before, hopefully. And yeah, I was supposed to have that out on the 31st maximum, but because of my car troubles, I've kind of pushed that back. So it'll probably be out by 1st or 2nd, and it'll be my first video of the year. And then my other, my next big review is gonna be a French movie called Vermins. So since I've got you all here, I'll just show the trailer a little bit.
Is this?
And,
Did you find a copy of this, by the way? Is it out on digital or still waiting?
Oh no, it just came out in cinemas in France, man.
Oh,
Came
okay.
out. It came out
Gotcha.
2 days ago in cinemas in France. So I'm just gonna skim through it. It's basically arachnid horror movie. So yeah, I'm gonna keep going into horror. I should have done this in October, but hey, fucking horror on horror on horror.
That's why I
And,
named
yeah, man.
That's why I said Supernatural Sunday, so I don't actually have to just do it limited to October. I can do whatever I want.
Mhm. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
dude, that's why I'm doing this mystery gang stuff, because mystery gang is basically just me and a mystery gang talking about a specific subject.
Mm.
I mean, Vermin is gonna be pretty cool. It's basically French horror. I've been hearing really good things about this, and it's arachnid horror. So yeah, you guys, I'm a fucking arachnophobe. I can't stand spiders, big, small. I don't give a shit what fucking size they
Scaredy
are.
cat.
They scare the shit out of me, man. Dude, look at this. This looks fucking fantastic. So
Little
yeah, it's kind of
spider
like
friend.
eight-legged freaks, of course. And
So, what are your thoughts
yeah,
on like Charlotte's Web? You know,
man, fuck Charlotte's Web.
God.
Dude, Charlotte's Web is like a cool movie.
That's
It's
actually
fun.
a interesting question to end it on, because he's already revealed his phobia, and we're all talking about horror. What's your guys?
Mhm.
I mean,
What's your
I do have
phobias?
arachnophobia, but I'm okay with small spiders. But
Yeah, he's got it.
Yeah.
What's yours?
What about this
yeah,
that you're seeing on
different
screen,
story.
dog?
Yeah, no, can't do this.
Yeah, there is
I don't
Vermin.
like crowds. I'm not like agoraphobic, but I hate being like crowded up in the front row of a show. I hate that shit. I'd rather be just backstage, spaced out somewhere. I need room. I got a personal bubble, man.
It's
Yeah, me too.
claustrophobia, man. Claustrophobia and sharks. Those two.
Sharks.
Sharks.
I get to
Yeah.
interact with them enough.
Pretty interesting.
That's why, like, in terms of an animal, that's the one that fears me. But when am I gonna run to a fucking shark? That's why I
Right.
pick claustrophobia in terms of
In the
like,
ocean.
just traffic. Just traffic makes my head want to just explode. So like
That's why I like that
God.
movie, The Descent, because it's got the claustrophobia, but it's also
my
got
favorite
that,
horror
like, well,
movie.
yeah, but it's also got that idea where it's like, well, I'm never going in a cave, so good luck, ladies. Like,
Bro,
I'm sorry.
That movie, I'm waiting for the monsters to come so I can like breathe, because
Oh,
the
yeah.
claustrophobia part gets me so fucking like scared. Oh man.
Dude, for me, it's spiders and drowning, number one. Like, drowning is my all-time fear. If they ever find me dead, drowned, just know that I had a very, very bad time. That's what I say to everyone. So yeah.
Yeah, water's crazy, man. It's like the essence of all
fuck you
life,
up.
but the
It'll fuck
littlest
you up.
amount can kill you.
Mhm.
I had a pet tarantula. I love that thing.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
I would just lie in my bed and it'd just crawl all over me and everything. It was-
Oh God.
Give you this. Spider kisses.
For me, I think it's just losing my kids. That's my only fear, really.
Good one.
I don't fear death. I don't fear anything. I just kind of fear
Great
the
answer.
loss of friends, of family. Like that's kind of my fear.
That's a great answer, man.
That's a
Dude,
great
we're out
answer.
here saying fucking.
This guy's
spider-
scared of spiders of any size, and this guy's dropping some man shit. That's how
Well,
ended
I've
on
done
that.
I've done a lot of stupid shit in my life. I just
Yeah.
um
Oh, fantastic.
I just black holes. No,
Yeah.
well, depends on what
Listen.
you define black hole.
Andrew,
Yeah.
you know that
Black
Andrew is
hole.
scared of space. That's like Andrew's biggest fear. He's scared of space. So yeah, it always makes me laugh, man.
I have plans to go swimming with sharks with my kid. Like that's our like I.
Yeah, me too.
I-
I love sharks, man.
Me too.
Why?
Oh yeah, it's just
I
the
guess-
unknown. I love the unknown
Fucking
stuff.
eat you.
I want to space. Yeah, put me out there.
Some people get
I'm
freaked
by
out by the
myself.
ocean, like being in the
No.
ocean, like
Yeah,
all that water under
thalassophobia.
you. But
Yeah,
what's
I
even
love
the
freaky-
swimming.
mystery of like just the fact
Being
that
in
you
a
have no idea what's
boat-
under you.
being on a boat on the ocean at night is like surreal.
Being in a
'cause it's
dinghy
like-
at night, just trapped, like that's like just blow my brains out. Forget it. Yeah.
Oh,
Really?
dude.
the ocean's so vast.
That's
Oh,
that'd
yeah,
be
man.
like serenity for me. It'd be
And this
like-
is why I find this
Floating in
question
space.
interesting. Like, what one man's horror is another person's serenity. Right?
yeah, yeah.
Crazy.
All right. Well, I guess we're done with that today. So thank you guys, everyone who is on the panel, of course. Thank you guys in the chat for sticking around with us. I know we did 420. Hey, nice. So so yeah. thank you guys for sending super chats. Those who did, Waylon and Melvin, man, thank you guys a lot. And I guess that's pretty much it for today. And yeah, man, see you guys. Take care and bye bye.
Bye.
See you soon, Jay.
Yes, yeah.